wenelote mama, shauri yako we, shauri yako we, shauri yako wenelote zena wangu, siwezi kuwa moto mama, zambi kwa Mungu baba yo, siwezi kuwa moto mama, zambi kwa Mungu baba yo.
Thank you very much, Bantu Cultural Troupe. Let's clap for them. But guys, it's clear to me we are a very boring audience. Juliet and the team, no one is even shaking their head. Except, okay, let me see. It was Patrick Tumwine. Yes, Jen, for you, a dancer, we understand. Who else was shaking their head? No. Albert, no, guys. You just shook your heads in your mind. But welcome to day 2. As we indicated yesterday, those of you that are still outside, please do come in. Robert and the team, please come in. We are starting our conversation right now. Emma, can you get everyone to come back? We did say yesterday that today is perhaps going to be the most exciting and illuminating conversation of this convention. Now, those who have decided that they will show up late for this conversation, they will miss what promises to be a very, very insightful keynote address by Dr. Businge Kavumba. I think you should clap when I mention that name. As far as public intellectuals go, I think he qualifies to be the youngest and perhaps the most influential of them all right now at Makerere University. So we are really excited that he accepted our invitation to be part of this conversation. I have someone else who is going to introduce him more elaborately, but I couldn't help saying that. We had an exciting day 1. Several things emerged during that conversation. So what we'll do today, later in the afternoon, is to have a document that summarizes, perhaps summarizes is a difficult word to, it's not an appropriate word to describe what we want to do with that document, but it's going to provide a synthesis of the issues that emerged from the conversations, the commitments that have come out, and we hope that the team that is working on this will do this justice, because a lot has been discussed. Consistent with our tradition to do research on the topics that we are discussing, we will do what most of you dread, the Mentimeter poll. And I'd like you to go to your browsers and type in menti.com and put in the code. Those of you using laptops, you should do that. Put in the code 84654035. I think Karamaji and Anthony, you're not doing what I'm telling you to do. Or you can scan the QR. So I'm the class teacher who knows the name of every person in class. So if I see you're not doing something, I'll call you out. Yeah. Haji, you can get help from that lady. She will help you. 84654035. If you do not know how to use your smartphone, we have people that are available to help you. And you can scan the QR code. It will take you direct to the code again. It's on the screen. Oh, colleagues who are helping, have you decided to give up on me? Okay, type in menti.com as they try to sort that, and put in the code 654035. Rebecca, is it working out? Okay. Just 1 minute and it will come up on the screen. Today we have a conversation on technology and digital platforms, and as you can imagine, it can be a nightmare. So, okay, we have it. So, in one word, what comes to mind when you think of the future of civil society in Uganda today? Those are some of the questions we discussed yesterday. So, as we prepare for the keynote, the question we are answering: what one value must civil society uphold to shape Uganda's democratic future? What one value must civil society uphold to shape Uganda's democratic future? Now, Dr. Kabumba has the answer sheet, the marking guide, so he will not be answering this question. It's only for students. So, and I'm looking at some of the students who are lazy. Benson, I don't know. You don't know how to use Menti? Where's your phone? You bring out your phone. Good. Scan the QR code. We have only 26 respondents, and we agreed that the minimum should be 50. There's a team at that table led by Advance Africa. Are you guys answering the questions? Are you sure? Let me see your phone. Okay. Fanny, have you answered where's your phone? Emma, please help Fanny. Okay. Dickens, let me see your phone. Okay. Next question. This one you have to type. So if I see you have finished quickly, I know you haven't actually typed. What is the boldest role CSOs should take in Uganda's democracy over the next 10 years? Ryan, are you saying the question is good or you can't? You're consulting on the answers. What is the boldest role CSOs should take in Uganda's democracy over the next 10 years? And if you're wondering where this data is going to go, at the end of this conference, we will have the raw data uploaded on the platform, and you will have access to it, and you'll be happy to use it whichever way you would like. On our part, we hope that this data will help us inform some of the programs that we design, but also some of the collective actions that we hope to agree on at the end of this convention. What is the boldest role CSOs should take in Uganda's democracy over the next 10 years? Hey, Kakuru, what is it? You're going for a short call. How you get out when we are doing an exam? I don't understand. Okay. Okay, 30 respondents, okay. We'll keep this running so that you can actually answer the questions. Then finally, this is the simple questions we use to like chemistry, multiple answer questions. Which shift is most critical for CSOs to remain relevant? Which shift is most critical for CSOs to remain relevant? We have about 4 options and then another. Institutional reform, stronger youth leadership, regional collaborations, diversified financing, and then any other. So here you just tell us that there is some more data we need to have added that we haven't added, and then we will try and investigate that further. So the Danish and the EU, you can see that the biggest problem here is diversification of financing. So my hope is that as you design calls for proposals in the next few months, you'll be focusing on how CSOs can diversify their financing, including supporting social enterprises anyway. And later on in the morning, we shall have a keynote from Mr. Leonard Okello, who will be speaking about sustainability of the civil society sector. Okay. Ryan, the answers are supposed to be individual, not collective. You're over-consulting on your responses. Okay. Okay, 40-40 is good. All right, thank you so much for indulging and for answering those questions. We will keep this open for the next maybe 5 minutes, and then we'll be closing it. The exhibitions are still ongoing, so please, in your free time, once you take a break, please feel free to visit the stalls. We also are going to maintain the same structure we had yesterday. If you need a cup of coffee, please freely walk out, and you'll be able to serve yourselves coffee. It will be running through until 11:30 before we break for our lunch. Our lunch will be at 1:30, and as you'll notice, we will be starting our meetings on time, and we will try as much as possible to stay wedded to the program that we have. At this point, of course, I have to welcome and recognize the chairperson of the board of the Uganda National NGO Forum. Please clap. My salary entirely depends on how the chair treats Moses and how Moses treats me. So please clap harder than you have to welcome our board chairperson. At this point, I would like to invite Velarin, I can't pronounce the surname, but Velarin, who is going to introduce our keynote speaker. Velarin, where are you? Oh, perfect. Our keynote speaker for the morning. Please clap for Velarin as she comes.
Hello, good morning. Yes, so I'm going to be introducing Dr. Businje. Dr. Businje Kavumba is the director of the Human Rights and Peace Center and senior lecturer in law at Makerere University, where he has taught public law for close to 2 decades. In 2016, he was recognized by the Supreme Court of Uganda as being widely researched and highly experienced with regard to constitutionalism, human rights and good governance, and on that basis, admitted as one of the amici curiae in the presidential election petition. He has been engaged in groundbreaking public interest litigation before the High Court, Constitutional Court, and Supreme Court of Uganda. And his published work has also been cited by courts in the number of cases. He is broadly active in the areas of constitutional law and history, comparative constitutional law, and public law generally. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Dr. Businje Kavumba.
Morning, colleagues. Chris, how much time do I have? 30 minutes. Oh, okay. Let's see what can be done. I've been asked by the NGO Forum to speak about reimagining civil society's role in Uganda's democratic future between political realities and aspirational governance. And there were a number of things I was asked to do. Maybe let me just start by a very slight definition. There are quite a number of civil society, but I'll adopt that of Britannica, which sees it as a dense network of groups, communities, networks, and ties that stand between the individual and the modern state. And I think that's quite important because it sort of puts, it says there's this thing called the state and suggests that there's something to be feared from the state. Now, the political scientists here will recall the classic compact, the idea that there's a contract between individuals and the state, that there was an initial moment where there was in the state of nature, the state that pre-exists the state, human beings are free. Man is born free, and everywhere is in chains. But the ideally that you're born free. But the very idea of freedom itself becomes a risk to freedom. That if everyone can do what they want, no one is safe. And that therefore you have a small giving up of liberty to secure the rest of liberty. That's the deal, that's the idea behind the social contract. So that the state is created for a very specific purpose, which is to secure liberty. And this is critical because among the values I saw that CSO should commit to going forward, I saw integrity, etc. I didn't see a commitment to freedom. And I suspect this might be the most important value. A strongly held core belief in the importance of human beings to be free. Within, of course, acceptable limits. Those envisaged in Article 43 of our Constitution, the rights and freedoms of others, is a very clear one. But that really, ideally, the default, our default state is one of freedom. And that the state is specifically created to safeguard that freedom. So civil society stands somewhere in the middle of that space between the vulnerable individual and the state. A state which, of course, over the years has become more and more, has claimed for itself more and more power. But then this takes us to a very interesting year, 1648, and the Treaty of Westphalia, in which the idea was that the various ways in which individuals associate and express certain beliefs, values, in which they relate, whether through faith or religion or familiar ties or kinship, Nkwasiba and your friend, Chris Nkwasiba and your friend. The year 1648 is important because the state is created as, and it's going forward, you have to articulate and negotiate within the idea of that particular state. So that while at one point you might say, I'm a Mchiga, I'm a Mnyankore, I'm a Muganda, I'm a Choli. Well, ideally, everyone should have their state, but practically, you negotiate within the state. So perhaps ideally, the state should be composed of people who share a story, a common story that binds them. But of course, our experience in Uganda and in many other states created out of the colonial moment is one where you have a state that was crafted out of expediency. We shall not belabor the point about the extractive nature of the state and how a political society was crafted around a very specific idea. But just to mention the year, 1889, the Battle of Mengo, in which through force of arms, the Maxim gun, you have a hierarchy of religious, basically a hierarchy of religions in Uganda established. Not written, but clear. Protestants at the top, Catholics number 2, Muslims number 3, and others. And that then, of course, is the basis on which we have the Declaration of the Protectorate in 1894. And eventually then, the agreements that formalized colonial rule. I tell this story because that beginning of the state that we have and the contestations that were frozen at that particular time, the subnational groups, many of which were actually states. So there's that famous song in Maria, how do you solve a problem like Maria? How do you solve a problem, in quotation marks, like Buganda, a 500-year-old state in Uganda, or for that matter, any other of the subnational groups that are forever, again in quotation marks, apparently, trapped within the Ugandan state? Or questions around religion and religious identity that remain critical, all of which have been reflected in more ways than one in all the foundational documents we've had from the creation of the state. Sometimes they are explicit, other times they are implicit. So in the 1900 agreement, you have land allocated, parceled out, including to churches, specifically, a number of square miles to this church, some land to the Mbogo chief, Mbogo the Mohammedan chief. Clear demarcation based on subnational identity. Now, evidently, therefore, there's a certain tension there at the beginning of our founding. Our birth certificate as Uganda, if you go to report a case, you have to, for some reason, also indicate your ethnicity. I don't know why that is important. But the birth certificate of Uganda has etched into it these features. Some call them questions. So you have a king, Mwanga, who has been exiled, where the experiment in Christianizing him had failed. I think the idea had been to call him Daniel. So Daniel is in exile, and you have Daudi Chua, on whose behalf certain commitments are made. In fact, the very state itself in 1894, the very declaration was procured by an evangelical mission, Bishop Tucker, who went to the United Kingdom and begged and made the case for Uganda that if you invest enough, if as the state, the British state, you have the military, etc., you can do what the company failed to do. And from then on is an entire timeline of this tension in which the state, Chris talks about, and the entire theme of the convention is politics, money, and that is right at the start of Uganda, but there's of course another M that is missing in that formulation. I see someone, I think, sharing. I'm tempted to ask, to ask what is the missing M. Okay, I'll let you be. But let me perhaps ask, what is the missing M? We've talked about money, there's politics. What is the other M that is missing in any discussion of Uganda's governance? Which one? By anyone? There are no Well, there are some wrong answers, and I'll tell you when there are wrong answers, but shall be kind about it. Chris, we're talking about money, politics, but there's a certain M that cannot be missed. Which one? Anyone? There's an M. There's a certain thing that starts with M. Yes, Malcolm. Because the very foundation of our state, the battle of Mengo, the very battle, the one that decides the fate, establishes the hierarchies, also establishes the partnership that Uganda will play in the subjugation of other subnational groups. So in discussing civil society, a history of those manifestations is necessarily a history also of the military, a history of how the military was used to establish a political structure, and how through that military and political structure, money was extracted from the communities now called Uganda. Right from the agreement of 00, from the hard tax, the land tax, to the orders in council, 1902, native authority agreements, everything else. But something else is happening at that moment. There's a change being forced on the individual. He's being required, he and she are being required to go through a process of, you had to go through a process of, I don't know, cleansing, maybe is the best way to describe it. To take part in the new state that was being crafted from 1894 going forward, you had in some ways to denounce your former self. Denounce the forms of education you had before. Denounce your very names. I've already referenced Daniel and Daudi. Denounce your religion. And incidentally, the one religion that was criminalized by the colonial state as quote-unquote witchcraft in 1906 in the Witchcraft Ordinance was that one religion that dared be used, that dared challenge authority. So from that moment onwards, you have a confluence of things, and it's apparent from the case law of the time. Case law, part of which we are going to see echoes of today. I'll just give one example, Rex versus Amkeo, that famous case that declared polygamy to be problematic, and actually basically said it was dismissed it as wife purchase, etc. The language inside there is a language of money. The judge says the lady was not a free contracting agent. That's the language of the market. The idea was to create in the native a subject who could move on their own, operate in the state on their own, pay taxes as an individual, and that will replicate in other cases, Goabin, Kilimo. The idea that we want to see you as an individual, participating in the market, forced on you, paying taxes, but detached in some ways from the community. So when independence reaches, the question was, will this state change? Was that state going to be transformed? And strangely, or perhaps predictably, throughout the wave of decolonization, the agreement was uti possidetis. Let the borders stand. It was perhaps practical. Renegotiating. Uganda had tried to leave in 1960 with the Luchiko Memorandum, but again, by force of arms, it was kept within Uganda. We know the attempt in 1966 and the trauma from that period. We know 71 to 79. We know our history. Let's just fast forward to 1995 in the next 20 minutes that I have. Because actually, let's start at 1986. Because there you have, because that's the current state that we have, you have a group that were masters of violence, masters of sophisticated violence. Because of course Idi Amin was a soldier, and there had been soldiers before. But in the NRM/A, you had a group that had actually best approximated the use of violence in the colonial period, because the colonial violence was not just brutal, and actually could not just be brutal because there were not enough officers on the ground in any case. I think at the highest, there might have been not about 5,000 or 8,000, I need to check. 8,000 people for a local population in the millions. It was impracticable to use force alone to either establish or maintain colonial rule. So a lot of it was again maintained through the means we have described. Religion. There's an interesting book by Teberondwa, Missionary Teachers as Agents of Colonialism. That was a very, very important mechanism. It's not just here but elsewhere, even in slaves obey your masters. What better mechanisms? It's right there, it's in the book. All authority comes from God. There's just so many ways in which religion was a very important means of maintaining what could not merely be maintained by force. Education also. Law also, because it has that legitimizing idea around it. Money also, because what was the 1900 agreement if not a land grab? And I think Kalundi Seramaga makes the point, and I think even his Twitter handle is still native land grab, I think. What was the 1900 agreement if not one of the biggest heists in Uganda's history? So Museveni and his team were successful and have been successful to date because they added ideology to the gun and mastered the ways in which to alternate between actual force, in which you see people being shot, as happened in Kasese and in the last election, and then processes of constitution making and parliaments and courts and NGOs and civil society conventions and NGO bureaus and human rights commissions, balancing brute force where necessary and things that make us feel safe, happy, contented. So there was a very easy alliance in 1986 between the state and good NGOs that did not challenge the state. Uganda Women's effort to save orphans. Who can argue against that? Well, and of course, that was actually started by the First Lady, isn't it? And quite a number of other, quote-unquote, developmental NGOs, the good NGOs, assisting the state, assisting the government to do in places where, for a whole range of reasons, there was no capacity. So you have those good NGOs working side by side with other mechanisms. Parliament is there, and again, Kalundi, we have to quote from Kalundi who says, and I credit Yusuf Serunkuma for bringing this to my attention on Twitter yesterday. So there had been complaints that there's a lot of bribery in Parliament, and Kalundi made the point that no, that's not the problem. Parliament was the bribe. Parliament was the bribe, which is that the Constitution of 1995 itself, a document that was a way, again, consistent with people are waiting for a transition, they are getting anxious, give them a long, drawn-out constitution-making process. Make it as elaborate as possible, but of course ensure that within it, only one correct answer will emerge, one correct solution. Ensure that there's no serious discussion about the subnational contestations, the networks, remember the definition, the dense networks of groups, individuals, communities that make up Uganda. Ensure that they don't actually have a real discussion about the nature of the state. Ensure that the answer that you want comes out. Ensure that the movement system is going to be enshrined in the document at the famous Article 269, etc., etc., etc. And in that same document, recognize the good NGOs. And so the national objectives are full of recognition of the role of NGOs in supporting the state in terms of education, health, etc., etc. Give a little room for civic organizations. In Article 38, talk about the right to civic participation through either individually or organizations. Give some room in Article 29 for expression and association. Talk about popularizing the Constitution in Article 4. Make some concessions, certainly. But of course, and again, so you make some concessions, but you postpone the real discussion. You postpone the real discussion that we've never had as Ugandans, never quite had, about the nature of the state. Never. In the run-up to independence, the discussion was in Marlborough and Lancaster. A few groups taken there who suffered in winter, were anxious to come back home, and were in any case, 66, 71, 79, all of these problematic, traumatic experiences. And then the fuss of 1988 to 1995 that has that document then. So there are people who are talking about, I think, empty the jails, about how full the prisons are, and of course they are. But we are in one large prison, all of us walking around in this huge, huge prison in which we're let out temporarily to breathe. But any of you watch the Truman Show? This gentleman who had lived his life until he realized that what he thought was his life was in fact a reality show. But his neighbors, etc., were all parts of the... We're living the Truman Show, in which the producer is Museveni and company. So you're allowed to be as long as you're good. Just like it had been in the colonial period, you were allowed to survive as long as you were... There was an actual ordinance, the removal of undesirable natives ordinance, 1908. You could move, live, and breathe as long as you remained a desirable native. Who was a desirable native? Someone who paid their taxes, worked hard, performed forced labor once in a while, and didn't complain. So we're allowed to move around, make speeches like this, go back home, as long as whenever your phone is tapped, the keywords are missing. The keywords, I imagine, what, bomb? I don't know what else would be the keyword that would finally let you become a guest of the state. And that, of course, is a very smart approach, to have a Truman Show like, and civil society, good ones, good NGOs, good judges, good members of parliament, good elections, a good electoral commission, etc. And one of the ways the Truman Show continues to happen is the mind. Is the mind. Religion did a number on us, a terrible one. It continues to do a very significant number on us. The very same justifications. All power comes from all power comes from the Lord. If the Lord did not want him to be president, he would not be. A failure to recognize that the struggles of others are a joint struggle, and I'll explain this shortly. Can we have the free and democratic society contemplated in Article 43 without a pedagogy that is steeped in emancipation? I don't think so. Right from primary school, the method of instruction is through canes. And our teachers proudly told us the African child's what? Ears are where? In the buttocks, without any sense of irony whatsoever. So you're traumatized in primary school, traumatized in secondary school, and also, I must admit, traumatized at university. The lecturers also are traumatized. I won't say very much. But there's a whole range of ways in which we accept limitation. And worse, we reproduce it, reinforce it, we justify it. There's a reason why the secondary school, the missionary schools were established way before, and only reluctantly, Makerere as a vocational school in 1922. And the reason why legal education was never provided in the colonial state. Never. So the first locally trained lawyers were produced in terms of studying here. That only happened after 1962. And I suspect there's a reason why a real liberal arts education is still denied to many people. But what that does is that then you have it was Immanuel Kant who said, dare to think. But how can you dare to think if in primary school there was a list of talkatives? A list of those who were talking when the teacher was outside the class. It was a dreaded list. To be on the list of those who were talking. So how then can you demand active citizens who have been channeled through a funnel of subservience? My daughter was in a traditional school, one which my mother attended. And I made the choice to remove all of them and take them elsewhere, when on one of the visiting days, a teacher assured me, your daughter is doing well, but she has one problem. She's too expressive. But don't worry. Don't worry, we shall work on it. Don't worry, we shall work on that. She expresses herself, but don't worry. That's the challenge, that's her problem, but don't worry. Give us about 2 or 3 terms, and we shall have worked on it. I feared what was going to be done to this young Muchiga girl. So I took her somewhere else where, anyway. But the link, that link is missing. And that's why the Constitutional Court of Uganda could, without irony, in the Fox Odoi case, say that yes, there's academic freedom within limits, within the limits of your expertise. So, yes, you can be an academic, but if you were hired as a lawyer, perhaps you shouldn't be talking about political science. What kind of freedom is that? Also, geographical. Once you leave the university, once you leave the gates of the university, then And the idea was because you might have ideas that cause disquiet. And many Ugandans cheered that decision without reading the text. The idea was, yes, those ones, those bad people, without any irony. You have the Constitutional Court sanctioning a 4.5-day consultation process. 4.5 days. 4.5 days. That was passed as legitimate. So, Chris, what is the value that civil society in Uganda could have? I think the most important one is a real commitment to freedom, with all the consequences that has, with the mess that brings, with the messy conversations, the negotiations, the difficulties we shall have to have as a group. What do I mean? As we were waiting for the day to start, the very lovely choir began to sing a song that I then recognized as being the song Adam Nekawa. It's a song by Bobby Wine from a number of years ago. And it begins, it says, "So it was written, so it must be done. Omwami afuge, n'omukyala agonde, amaka gasobole okubeerawo. Ekitiibwa ky'omukyala kwe kubeera n'omwami gw'ayagala ate gw'agondera." Okay, I'll translate. But it's steeped in religion. That it was written that the man is the head of the house and he should head it, and the wife must submit. And that is the basis on which the home will survive. Okay. It was a nice song, nice lyrics, nice beats rather. But just go a little bit into the words and you realize the problem. A problem of a society that has accepted chains, that negotiates for freedom for us, that the NGO Act is problematic and must be liberalized. There are too many restrictions. My license was not given to me. It's been a year now. Allow me to, as an NGO. But surely, in this Uganda here, it's very important that for the stability of the family, there must be a head of the house, and that's also, it's in the homework, isn't it? It's in social studies homework. Who is the head of the house? The only acceptable answer, the father. 2025. So how can you have freedom and democracy that the society envisaged in Article 43 of the Constitution if you have an entire educational system, an entire way of thinking steeped in religion and culture, etc., that not only tolerates but justifies and reinforces chains for others, women, and a whole range of marginalized groups which civil society has said, those ones, yeah, as we do human rights, but those ones, those ones. But how? Do you not see the embedded, do you not see that that's impossible? A real commitment to freedom. And it's going to be a challenge, of course, because there are new old dangers. Very recently, the Constitutional Court of Uganda held that no-fault divorce is not constitutional. I don't know. But in coming to that decision, The Constitutional Court cited at length the views of a gentleman called Scott Yenna, Bradford Wilcox, and a certain group called Holland Family Law. The views of Mr. Yenna were given 7 pages out of a decision that was about 50-something pages. Scott Yenna. Who is Scott Yenna? He's a gentleman who has said, 2021 at the National Conservative Conference, said that educated women are meddlesome, quarrelsome, are medicated, meddlesome, and quarrelsome. This is a gentleman who conceivably will not appreciate the idea of having female justices of the Constitutional Court. This gentleman who is now being cited, whose ideas and thoughts now form part of the law of our land. On that same question were several voices of Ugandan women, written. Dr. Zahara Nampeo, who I think will be on the panel later on, Dr. Maria Nasali, Dr. Esther Mayambala Kisache, Dr. Monica Twesime Kiria. Not even cited, not even acknowledged. Instead, the views of Christian nationalists being foregrounded, given prominence, to the detriment of the constitutional freedoms in our Constitution. So certainly, we need to recognize and respond to new dangers, new shifts, new threats to freedoms. And I always find that alliance very strange. And maybe when our Ugandans start getting deported, maybe then they'll appreciate. Anyway, we are now, if I may just 1 minute, we are now entering, and the confluence of bad actors is clear to see. There are now agreements between our state and other states in which we agree to receive criminals. We have accepted a role as shithole countries. We were called shithole countries in the past, and now we're acquiescing, we're ratifying that description by literally entering into an agreement in which we agree to receive the worst of the worst. At least during colonialism, the so-called undesirable natives were removed from here and taken elsewhere. Now, our role in the global community is to remove the undesirable natives of elsewhere. How low we have sunk. But that agreement comes with, what are we getting out of it? Perhaps the agreement to look away when people are being told to nyankore in the basement. So to recognize that the importance of freeing Uganda here, it's important so that as a minimum we have a place that we can call home for everyone, and in which everyone, without distinction as to race, sex, etc., can be free, without the military men hovering over us. But even if those military men are taken away, without also the songs, Adam and Hawa, and such other men, the head of house. Secondly, of course, the question around internal transitions, and I'm glad it was envisaged there. SEHAD has done something there. Chapter 4, I see Anthony Masaka here, there's been a transition there. On Saturday, we're celebrating the transition at TIRAF. So it's good also. There has to be some element of dynamism and energy within these organizations. How can you promise or aspire to freedom elsewhere if you have the youth in your organization bottled up with no foreseeable transition, no elections even to speak of? We certainly have to reduce personal vulnerabilities, personal and organizational vulnerabilities. This may sound strange, but you're easier to control and easier to shut up if you need money. And at the personal level, your chances of needing money are higher if you have very many children. and very many wives or husbands, then you almost become a small state. Your school fees bill every term, then you have to be corrupt. So many things happen. Personal vulnerabilities. If, on the other hand, however, you have cut your cloth according to your size, you've been rational, you've been logical, you have not been too greedy, you're more able to withstand threats, either direct or indirect, about your source of income, etc. Or even threats to your personal liberty. But if you're 60, 65, that should be the age when you're happy to go to prison because your kids are old. But now you're 60, you have a baby, then you're also saying, my children are young. I'll not continue on that point. But finally, before Chris comes here and drags me off kicking and screaming, from the Law Society, we have a radical new bar. And the president of that radical new bar is in exile. Which is a very good thing, because it means he did his work well. It means he was a bad ULS president. Bad in quotation marks. We need some, Mamdani once talked about a good Muslim and a bad Muslim, in quotation marks of course, and the idea about how states were forcing, creating this caricature of Islam and terrorizing Muslims within this rubric of good Muslim, bad Muslim. Obote, it's rumored that Obote talked about a good Muganda, etc. Sorry? Yeah, but it's a rumor. We hear talk of the good opposition. Matthias Mpuga perhaps is a good one. I see on the program Norbert Mauer is going to close, might close. He's perhaps good because he's good, isn't it? Eh? The good opposition doesn't even present presidential candidates. They are fine. As DP, personally, I think Museveni should stay, he said. Mpuga also says, personally, I think really, President will leave, we'll go for parliamentary, good opposition. I suspect there's also good civil society, isn't it? Eh? There must be good civil society. Which one? Yes, so you're mentioning some names, those are yours. But I suspect there's good civil society. Civil society with which the government is very happy. No problem whatsoever. We like you very much, you're good. I suspect we don't need good civil society. But Chris, you guys were very happy yesterday with the NGO Bureau, they were here. There was no contestation. Was there a contestation whatsoever? You are happy. You are happy, everything is fine. They're in the same prison. I said this one time, I'll say it again. I was shocked when on Twitter I saw a member of the Human Rights Commission sharing a joke with the CDF. The CDF who is on record as live tweeting torture. A good Human Rights Commission. So you're scared of the NGO Bureau? What? Chris, you like them? You're scared of... This is why I'm on this app. To tell the truth and run back to Makere. Maybe there's need now for bad civil society. A bad civil society that actually stands between the individual and the state. Not a civil society that seems to be too comfortable with the state, too comfortable with negotiating through licensing, begging for existence, accommodating. Yes, it had to be Andrew Karamaji, and you can see you're clapping alone because you're the only bad one. And incidentally, the name is here, written in red, Andrew Karamaji. Yes, that is the example of bad civil society. And that is the bad civil society that we need. We need a radical new NGO, a radical new civil society. Andrew, are you still in exile? You come, you go. Yes, that's how it should be. You should be so bad that your continued stay in Uganda, peacefully, unbothered, is untenable. You should be so bad that I think you described, I saw in the program, works with civil society in Zimbabwe, Zambia, and South Africa. Uganda is stopped officially. It should be so bad that that's what happens. If, however, civil society, you are allowed to exist without something has gone wrong. But final answer is, final, and it goes back to the point I made about the state, that beyond the organization, we must remember the groups that were constrained in 1888, 1900 rather. The conversations that simply have not gone away and will not go away. The questions around subnational identities, especially. The enduring civil society of the subnational group. But above all, fellow Ugandans, I invite you to do that which Immanuel Kant, a very long time ago, challenged human beings to do. To dare to think. And in so daring, dare to think about the freedom not just of ourselves, but others, including those whose way of life we might disagree with. Because what is freedom, if not for everyone? Thank you very much, Chris. Also.
The good civil society is greeting and thanking him. I got goosebumps at some point. Let's give Kabumba a big round of applause. Now, the Bureau is Stephen Okello is following this conversation online, and he's been texting the good civil society, and he liked it. He liked it. I think this is a message for us all. And because of how excellent this keynote has been, we have decided to make a modification of how we run the next panel. Have you guys watched how the Nobel laureates have conversations amongst each other? Yes or yes? No? Oh, okay. So we're going to exemplify this just now. So Dr. Kabumba, I'm going to ask you to come back to the stage. Please clap for him as he comes. Incidentally, I've ambushed him. Allow me also ask another lawyer, a lecturer of law at Uganda Christian University, Jemima E. Kiwudu, I think I pronounced the name. Oh, Kwedu, I think, to also come to the stage. If you're clapping, clap. You will like what we have decided to do. I also like to invite another lawyer from the Future Africa Lawyers Association, Namatovu Sherina, to join us as well on the stage. Guys, we are cooking. Please clap properly, and I am absolutely sure you will like it. Allow me as well invite yet another lawyer, a lecturer as well at Makerere University School of Law, Doctor of Laws, Executive Director of NetPil, James Nkubi. James Nkubi. That's how my mother would pronounce his name, and I'm sure my mother is very, very proud of me for doing that. James Nkubi, Isha, come to the stage. And those of you who know me, if I had to, I have prayed that I become younger and choose another career, not as an economist that I am, but become a lawyer. When that prayer was not granted, I decided to leave my aspirations of lawyering through a good friend, Karamaji Andrew. So allow me to invite my good friend, Karamaji Andrew. In fact, I am also leaving my aspirations of a bad civil society through him. So please clap for Karamaji Andrew as he joins us. And then, finally, my young brother, Malcolm Musime, is going to, Malcolm Pamizo, and whatever. Malcolm Pamizo is going to moderate this exchange between extremely brilliant people. And our job is to watch and learn.
Thank you very much, Chris. As he aptly put it, I'm his younger brother. More bearded, but certainly less respected in the civil society space. I think Chris's flowers will come at the end, but for all the up and down he has done yesterday, today, please just give him a round of applause. So, as Chris did mention, we are doing something different. I'm told this can't move, so I'm the one who might have to. So we're going to try to do something different for this panel. We're going to have a conversation amongst the panelists. We will have some time to come to the audience for some comments, maybe questions, preferably comments, but what we're going to have is a kitchen table conversation. So drop the whole doctorate thing. Remember, we were told we should stop using the title. So the civility of, I'll wait for them to first finish, then I say what I want to say. No, you have an idea, you put it forward. You want to put across something. I know some of you might have prepared some notes that you'd want to share. I know, I won't mention who, but one of the panelists did mention to me that they want time to say what they have prepared to say. You will be given that time. I'll also say that coming after a very wonderful presentation from Dr. Kabumba, you are sort of lifted on a euphoric cloud while Kabumba is speaking, and almost questioning every aspect of the reality that you have come to accept, that is. And so I'm going to try and ground us a little bit as we ease into the next session. So this session is supposed to be looking at the evolution of civil society, the evolving role of civil society in Uganda's development. Yesterday, we were aptly told that there is no quantification, way of quantifying civil society's role in Uganda's development. There have been certain attempts. There are certain historical accounts of the role that civil society has played in the development of Uganda, and that cuts across from politics to governance to health to education. I did read somewhere that one of Uganda's first civil society organizations was the Uganda Motor Drivers Association in 1938, that gave birth to Ignatius Kangave Musazi, who later became a political icon for Uganda. So that's where civil society's contribution has its roots. We all know that civil society, and I love the Britannica version of defining civil society as broad and wide. And so when you talk about the good and bad civil society, those that think they are, that say they are NGOs but not civil society, because civil society has taken on a certain connotation. Civil society is much wider and much broader, and has and continues to play a significant role. I have some interesting figures from those that have tried to quantitatively qualify civil society's contribution. You have figures such as $89 million expenditure for civil society in 1998. That was a study that was done. Uganda National NGO Forum, aka Good Civil Society, and Oxfam in 2018 also did a study which put the contribution at 4.7 trillion Uganda shillings, which was about 18% of the budget in 2016-2017. So there have been attempts to quantify. As we get into this particular conversation, I'm going to request that the panelists here just feel free to share as you feel led. And I'll start with a question that, well, I'll share, and I'll ask probably Kabumba to go first in responding to it, and then we can have some other conversations coming in. So you do mention quite a bit in your presentation about the disquiet and contestations that exist within society in what is now referred to as Uganda. I do recall certain conversations that have pitted civil society as Uganda's opposition in an era where, again, the idea seemed to be an attempt to address the disquiet. We all know about that movement era after 1995, and it is written, and so it should stand, that it was designed to address some of those levels of disquiet and build a more broad-based and focused Uganda. But that led to civil society being viewed as the opposition because there was no functional opposition at that time. And then civil society gets credited for the return of political parties, because we know that some of the strong political parties actually grew out of civil society. How would you say that civil society has shaped Uganda's politics? Specifically, the development of Uganda's politics.
Thank you very much, Malcolm. I'll try not to say too much, since I've already said quite a lot. Just to say that you mentioned 1938. I think one can even take it as far back as the 1920s, when the Bataka pushed back against the settlement that had happened in the agreement 1900. Basically said, look, what happened, and challenged, again, really based on the economic relations, resulting in the 1928 Busulu and Vujolo. Both the Bataka, incidentally, and the so-called peasants. So political activity actually starts is rooted in economic life, and what had happened to dispossessed people in Uganda, but also elsewhere. And so, to that extent, the attempt to delink it is ahistorical and futile. Because if you like, the opposition to the colonial state emerged directly from civil society organizations or organic groupings in that sense. So I don't see how you can draw a clean line. And incidentally, this goes back to the debate about even the Buganda kingdom, or even the structure of Article 246 of the Constitution. I hope I'm correct in terms of the numbering. That suggests that you have returned traditional institutions, Chapter 16 of the Constitution, that you have returned traditional institutions, but that must be apolitical. Now, it's impossible, and this whole debate, Professor Lokonyango had it earlier. By its very nature, traditional institutions are political entities. They may not be partisan necessarily, although again, wink, wink, But the idea that you can neatly draw a line and, between political parties, traditional institutions, etc., is futile.
And I like that you draw a distinction between partisan and political, because I think it was shared here yesterday, the NGO Bureau Secretary did mention that civil society organizations, NGOs, must not be political. Not partisan, but must not be political. How does that play out?
It can't play out. And that's why I'm surprised that you are trying to negotiate with the NGO Bureau. It's impossible. They are directly, I think, Chris, you invited me so because I can quarrel. I think I'll be joined by Andrew. I understand where you guys are coming from. I understand the need, because maybe if they're not in the program, the convention may not take place. And so that allows then the space for such things to be said. But logically, how do you separate, how do you say non-governmental? Article 38 is clear. Article 38 allows for participation, either individually or through civic organizations. Article 29 is similarly broad. So any attempt to prescribe, to limit those freedoms, either through law, such as the NGO Act, or regulations, or speeches delivered yesterday or even today later on, is wrong, it's unconstitutional, and it's illegitimate. And that's why I say there must be a daring to think and followed by a daring to act. But again, you will say the license, my family, my children are young. It is
says the man who has confessed to having traveled to that western part during the last elections. The bikes are a little too far from us if we are to really have this lively conversation. I could tell Karamaji was mumbling a few things, but the microphone was too far. Partisan, political, what is the role of civil society, Andrew?
Thank you. I think that Dr. Kabumba has elaborately responded to that question. We do not need to belabor the point. If you will allow me some latitude, in discussing this question, there are certain things that I feel are fundamental to the discussion, which if presented would then help us have an even deeper conversation, even though Dr. Kabumba has already given us enough depth. So with your permission.
Latitude granted.
Yes, thank you. So it is apparent to me, and I'm using these words deliberately, as a young black man living in a third world or in third world countries, that there is a global hierarchy of races. There's a global hierarchy of races. And if you are discussing a question of civil society in Uganda, we have to be able to understand where we belong or how we are seen within the globe based on this question of race. Not too long ago, following the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, a number of organizational budgets in African countries were either withdrawn or reduced by funders. And this money, we were told, was to support the situation in Ukraine. There can be many logical explanations to that, but for me, it's just one of many examples of the global hierarchy of races and who matters and who matters less. If you see the kind of attention that has been given to the conflicts in Sudan, the Eastern DRC, and most prominently Gaza. It is that there is a different classification of people, so that even when you are civil society in Uganda, not all animals are equal. In discussing our future, I think that that should be at the center of that conversation. Also importantly, Malcolm, there are documents that Dr. Kabumba has referred to, and I think as discussants we have to respond to those. So the Treaty of Westphalia, I will add the UN Charter 1945, Declaration of Human Rights 1948, the Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and so on. In my opinion, my considered opinion, that kind of multilateralism, international relations, has collapsed, no longer exists. How can we, as civil society in Uganda, continue to think about ourselves within the frame of an order that no longer exists? I argue that multilateralism, as conceived today, is something that no longer exists. The Premier of Israel is an indictee of the ICC, a UN body. He gave a speech at the UN General Assembly a few days ago. Omar el-Bashir, Vladimir Putin, cannot travel anywhere near those institutions because they would be arrested. That cannot happen. So as we discuss this, I think we should be alive to those changes and not try to think about ourselves within a world where might is right, as opposed to right being the correct thing. Also, I'd like to say something delicate and dangerous here, and maybe qualify it and say these are my views. That the global community or regional and national community of civil society actors has forced us into soft issues that do not challenge the foundations of poverty, global inequality, and the paradox of poverty amidst plenty. In 2021, understandably, it's COVID. In 2022, it's carbon emissions. In 2023, it's some other issue. 2024, we're told it's now energy. 2025, it's another. And these calls for proposals are issued arbitrarily. You cannot say, yes, your call for proposals is about tree planting, but I want to submit a proposal on housing. You must fit within that. So this relationship where people sit somewhere and issue calls for proposals based on what they feel we should apply for, and we all run in that direction of applying for funding in that area, is something that will not guarantee our survival if it is another person setting the tone of what it is we do. I think the point is made. We can have more elaborate discussions on this. Tied to that is what I respectfully think is very time-consuming, laborious things like the log frame, quarterly reports, indicators, outcomes, outputs. No, that's not an output, that's an input, that's a this. Ticking boxes all day long without actually challenging the real issues that lead to militarization, that lead to a world that is unfairly and inequitably organized. Those are things that I think we should concern ourselves with. The second last, for now, is that we see, and Dr. Kabumba, again, as a discussant, I have to respond to what he was saying, to complement what he already said. There is an alliance in the world today between far-right extremist movements, political parties and governments, even in established democracies, with our dictators, despots, crime syndicates, warlords, and family dynasties. So let me use names. Donald Trump, is making deals in the name of Americans. Americans as individuals largely are innocent of these actions. But there's an alliance between these individuals in the West and our own people here, making agreements in the name of their countries while excluding the rest of us, which Ugandans have agreed that we should have members of criminal cartels deported to our country, and this is made in our name. Loans are signed and given to Uganda, and an organization which I greatly respect that deals with budgeting and so on cannot talk about it because of its alignment to the Ministry of Finance or whomever is in charge of fiscal policy in our country. So what future do we have in a situation where established democracies, so-called, and our countries are led by criminals who are now in alliance and have hijacked the states and are using them to run foreign policy and international trade? Finally, I would like to challenge the human rights-based approach, that thing which says we have citizens on the one hand, whom we call rights holders, and who can guess the second one? Very good. Duty bearers.
No prizes.
Okay, no prizes. Who we refer to as governments. I would like to contend that neither exists in the sense that we intend them for in a state like Uganda. All of you traveled here, I assume, largely by road today. Just look at how we move. What dignity do Ugandans have on the road? Borders, you're riding in the same lane with vehicles. It's just an undignified existence that we have. Citizens should be productive, should have ability to participate, they should have an identity beyond the passport and the ID. They should have some kind of, a sense of belonging. If you don't, then look at the government, the thing that we refer to as a government. In my view, is a collection of military, ethnic, and other illicit interests that have hijacked the state of Uganda and use that state to perpetrate what they want to do with us. So, for us to continue telling Ugandans that HRBA, when we know the truth about our existence, I think is dangerous. We have to rethink and formulate a new approach to the work that we do so that we are not perpetrating a lie. In my generation and younger ones, when two people are about to engage in certain types of relations, one person usually asks the question, what are we? Are we boyfriend, girlfriend?
Define us.
Are we? I mean, someone will ask
yes.
you, we've gone to dates, we've hung out, you've come to my house, we've gone to movies together.
What are we doing?
What are we? And usually it's about you clarifying that we're boyfriend, girlfriend, friends with benefits, intending husband and wife, or we're just in a situationship. My question to us as civil society, what are we in Uganda? What are we? I will end with this. Are we a constituency? A constituency should mean that we have some tangible group of people who care about our existence so that if we are shut down, there are effects in town that ActionAid has been raided. There should be protests breaking out across Kampala. If that doesn't happen, then what is your constituency? In whose name do you operate? And what can we learn from civil societies in Sudan, Bangladesh, Kenya, South Africa, and Nepal, which have tangibly affected and directed the flow of discussions in those countries? I have painted a grim picture, but I have solutions that I'll suggest later. Thank you very much.
So you're asking if civil society stands between the state and its citizens, and civil society is afraid of the state just as the citizens are, then who are we? But ladies and gentlemen, trust Andrew Karamaji to dampen your mood, to turn your kitchen table conversation into a panel discussion. We were moving away from this, but you've raised some very, very important points. And some would say, isn't that the price of democracy? Because Trump was elected. Freely, relatively fairly, we could say. And orders that's been there is good democracy and there is bad democracy in line with what Kabumba has been telling us. But going to you, Jemima, from what Andrew has said, are we complicit in the state agenda? Are we just appendages as civil society? Are we actors in that reality show and playing a certain part when we further their objectives and present as good civil society?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone, and colleagues on the panel. Thank you very much. I would like to start with the analogy that as civil society in Uganda, for lack of a better word, we are playing dress up. And why I would say that we are playing dress up is, where are we going? Who are we going to meet? Like, you know, the ladies get the analogy better. We get the best dress, get the best and the best ideas. That
even when we don't know who we are yet,
that will
you still
suit
dress
the
up.
person that we are going to talk to at the moment. I would like to agree with Dr. Kabumba, and I also agree with Mr. Karamaji, that civil society needs to start looking at why are we civil society in the very beginning. I've been contemplating on Article 1 of the Constitution. It says power belongs to the people. And who are the people? We are the people that are part of the civil society.
Is that where the problem originates?
So
that there's a fallacy that power belongs to the people?
There's a fallacy in the power belongs to the people, but we are aiding that fallacy, that we dress up to suit who we are going to talk to at what point. What are donors funding at this very exact moment? That is what we are going to go towards. It's climate change, it's these many problems. But our problem as Ugandans is the democratic environment, because we do not have power because the democratic environment has disenabled us and removed our voices from us. So how then, as a person who doesn't have a voice, how do you go to present issues that you need to use a voice to present to people who don't even understand what your problems are? Because for them, the climate and environment is quite very, very important at that point. So this brings me to another point, that there are very many similarities between the government and civil society, which is not supposed to be the case. Karamaji yesterday said, we love our siblings, but we are not in bed with them. We don't sleep with them. We love the government, but we are not supposed to be romanticizing the government. We are supposed to be bold and tell the government that this is the problem that we have. At points where we are looking at compliance as civil society, and we are saying, okay, NGO Forum is going through some troubles there. Their accounts have been frozen, but because my NGO is maybe based in West Nile, it's based in Jinja, I'm going to be very quiet. I'll be like, those are Kampala people problems. These are our problems together, because we are the community of civil society. That is what we are. So we do not need to have similarities with government. While people sit at their desks and write proposals, I've always asked myself, every civil society has a group and category of people that they do represent. Have you asked the people you're writing a proposal for, is this the problem you want to address in your society? But rather, the donors say, you wrote a proposal for Jinja. No, we don't think Jinja is the best place. Please take this funding that we are going to give you to Arua. Yet, when you look at the rankings, Busoga is one of the poorest places that we have in Uganda. And there are statistics to this, but they're saying, no, West Nile looks like a better place for us to carry out whatever we are going to carry out with you. So I think that if we are going to engage citizens that we represent according to Article 38 as civil society, then we need to also get the voices of these citizens, because everywhere that we come from, we are representing a group of people that we need not forget because of the donor wants and needs. And secondly, Dr. Kabumba talked about freedom. Civil society needs to locate its voice. Oftentimes I have told Dr. James Kubi, who is my friend, I am locating my voice, because as civil society, we need to locate our voices and talk about the issues that are very pertinent. We cannot say we are civil society, and yet we see that the efforts for people to freely associate, to assemble, and to have freedom to speak what is on their minds according to the power that they have in Article 1, that they are being held captive, and we are still very comfortable because, oh, it's not me. And then as civil society leaders, you just keep hearing, so-and-so's phone is being tapped. And then you're even comfortable not having your right to privacy, and you still tell other people, please don't do direct calls. We can make a WhatsApp call. You're helping yourself remain in the prison. Why don't you stand up for yourself? Because that's where it starts from. Say, I have a right to speech, a right to communicate. Then we get it from there. But you're rather providing alternatives for yourself and freely keeping in this prison that is growing and also catching up with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jemima. Yeah, some additional stark realities there. Some people have phone lines in other people's names to avoid being tracked. And yeah, we're being told that is not helping. We should stand up for ourselves. But my question is, how do you get tough with your banker? How do you even start to get tough with your banker? Because pushing back, and by banker, it could be the donors that are determining, it could be the government. We've talked about how militarized the state is now. And Andrew, Jemima, BK, you're all saying, let us do something about it. But what can we do, James? What do we do how does civil society operate effectively, efficiently, or does it even in a militarized state?
So much, and also to be on this panel with my boss, Dr. Kabumba, in my other life. Is my boss.
I thought we had dropped those things.
Yeah, but I have to leave this place and it will be my boss, so I'm cautious. Thank you again. Of course, people clapped for Karamaji because he was bashing the log frames, the indicators. All of us are alive, that's reality. At one point, we had a conversation with my boss then, Tomwene. We had a donor. We were working on something that was quite sensitive. And traceability was an important issue to the state at the time. And this development partner invited us to the office and asked, how can we support you in this situation you're handling, which is very sensitive? And we told him that do away with all bureaucracy. We told him, you will not even be able to trace your money. Because when we write down people's names, it will be an indictment on them. Okay? And there seemed to be an appreciation of the context within which we are operating. The very interesting reality of this topic is the future of civil society in Uganda. It's a very interesting, elusive topic. First of all, it presumes there is a future. Okay? It presumes there is a future. then it presumes there is a civil society in the way Dr. Kawumba prescribed it. Then it makes a presumption in Uganda. It therefore alleges there is a future of civil society in a future Uganda. Okay? All of that conceptually can be up for debate, but I would like to make two very interesting issues at least. And one is normative in nature. Normative in the context of definition, but also what we are using. When you look at this state and where you come from in Zimbabwe, where you come from to come here, one of the dynamics of liberation movements that later on became state governments, which is what we have here in Uganda, they grappled with the question of demobilization and depoliticization. They knew that they had come to power on force of people's power. Okay? People had mobilized, people were politicized. South Africa is a very good example. Zimbabwe is a very good example, ZANU-PF. Even here, the NRA was a very good example. The political studies our parents went through, you know, village to village. Political conscientization, support us, okay? Now the debate when they come to power was, how do you disable the machinery that has brought us from being used by another person? In Zimbabwe, they did away with cooperatives. Here, you know the story. Okay? You know the story. So we have been dealing with changing frameworks of the demobilization of the contemporary citizen. What BK was telling us was initial demobilization by law. The undesirable native ordinance. Okay? We demobilize you the moment we adjudge you to be undesirable. We demobilize you by exile. Okay? Today, there are all these subtle ways of demobilization. The easiest one here would be me denying you a certificate of operation. I've demobilized you. Okay? Whatever you are going to do, whatever you are going to see, or whatever group was behind you, is put at a halt. Okay? But you see, this demobilization has come in the context of order. Establish order in the sector. We had that discussion yesterday. Okay? But in the process of establishing order in the sector, you are creating perimeters of operation where you can label someone who is not operating within those perimeters as actually undesirable or as doing illegalities. Remember when you sued the Bureau over the question of whether it was a coalition or not, you know, whether it had an identity, you know. During the struggle, I'm not talking about this current contemporary struggle of yours, during the real struggle in 1986, the historical question, the historical struggle, the question was masses. And the system then, the NRA, was anti all these laws that were anti, you know, mass mobilization. So I think we have to be very cautious at what is emerging as legally clothed demobilization agendas of the state. Okay. We have seen them even in university, you know, along free speech. My last issue is demobilization goes hand in hand with depoliticization. Again, going to normatives. The conversation we had yesterday was so much bent on us establishing the partnership role the civil society is doing. And when you notice very well and you go back to the records and the videos, it was gravitating towards their role in development, healthcare, education, numbers, okay? The normative we're being pushed to, and which we must accept, or we have to accept, is that your contribution is in development. What about the contribution in politics? How do we quantify it? Yes. Are there numbers? When I train, where I come from, when I train lawyers and they go and they attack, you know, non-structural laws that are, you know, discriminative, and they shoot them down, you know, to increase the frontiers of political participation, What's the indicator? What's the indicator? What do we put on the log frame?
What's the output?
Yeah, what's the output? Okay? But also, the state has a direct interest in the normative narrative of contribution being quantifiable social welfare agendas and not the unquantifiable extension of frontiers of freedoms, like Bike was saying. Okay? And we must, whenever we get a chance as the state, we must make sure that we vulgarize the normative around civic liberties by, in conclusion, Malcolm, by introducing another new word of partisan. I tell my team, my lead back, the lawyers, that we are actually partisan. Net bill is partisan. We are partisan to an ideology of freedom. We are partisan to the idea that you can't torture. We are partisan to the idea that someone is born free and he must exercise himself. Okay? You cannot box me into the corner that I cannot be partisan to the values I believe in. I am partisan, point blank. So the moment you are besides those ideas or those values that I hold dear to me that I'm partisan to, obviously you've chosen your relationship with me. The relationship you have chosen is contestation. Okay? But we have been led to believe into that narrative that you can never be partisan. Yes, we can debate political, but partisanship is allegiance to ideals, to values, to ecosystems that work. Comrades, many of you are partisan. But because the word has been vulgarized and politicized, to make sure that you are depoliticized, to make sure that you are demobilized, it must be clothed with all these lingers and taints of it being potentially oppositional. Okay? And for me, those two aspects are very critical for us to make an appreciation and an interrogation of the contemporary civil society. Lastly, BK said, there is a verse in the Bible where they were releasing children, and they were the king was telling them, go far but not too far. Okay, that's Article 38. Go far, associate, but not too far. Okay? The state must always keep lingering into this question of how far can you go in actually actionizing Article 38. And one of the reasons, or one of the tools of making sure you don't go too far is the NGO Act, is the Anti-Terrorism Act, clothed again within those contexts of don't go so far. And so today, as I make my conclusion here, by the way, I didn't tell you that BK also, as they were introducing him, you don't know, but he also has an interest in witchcraft. I think we need to tell the people, yes. You're a scholar of witchcraft, yes. Yeah, but not a practitioner. Yes. but this brings me to my last comment, really, on this. Sometimes I feel like we have witchcraft over us because there's this belief that which we are not yet, we haven't yet defined the role of civil society really for me, because we haven't defined this evolving state. Because you see, you can only define role when you've defined the state and how it's evolving and to where. Okay? We have had these conversations with you, Malcolm, and now you're pretending you're asking me questions, but we have had these conversations that as is civil society mutating to be even faster, probably, than the state, okay? Or it is playing catch-up. Are we seeing an evolution within the sector itself? Evolution in terms of new models of work. What made radical new ban problematic, like BK was saying, because they came with a new model of work. They said, from our assessment, this is the tool we're going to be using. So the question that we also have to answer, and we thank the team for this opportunity to interrogate and do a self-introspection into ourselves, is that are we seeing civil society mutating, and if it is mutating how and to become what and in what state? Okay? Do you get me, Malcolm?
Yes.
Because I need you to get me. Others are whatever. But
Yes, I do. And that is what I think it deserves a clap as well. So when we are interrogating the evolution of civil society, how do we do it in an introspective manner and see how we are adapting, but also define what we are adapting to? Because how do you define your adaptation if you don't understand what you're adapting to?
True.
In science, there's stimuli, and what is the other one? There are no scientists here.
We opted for better subjects. We don't know those things.
But yes, we are responding to stimuli, and how do we respond in a more coherent and decisive manner than simply, oh, there is light, so we shall respond in this way. And that, I think your contribution to the conversation takes us back to the idea that was shared yesterday about the principal-agent relationship between the state and the citizens. I don't recall who mentioned it, but someone talked about how in a political country like Uganda, and I think that's studying the state that we are in a political country like Uganda, how can you not be political? Because how can, and I can switch that to say, in a partisan country like Uganda, how can you not be partisan? Because where torture is happening, you have to take a stand, just like James is saying. But how do you still maintain your identity as civil society? But to do that, you must know your identity as civil society. Sherina, coming to you, who is the principal, who is the agent in the Uganda that we are in today?
Thank you very much, Malcolm.
I need to.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Malcolm. It's really an honor to be part of this great panel, having discussions with Mr. Karamoji, Dr. Kabumba.
He's Andrew, you know? BK, Jemusi on the other side.
Yes,
feel free.
Yes. This is really a great honor. So for the question asked, the standard is in our article 1995. The objectives are very clear that as the civil society, we are an organization and a retainer, and we should have power autonomy to us. We are separate entity from the political standard, yes? And this has been manipulated, this has been diluted. Just like all the other speakers have been saying, we are being made to have a dress code. We are being, as the youth, speaking from the youth, we are being manipulated by the politics. They are telling us, oh, you want to be part of this? You're going to get some money. They give us trips, you know, and they really shut down our voices. We are not standing up for the people. We are not standing up for Uganda, and yet civil society is the bridge between politics and the people. Where the government has failed to fulfill the needs of the citizens of our country, we come in and stand for the people. We come in and fight for the youth. We come in and fight for our environment, the roads that are not being made, the children that are not going to school, the girls that are getting into early marriages, you know, and all this pollution that is happening around our country. However, when we come and stand up as the youth, of course, they're going to be like, oh, you're Gen Z, you're here to play, you don't know what you want, or I'll tell you what I want, I'll give you a trip, I'll give you some money, I'll give you this, and this is really making all the Ugandans keep quiet. This is making all the youth shut down. And we are here, we are telling them, because the demographics are very clear, that Uganda, of course, as a third world country, we as the youth carry the largest numbers. 75% of the Ugandans are youth, like most of them are 30 and below. But if we are great in number and we are fighting and they are pushing us down, how are we able to fight this? How are we able to overcome all these challenges? And of course, that calls for unity. And just as Dr. Kabumba was saying, we should be the bad, you know, but it's just a challenge that is overtaking our country. And of course, the young people are here, the politics are here to make them play victim, you know? They are here to make them dress up as what they want them to dress up. So for the challenges that we face is, number one is the corruption. The corruption in our country, just as Mr. Karamoji was being very clear about it, people being arrested, you know. You've seen the youth come out, for example, our candidate to be president, Mr. I don't know, Bobby Wine Chagulanyi, and these guys are arrested. They are fighting, they're saying we are tired, we want a change, we want growth. And of course, as civil society, we are not political. No, we don't identify with that. But we are here, we are also standing with them. We are standing, we are telling you, we need this to be done, we need this to be worked upon. But they are shutting you down, and really, what is the way forward? What is the way forward? And the way forward is, there's digital marketing. AI has grown, you know. We are here to fight for our rights. We stand on platforms to talk, and they are putting restrictions with the laws that they're telling us, no, this is violating, you're violating, you know. And then the Constitution is telling us, oh, you have a right of speech, you have a right of freedom, you have a right to do this. And then the other acts are telling us, no, you can't do that.
Yeah, you can go, but not
you
go far,
but don't
but
go,
not
you
too
know?
far.
And what is holding? What is this?
Yeah.
It's like a chain. You're being held back. And we as the youth, we're full of energy. We are here to fight. But because of the poverty in the country, you know, we are seeing our fellow youth that you see have the zeal, they have the energy. They are here to fight, and they grow frail. They grow frail because of the corruption. They are not paid. They are being paid. They give you a trip. They're like, oh, you know what? We're going to take you to Zanzibar and maybe give you some money. And you're like, oh, okay, that can fit, you know. Maybe somehow. And you forget.
You've talked a lot about the trips, huh?
Yeah. We like to travel.
Yeah.
We like to have fun. And you know, we are youth.
I am still youthful.
Yes, you're
still. Can they give me a trip?
We are still youthful, and really this shuts down the youth. The laws that they are putting in place, the corruption that I'm talking about, and those are some of the challenges. So how we can be able to fight is us as the youth come together collectively, because we are big in number, just as the demographers have stated. We are big in number, most of them below 30 and below.
But do the youth see themselves as the principals? Or do they see themselves as agents of the state? The state gets to do what it wants to do, and the youth are walking the journey with them.
We are the principal. We are not agents. Just like the Constitution has stated, the objective is the civil organization shall retain their autonomy in pursuit of their declared objectives. If we are standing and we are declaring our objectives, we want climate growth, we want the roads being done, we want the girls going to school, how are we then agents? We are separate entities.
Yeah.
You know, just as Ms. Jemima was saying, you know, siblings that you cannot share the same bed. Yes, we are happy, we are working together, but we are parallel, you know. We are fighting the same goal, but we can't be joined together. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Sherina. And you have netted the quoting of the Constitution for everyone. Everyone on this panel has quoted the 1995 Constitution.
Yeah.
A few moments ago, BK mentioned that the parliament that was provided for in that Constitution was a bribe. It has been suggested. Dare I suggest that the 1995 Constitution itself, the entire Constitution, was a bribe? Because we keep referring to this thing that should ideally be providing, and it's like we are grateful there is this Constitution that is there, which Constitution is the very source of the challenges that we are facing, and yet it's the very item, it's the very reason we are not doing what we would want to do. So if you want to do things differently, you're held back by the Constitution, but you're also using the Constitution as as a stepping stone to do what you, or to do what you'd like to do. I would just put a question to us all, and moving into the closing moments of this conversation. I think we've done a lot of conceptualizing on the challenges, on how tough a situation it is. Karamaji, you said you had some solutions. We would love to hear those. But as a broader civil society, and you're talking civil society organizations, NGOs, trade unions, different professional bodies, academia, what is the reimagined role of that broader civil society in the development of the country? And again, development across health, education, infrastructure, economics, politics, governance, across the board.
Sure, thank you. In no particular order, but I will write this up again. This was a draft response, and circulate the same. I want to begin by making a case for, hey, this one is dangerous. The case for popular political education as opposed to civic education. My contention is that civic education is dead, because when you tell someone how to vote and how not to spoil a ballot paper, if they don't appreciate the political economy within which this fraud is happening, I think the job is not a complete one. So I'd like to suggest, these words are deliberate: popular political conscientization as opposed to civic education. Second is to rid ourselves of the urge and insecurity that makes us crave validation by a military regime that openly hates us. Why do we have this thing that, something must open with and then close with? Opening remarks and closing remarks issued by so and so.
You see, these are the bad actors who are clapping.
Why don't we have the head of the Boda Association, or the Taxi Operators and Drivers Association, to give opening remarks? That's the real civil society. Those guys are struggling against repressive, they're struggling against police brutality, or a cultural leader.
They have not received popular political conscientization.
We should say, why wouldn't the Kabaka come and tell us about how Buganda has built Nkoba Zambogo, maintain them and give close, people like those, as opposed to this. And alongside that education, to begin to see, to appreciate that the kind of funding we receive is not charity. Our brothers and sisters from other countries are implementing a component of foreign policy. So it's not charity, it's foreign policy, and should be looked at as such. Still regarding funding, I would like to challenge us. Please, can we have as an outcome of this convention that civil society organizations in Uganda have established an endowment fund to which contributions are made out of our pockets. We create a fund. That fund can buy negotiable instruments, shares, invest in land, and so on, and that this is the fund that begins the path to financial freedom for civil society in Uganda. 2 examples. The German ambassador, His Excellency Shaw, yesterday talked about the Alpine, a certain group that does mountain climbing and so on.
The German Alpine Club.
Yeah. Second example, and then I'll make the point. Ignatius Kangave Musazi, the work that he did for independence in Uganda. Those people did not write or submit proposals anywhere. They simply did this work and funded it out of their own pockets. I would like us to, as an outcome here, begin or build on existing efforts around a civil society endowment fund whose money arises from contributions by Ugandans. Why is it that we contribute to wedding meetings and give huge offertory in these churches but cannot contribute to our own civil society? That's a question we need to answer. Let's also to propose that we meet the population where it is and stop extracting people from their natural habitats and impose our NGOism on them. So this is a marvel. This building is an architectural marvel. But I don't know that many Ugandans will pay attention to the discussion while being dazzled by the lighting, the powerful screens, the sound systems. Let's have these conversations where the people are. Then, we would like to propose that we rethink our hiring practices, which for me is an irony, because I don't think that civil society organizations should have people called staff. That's a conversation for another day. But for now, let's deal with the immediate challenge of our hiring practices. The future of human rights does not lie, or civil society in Uganda, does not lie with careerists or employees or staff. I think it lies with people who are looking for more than just a salary and are committed to these issues and will do more to achieve these. I'm saving this for last, but maybe the hotel might throw me out. I think our money should circulate amongst us. I know a couple of people here who have large compounds, simple but convenient facilities.
No names.
No names. At which we can host a civil society convention. Think about how much we've paid per day here. We're comfortable, but we can also be comfortable in those natural environments where we're from and use that money to do other things. We need to pay attention to emerging technologies and their implications. And here, to point to something that has not been talked about much in this discussion, but I think it has a bearing on the future of civil society, which is the age of surveillance capitalism. Let's organize a whole different discussion to discuss surveillance capitalism and what it means for civil society. The second last point is a quote from Martin Luther King, who says, "Those who love peace must learn to organize as effectively as those who love war." We must begin to operate in more sophisticated ways if we are to guarantee our future. There are certain things that we do which the details will be in the paper.
We should start surveilling as well.
Yeah. When I circulate them, and I was whispering to James. I'm tempted to use the other pronunciation, but let me not. Telling him about the Anti-Money Laundering Act. We jumped onto this law when it was proposed because who would be against anti-money laundering? But as it turns out now, that law has been weaponized against us. Two background points to that law. It was heavily supported, or at least encouraged, by the Department of Homeland Security of the US government because their interest was the global war on terror. Uganda has that law now. Has money laundering stopped in Uganda? If this was a private conversation, we could mention names about who is engaged in money laundering. Sex trafficking and all other forms of organized crime. You've seen the BBC documentary. That law instead has been weaponized against NGOs, civil society broadly. I would also like to suggest that we develop a compulsory, this might sound a bit authoritarian, but suggest a compulsory induction course that orients all of us into a certain frame, a basic understanding of concepts like civil society, the state, capital, industry, those distinctions, so that we have a common, some basis of a starting point, you know, so that people who work in these entities are not just employees, but are grounded in what it is they're working on.
We get out of our bubble.
Yes.
Assuming we understand what civil society is and it operates independent of everything else around us.
Yes, and now in the interest of time, my teacher, Dr. Kabumba, and his wonderful colleague, Professor Joe Loka Onyango, and Jemusi here, used to give us something called a reading list for our further reading. And since a panel discussion like this might not be long enough to exhaust these discussions, I'd like to just outline a few titles for us to read after here. And maybe, hopefully, this will be the beginning of the formation of a reading club within civil society in Uganda, where we exchange books, articles, notes, so that we are clearer on what it is we're about. Number one, Foreign Policy is a magazine. It has a story, an article titled The End of the NGO. It's a recent edition. Please read it. 2, Issa Shivji, 5 NGO Silences, The Role and Future of NGOs in Africa. 3, also by Issa Shivji, Do Constitutions Matter? The Dilemmas of a Radical Lawyer. 4, NGOs in Tanzania. And this I think is the most important. So as you read, just remove the word Tanzania, put Uganda, it will make perfect sense. NGOs in Tanzania, what we are, what we aren't, and what we ought to be. Lastly, Mary Serumaga, The Case for the Repudiation of Uganda's Public Debt. Thank you so much. Those are my proposed solutions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Andrew. And as Chris is on his feet, meaning we are at about time, I'll just ask if there is any parting shot from the rest of our guests who can. Yes, I wanted to end with you, BK. So I'll start with Jemima.
Okay. Thank you very much. For me, while we are looking at the future of civil society and what needs to happen, I thank Sharina for what she said. When we look in this room, ladies and gentlemen, those that are below 30, and I request the rest of us, please just look around. If you're below 30, please do us the honor and put up your hand so that we know how many below 30 are in this room. We are quite very few because we have the interest and we have the love for Uganda as a country and taking the agenda forward. And when you look at the rest of everyone, maybe been in this business for quite very long, it is my humble plea that when you identify a young person that has the capacity and the love to express themselves on matters that will develop our beloved Uganda, please take them up. I would like to thank Dr. James Nkubi. I remember the first time I told him I want him to mentor me, I used the following words. I told him, Dr. James, can you please mentor me so that when you're not around, you will know that there is a Jemima that can say the same exact things that you could have said because you have nurtured and put and informed a certain value system within this person, and you trust that they will continue and further a legacy that you've started. That's how legacies do start. Also, for civil society, I would like to say that it is about time we get to using the data that we have. What data governance systems do we have as civil society? Because I would like to say that we have a lot of data as civil society. We have a lot of research that we have carried out. But when you go to the different websites, because I would like to imagine or think every organization that's here has a website. When we go to your websites, can we see the reports? Because reading out of these reports will continue to inform the problems that Uganda continues to face, that other civil societies will also engage with you and also in a cause that you have started. But then the reports are printed, they are in
They look very beautiful. I love NGO forum reports.
Yeah.
I always look forward to reading them. They are beautiful.
So if we can't solve it, at least let's write about it.
Yes, the thing is, let's have them out there for people to read about what is going on so that they can further the solutions to the problems. But if we only have them in soft copy, and if someone has to access them, they have to come to your office, then they won't know that they exist. They won't even know that, they won't have the time to come. But if they are on the website, they are easily accessible. And lastly, as civil society, let us be audacious, very audacious. The audacity that carried you to civil society, please do not forget it. Because the time that you were in civil society, you came to solve a problem, and the problem is still there. So let's not forget.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jemima. Thank you very much. I did see when during the Menti session, the word audacity came up as one of the values that would carry civil society work forward. James, do you have a parting shot?
No. Just to appeal to our colleagues who are here writing reports for intelligence, what they've written, Karamaji, just put at the back that these people are good Ugandans, whatever they are discussing is for the good of the country, because you're here.
Okay.
Even those who are listening to us. We're not saying whatever you're saying in bad faith. I'm not pleading, I'm not scared. I'm just saying that we're just contributing.
James is an expert on militarism. So if he tells you that he has seen people, then he has seen them. But I hope that from this conversation, we can safely assume that there's a future of civil society in Uganda. Sherina?
Yes.
Parting shot?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
My parting shots is that the youth in the civil society organizations have been compromised. We are not being given the platform, and the government or the political organizations are coming in, giving us the rosy features that we want to see, and we are selling out our ideas. We are selling out the future that we stand for. And this is not who we want to be. This is not what we stand for. We have a voice, but we are being compromised. So we urge that the civil society creates spaces for the youth, both at local and national level, and support the youth through mentorship programs, create youth councils for them, create student unions, and of course invest and empower them. And then we also urge that the civil society creates training and leadership programs on, of course, digital literacy, because that is the future, and we are the future. And of course, conclusively, the civil society should empower, activate the youth into shaping the future. Thank you.
So get more youth involved, but meaningful involvement and engagement with young people.
Yes, thank you.
BK, you'll give your parting shots as a final word.
Yeah, thank you. I'll try to be quite brief. Just maybe to respond to a concern that came up about funding. I acknowledge the point being made, but I also think that those who support civil society in Uganda financially have their own priorities. And I don't think we can begrudge them those. Their interest might be fish and crocodiles. That's fine. So the question then becomes, what's your own strategy? What's your own plan? And do the plans, is there some kind of coincidence of interests? So there's a lady called Desire Uthman. She just finished her LLB thesis at Makerere University around lawyering in a time in an autocracy. And one of the solutions she proposes is what she calls creative compliance. And I think that's an idea that one can apply to this situation. Our interest as URIPEC may not necessarily be fish, crocodiles, and snails. But if that's where the money is for 2025, 2026, we shall by all means put in the proposal and dedicate some human hours to fish, crocodiles, snails, and millipedes, on the understanding that the administrative fees thereby saved can then be used to think about, research around democracy, good governance, human rights, etc. So I think there's scope for being very clear as an organization or as an individual about what it is you want to do, but also, and I agree with Andrew here and colleagues on the panel, to move beyond the week, the month, but plan for the 5, 10, 15, 20 years. I think as younger persons, if I may, we have the advantage of time. So that's something you can use to advantage in terms of long-term planning, and then within that long-term plan, takes short-term strategic decisions that are not inconsistent with the broader vision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, BK. A round of applause for our panel. We've been called upon to be bad civil society, to be bold civil society, and also to ask ourselves, what is your bribe? Thank you very much.
It's for the report. You guys have to take a picture so that in case they are looking for people to arrest. And I've also been duly advised that Karamaji is none of our friends. He's also not our brother, just in case you're looking for accomplices. He's alone. But I have the distinct bad job of stopping a very, very good conversation. And I think I've done that job very badly. These conversations have to continue. They are as important as the others that we're having that make us look good. I would like to invite you to give these extremely brilliant people a very, very big round of applause. It was deliberate of us to make sure that they speak, we listen, and that we think and internalize what they have said. So that was the objective. And in fact, some of them, Karamaji and BK, gave us homework. Please go and read. I think these guys thought we were their students. Read this book, read this book, read this. But please, please read. I think that there's a lot to be said about the future of civil society, where we are, where we want to be. And this convention is a place we set aside for such ideas, challenging ourselves to reimagine what needs to be done moving forward. I also have to mention that the conversations are not stopping here. Our intention is to continue having these conversations. In fact, I think, as just reflecting with the ED of the NGO Forum, in fact, the good NGO, that the retreat for civil society we have in December should center on the future of civil society in Uganda. And the board chair agreed. So I think we have already gotten the topic or the theme for our annual leaders retreat. And then I think this is the final one on this panel. We have been advised that we change the theme to the law, the money, military, and politics. And we are going to take that advice for the CSO Convention 2026, if we are still here. If we are still here. Thank you so much, and finally give them another big round of applause. I would like to recognize Dr. Boka Didi George, who is a member of parliament for Obonji constituency. Please stand up so we can welcome you. We have talked about parliament. I think Yusuf Selunkuma, is it? Said that parliament was a bribe. Others said, bribes going on in parliament. So it's good to have you during this conversation. I also need to recognize the development partners that are in the room. I think there's been quite a number of invitations towards our development partners. The EU is here, the Dutch are here, the Danish are also here, and I've also been advised that we have Miss Angela Sassi, I think, who is from the British High Commission. If you can stand up, we also recognize you. Angela, oh, perfect, thank you. So please clap for her for joining us. At least these are the ones that are traditionally supporting civil society in Uganda, and we have clear calls for you to make adjustments in how you do it. So, oh, Sweden is also, okay, all the people that have money are here. Let's clap for them. Thank you. And I do hope that after this convention, we shall make some adjustments in how we... Uganda is also here. Who is representing Uganda? Haji. Uganda is also here. So, I mean, consistent with this whole idea of starting our next sessions with some questions for reflection, I'd like to invite the team to put up the Mentimeter. And I know you don't like me for this, but I don't know. I'm not here to look for votes. So please, let's pull out our phones, scan the QR code, and if you do not have a scanner, please type in menti.com in your in your search engine, and put in the code 84654035. And answer the question, which financing model should Uganda CSOs prioritize? There are 5 options there. I think Modern Kalema and Leonard are taking note of these things because they are going to be our experts in the next session discussing CSO sustainability. Okay, 20, we have 30 more to go. Average response rate has been 60, so if we can get 60 respondents, we can move on. We are at 39. Is it because we don't have youth in the room? We've been challenged. But if you look at the program in the afternoon, we have a panel of youth under 25. Youth under 25. And in the room, we also have representatives from the EU Youth Sounding Board. So if you're here, please wave to us so we can clap for you. The Youth Sounding Board, perfect, perfect. Thank you so much for joining us. Next question. How confident are you that Ugandan CSOs can reduce donor dependency in the next decade? I'm sure our donors won't be happy with this, but let's see. How confident are you that Ugandan CSOs can reduce donor dependency in the next decade? As you provide your responses, know that the next keynote address is precisely about how we can reduce donor dependence with practical, very, very practical recommendations on what has worked, what can be done, and what is working right now. Perfect response rate, you've done well this time. Finally, what innovative financing idea has your organization tried or wants to try? Please, this is an open-ended question, so please type as many as possible. What innovative financing idea has your organization tried or wants to try? Modern, as you can see, social enterprises comes first. Investments. Karamaji also told us to establish a CSO endowment. And those who are old enough will tell you that that's something that has been attempted here before. And Leonard, I hope you can talk about that as well. Yeah. What innovative financing idea has your organization tried or wants to try? 40 respondents, we need 60 to be able to close. Allow me now invite Sharon Tukunda, the CEO of Advance Africa, to introduce our keynote speaker. Please clap for her as she comes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Warm welcome to the National CSO Convention 2025, the future of civil society Uganda, the law, the money, the military, the politics. We are honored to have a great leader in the field of sustainability joining us. They are here to speak to us on rethinking sustainability, ensuring the longevity and independence of Uganda's civil society. Our speaker is the Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Leonard Okello, of the Uhuru Institute. I'm happy to talk about Mr. Leonard Okello. Like I've mentioned, he's the Chief Executive Officer of the Uhuru Institute. He is a political scientist with extensive local and international service in development work, advocacy and campaigns for health, democracy, and accountability. While at Uganda's Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and at Oxfam International, Leonard led the Uganda Participatory Poverty Assessment process, through which the Poverty Eradication Action Plan, the Poverty Action Fund, the Plan for Modernizing Agriculture, the National Agriculture Advisory Services, and the Northern Uganda Social Action Fund were designed. Leonard later joined ActionAid International as the international head for HIV/AIDS programs, where he actively led the universal access to treatment campaigns. Leonard returned to Uganda, where he briefly served as the country director at the International HIV/AIDS Alliance. He has since set up the Uhuru Institute for Social Development, a social business using business acumen to promote citizens' collective action for social and economic empowerment, defense of human rights, and nurturing democratic practice. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to our keynote speaker, Mr. Leonard Okello.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for finding time to be with us this morning. Let me start by saying that I'm hoping that today's keynote speech I'm going to make will be followed up with action. That we are going to set in motion something we can do that can really turn the many good things we have talked since yesterday here into real, practical, measurable action. Because one of the things I know us for, as civil society, is that we talk quite a lot. And sometimes because we talk quite a lot, we act very little. And that's very dangerous. I've been asked to talk about, and I'm sorry I'm not going to do protocol. All of you are great people, so there's no bigger or smaller person here. You're all welcome, all protocols observed. I've been asked to talk about rethinking sustainability, ensuring longevity and independence of civil society in Uganda. I'll start by asking you to think about this. Do we have civil society in this room, or do we have NGOs in this room? Or both? Because I tend to think this room is full of non-governmental organizations and very little civil society. And probably that explains why we are struggling what we are struggling with. Sustainability means you are people-centered, you are planet-caring, you are prosperity-driven. Everybody, everything you do is about creating prosperity among the people, and to yourself too. You are working in partnerships that delivers peace. That's, for me, what sustainability is all about. And why I think this is important is because if we look back at certain documents we have raised, which I'll talk about later, we have actually addressed these issues. But typical of what we are, when that program ends, we park those things and start looking for new proposals. And we don't go back to them. I will confess to you this morning that that document has been the guiding tool for the last over 11 years that I've run the Uhuru Institute. I go back to it every month to check. We wrote it together. It was called the Citizens Manifesto. It is what I use every day to guide all the business we are doing at the Uhuru Institute. And it has helped us a lot. I would like to ask, raise your hands, when was the last time you looked at the Citizens Manifesto? That's the reality. That's our biggest challenge. We do not keep continuity. and we must think about it seriously. The second thing I wanted to talk about is longevity. In human terms, longevity means living longer and healthier life. You can live longer and still be healthy. That's good longevity. To not just about being long, living long, but also living healthy life. In organizational terms, it's about sustained success, always delivering new success, adaptability, resilience. It means strategic renewal, always renewing new ideas so that you keep growing and moving forward. And customer focus, because your customers, in our case, are the community we work with all the time, are the ones who guide what their needs, what should guide what we are doing every day. And for me, that's very important, because without that, we are not able to innovate. We are not only doing, we should also be very, very ethical, but also very innovative, bringing new innovations all the time. If we cannot do that, we are going to struggle with sustainability. We're going to struggle with who we are as civil society. Longevity in civil society will mean you are moving beyond the culture of short-term projects. They are as short as sometimes they're 3-month projects. And I've run one when I was in International AIDS Alliance in Kampala here, when I just come back from my international tour of duty. I ran a 3-month advocacy project on maternal health. Surely, at the time the project ended, the women were still pregnant. The one we started the project when they just got pregnant, the project ended when they were still pregnant. So the project did not even solve accompany them for 9 months. That's how short-term some of them can be. They're usually to close out some money which has remained. Then the donor says you can do something about it. We must go beyond that. We must do long-term thinking. Because development doesn't take 3 months, 3 years, or 5 years. Development doesn't take 3-5 years. Development takes many, many years to build and be successful. You go and talk to these businessmen in town or businesswomen in town, how far it took for them to break even and start growing. It's not easy. Life cannot be just like that. I also like to think that civil society, sometimes when we talk about civil society, especially when we talk about in the space of NGOs here, we look at civil society and we say, when did we start again? We start talking about somewhere in the 1980s, 1990s, and civil society started doing after the Luweero War. My friend, for me, the first civil society include the Lamogi Rebellion in northern Uganda, Kabalega's anti-colonial wars. That's for me what civil society really is. The Uganda Matters, they rebelled in the King's Palace. They questioned the King's authority, the Kabaka's authority, and they were sentenced to death by one of their parents. The person who moved the motion in the Lukiko was a father to one of the children who was later burned in Namugongo. That was how serious it was. But they questioned the authority of those who were in power, and it got them thinking a lot what can be done about these people. We also had, as we get closer to independence, 1913, the China Kolia Growers Cooperative Society in Gombolola Sabawachi of Singo County. That was the first cooperative in this country. And you know why they set it up? It was to protest the government, the colonial government policy, which did not allow any African farmer to take cash crops like cotton, coffee, like to the market. You had to sell it to an Indian or to a white business person who then reaches the market. And it was even as bad as, for the Asians, it was even worse. And if there's an Asian in the room, please bear with me, I must tell this truth. You had to clean their toilet before they weigh your cotton. And the toilet was not a flush toilet of these clean ones of today. It was a bucket toilet. So you take the poo-poo, you go and bury it somewhere, then you can clean the bucket properly, put it back in weight, then that's when they weigh your crops. Because you needed the money to buy to get something you could do it. Until the farmers started rebelling against it. And that set our foundation for our independence struggle. Then the labor movement started growing. And in the 60s, those lawyers who sat here, keep remembering, the law society, the Uganda, not the Uganda Law Society, the law school, the Law Development Center, was the African Labor College, founded by the labor movement of East Africa, led by Tom Mboya. And it was closed and turned into a low development center because the powers that be at that time in the 60s were not comfortable while the labor movement was growing and giving them a headache. Remember, the then Prime Minister had grown up in a labor movement in Kenya before he came back to Uganda. That's what it is. That's the reality of what civil society is. These borders, we say border economy, sometimes someone talk very arrogantly about border economy. These guys are in trillions. They are worth about $1 trillion Uganda shillings now. And they are beginning to, they came to meet me to organize trainings for them. They are growing. And they could become a big civil society, more than we do. But all these groups I've told you about, none of them are donor money. None of them are in corporate social responsibility. Private companies giving it nothing, it was not there. But they organize, they're even the ones, so the China Korea Growers Cooperative were among those who got the Kabaka to open cooperatives in every sub-county in Uganda, and they were very much behind the support that got the Bataka rebellion to question the authority of the Kabaka and the authority of the colonial power. That is what it is. That's what civil society, real civil society is. The truth about aid is that foreign aid or international aid, you want to put it, they are priority, and we must accept this. Priority number one is the interest of the country that is sending the money here. They also have interests as countries. They do, and they must do it. And a good government must do things that service the interests of their citizens. So when they give you money, they also have their interests. I had in the room, Sweden is here. I once traveled to Sweden and I attended a European textile merchants conference in Umeå, north of Sweden. And at break time, I asked a question during the meeting, and the president of the European textile merchants told me that we could talk at break time. So he told me, Leonard, you asked a very interesting question, but let me tell you, the truth is we are the ones who deal with, we have given these politicians direction because we finance them. And they must provide aid there where we want, because we are the ones going to, we have trade interests. We have interest there. So that's what the truth is. So if you find that CEDA's regional office in Africa, in Zambia, it's because the big companies back home there have interest, mining interest in Central Africa. So they have to be in Zambia near that mining interest. That's a fact. So we must understand that they do not have geopolitical interests, they have constituency interests back home, and they have trade interests. That's what shapes the agenda they come when they call for proposals. Some of them are even just about experiments, maybe to learn on you as guinea pigs. So the reality is, there is no free lunch. There is no free lunch. We must accept that. There is no free lunch on earth, not even at home here in Africa. So when we start talking about worrying about how the donor money, we must accept that we are in it because we do not have our own money, and not because we are poor, but because we have not deliberately thought about it, how we can deal with it. Some of the private foundations have interests. Some of them are geographic, but some of them are tax rebates. The more some money you give out, you apply for tax rebate, you get it. Even in this country, by the way, our tax laws provide for that. If you can prove, and with good accountability, you can prove it. You can prove it, you'll get some tax rebate for it. So these are the things that drive. So what does it mean? The second group that is of the interest of the person giving the money is that community, that the beneficiary, those who actually they give, maybe build a school for, that's the second interest they can think about. If we give them the school, will they become good friends of ours today or tomorrow? And the final one, the last interest group, priority interest, is you, the agent. That is how anybody who gives money out works. And we must understand that. It is the interest is the person who giving the money must have interest. And they must protect their interest using that money. Number two, the person who is going to benefit, because that's the final target of that money. Number three is you, the agent, the NGO. You are just the third, and you are peripheral in the interest. Because you are just a means to reach where the real interest is. That's a fact of life, and you can say now they're not being fair. No, they have to survive too. And therefore, they have to protect their interests. So what are you doing about your own interests of civil society, or as Ugandans, or as Africans? That's a reality we must accept. But the truth is, we are not poor. In this country, I said it some time back, about a few months ago when I was talking about a similar topic here, that we spent, in the first 8 years of independence, we built 22 hospitals, we built secondary schools. If you go to those old schools in Nabisun and Namagunga, they all have the same architectural design up to today. We built those schools without donor money. As a country, without. We zoned this country. When I hear now people talk about zoning, we had a research led by the late Kiruna Kiveji. He was a youth leader then. He led research around the country. We had zoned the country in agricultural zones, how we can develop them over time as a country. We did that all without a lot of external money. We can still do it. And I'm not saying you don't completely, but you can still do it so that external money is an addition to what you're already building or mobilizing together. We can do this. For us in the NGO sector, we must also understand that if we do not look at these things carefully, we are in big trouble. So I make a few suggestions what I think can be done. Because I think the problem we are facing is that we are not being deliberate. I think when we finish here, we must set a task force, and I'm not saying we should elect. We should think through as leaders and select these 4 or 5 people whose job is to reflect on what we are and how we redefine ourselves. We cannot keep talking. We must have a team that does that and reports back to us so that when we go for the leaders' meeting in December, these people must have a recommendation. This is how the strategy we're going to adopt as civil society on what we do, step by step, what we should do. I would like to request that we make that a decision we take here before we leave this conference. We cannot every year come talk, have Leonard have a big speech, everybody talk about good things, and then we go back, we don't take any action. So I think a team must be put in place. And that team, I said earlier, that team should revisit the Citizens Manifesto, which NGO Forum you led on. I was one of the people who worked on the Citizens Manifesto. I'll give you just one thing about it. It said we were working for a peaceful and prosperous nation with happy people. That was the mission. That was the dream we wanted for Uganda. A peaceful and prosperous nation with happy people. Now ask yourself, do you constitute those who are peaceful, prosperous, and happy now as NGO leaders, managers, and leaders? If you are not, the recommendations inside the Citizen Manifesto gave details on what we can do as a country. Except the language focused more on what governments should do and what we should question them when they don't do it. I would like to recommend that this task force I'm talking about reviews that Citizen Manifesto with the understanding of what are we going to do, what does it mean for us as civil society organizations, and what can we do differently. I think it will help us a lot if we do that. Because I use that, I said earlier, I use that every month in my office. I go back to the document, this is what we agreed, what we're going to do with cooperatives, because I work with cooperatives most of the time. And that has helped me a lot to keep me not losing track of what we, even when you go to my website now, you'll find our mission, our dream, our vision is an enterprising, prosperous, peaceful, and happy society in Uganda. That's what our vision is. And our mission, again driven by what is in the Citizen Manifesto, is inspiring citizens to generate wealth together. We wake up to that every day. I didn't get it from anywhere. I got it from the work we did already, and I've continued with it, and it is helping us build many things we are doing at the Uhuru Institute. And we had agreed that we were going to do exactly that. But I can bet to you today, very few of us ever did it. We put it aside and moved on to do more new project proposals. Why would it have been important? If we all did that, it would have been easier to sit and negotiate with these donors that this is the agenda we think is going to be good for our country, and this is what we would like to see, the area we think you can support. And I think it would have been easier to negotiate. But we left what we had actually generated ourselves. Now, the truth is facing us. We should also consider negotiating for patient equity capital. It is also very possible to get it either among the citizens, or broadly around. We can get patient capital, especially if we are organized and we show that we are going to generate some income, revenue out of it, and work as social businesses. We must mobilize our NGO members and staff to rejoin Nafasi Multipurpose Cooperative. We set it for ourselves in 2014. We still have more than, I think we have now 150 or something members. We never joined, okay? In fact, I remember one colleague telling me, Leonard, you are radical. You are always proposing radical things. I told him, we now have donor money. This was my arithmetic. Before we registered Nafasi Multipurpose Cooperative, I went to the NGO board. I met the permanent secretary. I met Okello, Mr. Okello. I met Muzika Ngwaje, who was the chair. We had lunch. And he told me that in their estimation, they don't have exact figures. We have about 500,000 civil society people, Ugandans in the civil society sector. So I said, if we have 500,000 and we are saving 100,000 each, if all of us working and relating with the civil society were saving just 100,000 shillings each, and we were 500,000, if all of us had joined the way we had thought we were going to do, we would have been saving 50 billion Ugandan shillings every month. If we did that for 1 year, we would be saving 600 billion shillings a year. If we did that for 10 years, we would have saved 6 trillion Ugandan shillings. 500,000 Ugandans would have done it. When I introduced this idea, I told the people I talked to in that meeting that I strongly believe donor money is going to go down. And I gave my reasons. It's not because they hate us, it's just they're having so much pressure back home. The population is putting the politicians under pressure. Donor money is going to go down to new priorities. And that's exactly what has happened. But like I told you earlier, one of us had lunch with me and told me, Leonard, you are radical. You always come with ideas which are crazy. I said, these ideas are for us. It's not crazy. It's going to work for us. Because if we had 6 trillion in our bank account, as Nafasi Multipurpose Cooperative, with all of us, tell me we will not be able to invest this money to give us jobs. We will be able to do it. These big companies you see, Toyota, all these big companies you see about, there are people who started by buying small shares, and the members go into millions of people. That's when they have capital to raise big business and do what they want to do. That's a fact. That's the reality of life. That's what happens. So we must recognize this. And I'll tell you why I chose cooperatives. Because the cooperative is something which is called the cooperative identity. In the cooperative identity, it has values, what they call the traditional core values, ethical values, and principles. The core values include self-help, self-responsibility, democracy, equality, equity, and solidarity. In cooperatives, even if I have 1,000 shares and for you have 1 share, we all have 1 vote. That would mean we can work together the way we do things and believe in civil society. Even if somebody else has more shares and at the end gets a bit more income when we get dividends, we would still do that and still have the same voice of the poorest member of staff or member of the cooperative of Nafasi or of the NGO sector, still having a voice in the meetings. That's how it works. You may not believe it. There is a cooperative which is about, I think about 10, 15 years now, all in this country, which, since they started their coffee cooperative, they are now exporting 880 containers of coffee to Europe every year for the last 5 years. They are farmers. They don't have donor money. They can question when they go to a district meeting, when they go to the Minister of Trade, everybody meets them because they are worth talking to. So with these values, you find that it is possible for all levels, it's more inclusive because of the values. The second values, which is ethical values, is honesty, openness, social responsibility, and caring for others. We are always working to care for others as NGOs. This is already a value in cooperatives. The other one is the principles. There are 7. Principle number 1 is open and voluntary membership. If we chose to get into it and we formed this and grew it up, nobody would force you to go into it. It must be voluntary. The reason I say so, one of us, when we started NAFASE, one of the CEOs of one of the organizations went and ordered the staff to join NAFASE. He picked money from his pocket and paid joining fees for all his staff, and the first 1 share each. Since then, none of those staff members has ever added any cent, because they were not ready for it. They are not been explained to them. He just had a meeting and ordered them, they must join NAFASE. We are all going to join. And he paid for them to join. So he breathed self-help and self-responsibility. And they never ever came back. And they've never been active in any way. The other one is democratic member control. Everybody having one vote and must be part of an general meeting. The other one is member economic participation, which is buying the shares, saving and trading, patronizing business of the cooperative. Cooperating among cooperatives, autonomy and independence. We are always doing training and information education with members all the time. So we are always up to speed. The way we go to the church every Sunday and we are taught the same verse which was written many years, 1,000 years ago, is the same thing we do in the cooperative movement. And why have I said, well, I might keep on promoting NAFASE? Because it is yours. We founded it together as NGO leaders. Then we got lazy about it. In fact, one of you even went around spreading a rumor. Then the second general meeting took place in 2015. And in that general meeting, it was agreed that we must increase we must put 2,000 shillings, each of us, 2,000 shillings from our reserve, from our savings, every month, so that there's money for doing administrative work in the cooperative. Then one of us went around spreading a rumor that Leonard Okello has now charged 2,000 so that he can make some money with his wife. Because both Leonard and his wife are members of NAFASE. Get the point? And he made a big room around, and many of you listened to it and did not join because you thought we were going to, or Leonard was trying to cheat you. Well, the time has come for us to remember that we did not do the right thing at that time. We must do it now, and we can do it. We talk about social businesses. Cooperatives are social businesses. The first and the most effective social business I know is a cooperative. And I think we can do it together and do very well. But we can run social businesses. I saw up here the social business among the many sources we think of getting financing or which we can be able to do as a society to build our independence. Let me tell you, for that to work, we must change certain things. We need a real mindset shift. I'll tell you this. I'm in business, in the social business, but business can be challenging. You can crash completely and start afresh. You must be ready to start afresh. That's the reality with business. And in that context, it's also very complex because the taxes can even be used to stress you. So you can sometimes receive tax bills, which if you don't go back to the revenue authority and check, you find that the tax bill was not real. You must always check. The best is not to fear revenue authority, always to go and engage them and understand these things. It means we must change our mindset from writing project proposals into writing business plans, from writing concept notes into writing a one-pager, a one A4 size pager business model canvas, which sets what kind of business model are you talking about, and therefore you put understand how is it helping your community, the one you're working with. If you're doing advocacy for the Food Rights Alliance, for instance, if you are connected with those people, they will support your advocacy. They will do it easily because they know you are linking them to the market and you're talking about their market. We have to get away from the dependency mindset all the time looking for who is going to give us. When actually we have some money in our pockets, we must use our own monies to save in and to grow our shares and grow the capital of our businesses. It means We have to start thinking long term and stop short-termism in our life. It means we must begin to be more diligent with money. When money comes, we must count it carefully. Because it is money, the people who give us this money that bring us here, they count it carefully. And the fact that they count it carefully, why they can help us with money to sit here. So we must learn to count money carefully ourselves. I'd like to recommend that we cannot continue talking and talking and talking. We must talk and act. I ask you all to think through this, and before we leave here, I said it, I'm repeating, let us have a clear action plan on how we are going to start this journey of rethinking who we are, rethinking how we do business, and how we are going to build our independence. You cannot talk independence when you don't have your own money. You can talk independence when you have your own money, so that if external money is coming, both local and international, is additional. And we can do it. If we are many together, what may look very big will be very, very small. Thank you very much. God bless you all. Before I go, I would like Chris to give me permission to give you knowledge that outside there's a young lady selling a book which can make you understand cooperatives and how to train cooperatives. I know that a number of you have been trying to support cooperatives, but what I also know is that many of you don't know what it is. I had to take time to learn. These ladies out there are selling these books. They are from Uhuru Institute. Please buy them. They'll help you. The other thing which I would like to recommend very strongly is that we have developed a media house which is called the Cooperator. We run an online version, but we also print monthly magazines. This magazine is 120,000 for a whole year. Okay, we can drop it in your office. It writes very, very, and I'll give you a few examples. We wrote this. No license, just a letter of objection, and our circles and IMF say freely with money lenders. It came out on Friday. This law had been passed by Parliament and had taken more than a year in the President's desk. An amendment on the Microfinance and Money Lenders Act, which was closing the Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority and moving it back to the ministry. But certain people delayed it. You know what? It came out on Friday, and by Tuesday, the President signed the law. Because he read it and realized that he was missing, he had missed something, delayed something, which was affecting business for microfinance in the country and cooperatives in the country, which are mainly SACCOs. So I would like to say that if you are serious, we can actually put down this. And Chris, this is for you. This is a gift I'm just giving you.
Why don't we give it to the board chair? Please come
yes,
and
please.
receive the
Yeah.
gift.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah. This. It's not a free lunch. I don't give free lunch. So, Madam Chair, this is a bundle of previous copies, and the way you pay for it is to subscribe for the cooperator out there. The lady there has a form which you're going to subscribe. But I can tell you, even the previous versions have a lot of information that can be very useful for us. And in the last few years we have run the cooperator, nearly everything we have written about, government has responded to it by either taking policy action. Then I realized how powerful writing can be when you do this. Okay, so thank you very much.
You guys need to give Leonard a better hand of applause. He talked about Nafasi. We have board members of Nafasi here. Jackie, please. You are in the governing, is a supervisory committee. So please, Jackie, rise. There's another one. Robert Ninyesiga, you're there. Please stand up. Where is Moses Mulindwa? Moses Mulindwa, where are you? Okay, Moses Mulindwa. So if you want to know more about Nafasi, these people are part of the governance. And you can see they are all responsible, rich people. So none of them is going to take your 2,000. And you chair the vetting committee. So, yeah, please take advantage of that. I should have said, I was waiting for Leonard to say that I'm the chair of the board. So, so clap for me, guys. You should clap for me. But please join Nafasi. I think it was a fantastic idea. It remains a fantastic idea. We can make our own money. And I don't think there is anyone who has that kind of money that you have elaborated. 600 trillion. Yes. Yeah. Then. Yeah. Yeah. 6 trillion. I think that would be good money. We wouldn't need the EU. Yeah, and so we have a new strategic plan. We recast those numbers based on what has happened. So I think the General Secretary, who is Robert, is going to share the strategic plan. So if you reach out to him, he can share the strategic plan. We are about 15 minutes behind schedule, but it means we've done well. So let's clap for the moderators we've had. I think we've done well to recover time after starting 30 minutes late. So we'll now break into very exciting, practical panel sessions to deepen some of these conversations that have been started by Leonard. The first panel is going to talk about digital transformation, tools, and tactics for inclusive engagement. And on this panel, we have an exciting members. Emmanuel Wawire, who is the Executive Director of Faraja Africa. We have Ms. Helen Namiaro, who is the Executive Director of the Defenders Protection Initiative. And I think Jimmy doesn't need introduction. He has so many books, so please read his books. Dr. Jimmy Spire Sentongo, an academic, a columnist, editorial cartoonist, author, and an anti-corruption activist. I thought you would clap, but you guys, when we talk about reading, you don't become happy. Even Jackie here has many books you should start reading. And this will be hosted by Miss Agatha Atuhaire, the Executive Director of Agora Discourse. Agatha is here, and she also needs no introduction. We talked about corruption in Parliament. I think Jimmy and Spire did an exciting job to reveal what is happening in Parliament. And this panel conversation is going to be in this room. Does that make sense? Bunyonyi. The second panel is to deepen the conversation on financial sustainability and resource mobilization strategies. And we have an excellent panel. Some of you are asking private sector, where are you? We have the Private Sector Foundation Uganda. Ms. Sandra Kirenga is going to be on that panel. We have Modern Kalema Musimenta, who is an excellent person and talks about social enterprises and the different financial management models for NGOs. He is the founder and executive director of Mental Leadership Academy. We also have the rich person who is in Nafasi, I have to say that, Miss Jacqueline Asimwe, the Chief Executive Officer of CSOS Africa. Please clap. She also has written books. Please read. And Leonard Okello will join that panel to deepen some of the conversations that he started. He's already been introduced. Right now he's the Chief Executive Officer of the Hulu Institute. This panel is going to be hosted by Dr. Moses Onyoin, who is the Director, Head of Advisory Services at Center for Institutional and Technical Support for Civil Society Organizations. And this is going to be downstairs in Aswa Hall. We have a team of volunteers and ushers outside led by Elizabeth. They all have red tags. They are going to direct you where this hall is. We have only 2 minutes to transition. All the hosts have been advised that we must end the conversations at 12:30 so we can go for lunch. So as soon as you finish, please head to the lunch serving area so you can have lunch, and we'll reconvene at exactly 1:30. Does that make sense? Yes or yes? All right, perfect. Let's go to Aswa, and then those that want to stay here can also stay in this room. Now I think I'm going to invite Agatha. I haven't seen where she's seated for some reason. Where is Agatha seated? Agatha, to come to the front, and Moses, lead your team downstairs to Aswa Hall. Can someone help me trace where Agatha is? I can't see her for some reason. Agatha? Agatha Atuhaire? She's behind me. James, are you Agatha? Okay, so as Agatha joins, may I now invite Emmanuel Wawire, so that we save some time. And if you're staying in this room, we want to request you to drift a little bit forward, come a little bit forward, occupy those seats. Don't steal anything you find on the desk, leave it there so that we can have a more intimate conversation. Emmanuel Wawire Is Jimmy Spire Sentongo here? Is he behind me as well? Okay. Helen, perfect. Helen is on her way. Is Joy going to stay behind there or she's going to come forward? Joy Nabutanda Kawanguzi from Ginger. You're seated with Jemusi. We would like to make this as cozy as possible and as quick as possible, so please come forward so we can save some time. Jimmy, please join us to the stage. And I hope, Jimmy, you've brought some of your books. You haven't? Okay. I will give you contact of Mahiri Books. This is a book you must read. It's a book you must order. There are many others, and you can... Yeah, I'm waiting for Agatha so I can leave this place. But in the meantime, if you're not protesting, please come and join the tables at the front so that we can have a more intimate conversation. Okay. Wanjara Martin, Wanzara, please do not protest on me. Please come sit in front. Okay, then you get out. Don't stay seated there. Okay, perfect. Yeah. Morris Chris Ongom, you're my namesake. Please come join the front as well. Is Agatha here? Oh. Then you stage.
The room looks so empty now for someone who has been in it in the morning. So I also think that it's a good idea for us to occupy the tables closer. Robert? Yes, thank you. So good morning, everyone. My name is Agatha Tyler. I don't know if Chris introduced me, but I'll do it again. Yeah. So my name is Agatha once again. I work with Agora, Center for Research. People tend to confuse and call it Agora Discourse. Agora Discourse is a program under Agora. And Agora Discourse involves the conversations we have with the people through X spaces, but also through the X exhibitions that, that allow all Ugandans to be involved, to share information, to share experiences and opinions. So I work at Agora. I have a colleague there, Godwin Toko. I have a colleague here, Spire. And I will be taking you through the program that is about digital transformation. So I am not going to be able to stand. You're going to forgive me. I'm still nursing injuries from the struggle that we are in, so I'm going to sit and do this while seated. I hope that is okay. So, yeah, I'll take a seat at the left. But in the meantime, people should come closer so that we listen to one another. So yeah, let's get right into it. I'm going to introduce briefly my panelists once again.
The microphone is off.
Is it working?
Press the button. The other one. Down. Yes.
Ah, it was red. I thought it was working already.
Testing to it.
And now, is that better? Okay, thank you. So we're going to be discussing digital tools and inclusive engagement by civil society. Also advocacy. I don't know, I agree with Mr. Okello, who was here, that we did not have civil society in the room. I don't know about yesterday. We had NGOs in the room. So I hope that the next civil society convention, we have churches, we have schools, we have cultural institutions, so that we have... So to discuss with me these issues, I will start on my immediate left with Emmanuel Wabwire, who works with Faraja Foundation. I think most of the introductions have been done, but also the profiles are on the social media pages. The next is Helen Namyalo. Helen works with Defenders Protection Initiative, DPI. I've been a beneficiary of that. When we are running from so many troubles, they have come in handy. And then I have Jimmy Spires Sentongo, Dr. Jimmy Spires Sentongo. That's the problem with people being your colleagues. You think they are your mates when they are big people and you forget their titles. And Dr. Jimmy Spires Sentongo is a lecturer at Makerere University. He's an author, he's an activist, he's a cartoonist, he's a comedian. I don't know if you people have watched his stand-up comedy shows. I always tell him that God is so unfair, getting so many talents and giving them to one person when some of us have nothing. He's also a musician. I've seen him sing and play instruments. So yeah, it's very enviable. So you are welcome to this program. And I think mainly we want to look at how do we harness digital tools? How do we use these technologies and the digital transformation to engage better and more effectively, especially in a country like Uganda, where other forms of engagement, physical engagements, have not been possible or have been very risky, and people have to look through other ways. The digital age has aided so many engagements, activism, reforms. And we think of the Me Too movement. In the US, the Black Lives Matter. In Africa, the Arab Spring, they were started mainly by social media. And EndSARS in Nigeria. In Uganda, we look at the exhibitions. The Portfolio exhibitions was one of the biggest. And then came the Parliament exhibition that I think shook the nation with the revelations that were there. So when we look at that, we want to see how best can we harness that? How best are we using them to the maximum as Ugandans? Is there another way we can use them? What are the opportunities, but also the challenges that have come with that? There are so many challenges, and my panel here will help us in doing that. And I'm going to start with you, Emmanuel, as with the work you're doing in digital literacy and stuff. What would be your view about penetration of the internet, or how many Ugandans are able to reach, to access these digital tools that we want to use for inclusivity? Would you say that the digital tools are making inclusivity better than it was, but also to what extent?
Thank you, Agatha. One of the key things I'd like to first of all highlight is the fact that, yes, the digital inclusivity or connection is increasing day by day in Uganda. Number one, time and time when you leave Kampala or Gulu or any other cities, you'll find that in most of the places you'll have access to 3G network, number one. Number two, the cost of smartphones is relatively dropping, especially with the introduction of companies like ITEL, Techno, and so on. But still there is a group of young people who do not have access to internet in many ways. We are dealing with peculiar different types of generations. One of the first generation, of course, of young people that is phasing out are the millennials. The advantage with the millennials, they come from an old generation where the attention span was a little bit more higher, and they were able to also read a book and read articles and go a little bit more deeper. Then, of course, we have the 1997, 8 above to 2010 or 2009. That is the Gen Z generation. Those had an opportunity to come at the time computers were a bigger reality and internet access was more better. We had Sesemat labs, I think, that time. And we have now the Gen Alphas who were literally born with tabs on their, entertainment, Cocomelon and so on. Ideally, most of them have learned how to swipe the phone and type and use before they learn how to write their names and so on. And it poses quite a good advantage that learning and access to information is much faster, which means also immorality can move also much faster as well, especially on certain sensitive topics that parents used to use parables to lie about. A kid can go and verify with ChatGPT and so on. But it also gives an opportunity for quick intelligence and quick learning for the young people that we are dealing with. Before I even come to the NGOs, this background is important because one of the key things that I know they said we don't have the civil society here, but when we look at the future of the civil society, the danger of where we are going, leaving alone the immense advantages, is we are going towards an artificial civil society, whereby this organization is using ChatGPT to interact with another organization which is using Copilot, another one which is using Gemini. All those are AI platforms. And it's been a continuous requisite that most donors put in place, as Karamaji stated here, doing all these particular good proposals, M&E, and many other things. And I'll be able to tell you frankly that in the future, you'll find that proposals will be written by AI. Then human development would cease, because one of the key elements of civil society being able to work is the use of technology to better human life, but not to substitute human life. Today, for those who are employers and have been employing young people, there's a good number of them who are actually good, but some of them actually are challenged because they have over-reliance on AI for critical thinking, problem solving, and their brains are not getting enough exercise as is, and that's why you find that if the brain doesn't have enough exercise in critical thinking, especially problem solving, we have a mental health surge, a mental health challenge on our hands. At the end of the day, we cannot face other developmental issues like unemployment and so on without dealing with the mental health crisis that we have. Back to the room. The reality is that technology is good. That one, let me say that, if it is used wisely. And if it is used with also human intelligence. That is very key. One of the key things as organizations I would encourage, first and foremost, there are two aspects. The first aspect is to have a full organization operating system that allows you to run your day-to-day work, being able to communicate, for example, write documents, and save your data on cloud or on internet platforms and so on. But most importantly, to convene digitally and discuss digitally. The other platforms that ideally come are how to socialize and engage with your constituency, which we call beneficiaries, both direct and indirect as well. But you'll find that the core first one of the operating system that will allow you to engage your direct beneficiaries. But the other aspects like social media and so on will allow you to engage with other beneficiaries that are not necessarily direct. What will I give as an example? There are two major operating systems, plus others, of course, someone can debate. Microsoft is one of them that gives you a whole office package, where as an organization, you're able to run your organization digitally without even having a physical office. And I think this was highly tested during the COVID period. Many organizations adopted to Teams, many organizations adopted to Office, co-developing documents together, not necessarily in one room, but using the internet to connect one another and sharing ideas and commenting with all track changes and everything. And not to mention, it's the same with an email system communicating with one another, but that core operating system allows you to organize your organization. That's the whole point of organization anyway, organizing.
Okay.
And Google being another particular aspect or tool that you can use to do the same. But key thing, as you've organized yourself, how are you reaching out to the people? One of the key things, reaching out to the people involves, number one, digital storytelling. How are you using social media? For both, social media has two categories, microblogging and macroblogging. Twitter, for this instance, is now the way to go because it has microblogging. But when Elon Musk took over and turned X, it added the concept of macroblogging because Facebook was so big on macroblogging. There are also other platforms that allow both vlogging, macroly and microly. Macroly is YouTube, whereby every organization has an opportunity to showcase the work you're doing, to create more awareness in form of documentaries and so on, because most of us forget every time we want to talk about testimonials on our videos, but that is not helping so much the community. You're just marketing yourselves. But what helps the community? Doing more awareness pieces, more documentaries, more information building content, but also being aware that our attention span as of today has decreased to 8.25 seconds. And that is the challenge. And I'll tell you the reality that it gets worse and worse because the majority are the young people and there is need to be creative.
Okay,
For now,
so
I'll stop there.
Thank you. Thank you. So we will get back to the attention span and how to solve that problem. Helen, coming to you. So the key word in the topic we are discussing here is inclusive engagement. We have less than 15% internet users in this country. We're being told, especially us who work on social media, that Twitter is not on the ground. I think there was a candidate of in NRM who said, "Wanoku ground birara nnyo, but tebamanyi Twitter." So how do you discuss inclusive engagement with digital tools where you have less than 15% of the population accessing these tools?
Thank you, Agatha. Good morning, everybody. I think the way we can include everybody in this digital transformation, first of all, is if we can integrate the new and the old. Many of us are on Twitter, are on YouTube and Facebook, but we forget that we have the rural population, we have unemployed youth that are not included because of, one, the costs and also accessibility. So I believe we need to go back to use the USSD, the codes, and also use SMSs because that reaches the person on the ground. And also because USSD is, you can make it anonymous and collect information, maybe how are the health systems in your area, how are the political leaders serving you. And I think UNICEF using their report, USSD has done this very well. So SMSs that can be used to call for public action, and then also the USSD to make polls and surveys and get this information. But also, we could benchmark. I know of an app in South Africa that is called Mayo. I think it's only on the Android right now. And it is totally free. You don't need internet. You don't need airtime.
What is the app called?
It's called Mayo, M-A-Y-O. You don't need internet. You do not need airtime. You just log in and you can chat with your friends, message them. You can make calls, but you can also find information on different platforms like for accountability or elections. And what they do and how they make it free is that they use something called reverse billing, that they go to the communication companies, mobile companies, and tell them, you know what, put this up on your portal, and how are you going to make money? Companies that are profit-making put their adverts in this space. So they are tapping on to like 6 million users or subscribers. So every time they tap on an ad, you're making money, but at the same time, you're getting market for your products. And it has really helped because the statistics say that they have about 6 million subscribers, and it actually competes with WhatsApp, YouTube, and even WeChat, the Chinese one. So things like that. And I think us as civil society should start thinking of such such solutions to our people that do not have access, or even where the cost is too high for the digital inclusion and transformation.
Thank you, Helen. I think for you, Spire, I would like also your view on that, but also to go to the next question of how do you determine which tool or platform would be effective? For example, you are a big user of Twitter. How do you arrive at thinking that this is the best way to engage, this is the most effective platform? But let's start with what you think about access.
In terms of, certainly access is not for everyone. There are different degrees of access. As it has already been mentioned, in many rural areas, people may not be able to access, but at the same time, I think there are many people that are not captured by the statistics, because when I go to my village, maybe it's not the ideal one. To give as an example, I see that many young people have phones and they are very active on TikTok, and they communicate a lot on WhatsApp. Maybe they may not be on particular platforms like X because of language. Yeah, but I think that the level of penetration is quite deep, and perhaps deeper than what we project. One of the possible reasons why it is under-declared is to give the impression that when we are talking on social media, we are talking to ourselves, and therefore we get discouraged that you're reaching just a few people. But I think even I was in Moroto some few months ago, and I realized even there that there are so many people on smartphones, especially younger people. So I think it's much more than what we see in the statistics. And in terms of choice of platform to use, I think in Uganda it's partly an option, partly a choice, but also we are forced into where we are in one way or the other. I was initially very active on Facebook, but it was because Facebook was shut down that I ended up on X, but I had resisted for so long going to X. But the choices are usually on account of the audience that one would want to reach, on account of the forms of communication you would want to use, are mostly into text and use of images, and not so much into videos. That's why I'm a bit hesitant on TikTok. But one of the assurances I get is, even for some of the people that may not access the platforms where we are, you realize that there is a lot of interconnection, overlap, that the information that may start on X ends up on TikTok. Some of what comes from TikTok comes to X, and then it goes to radio, then you find it in the newspapers. So this idea that when you're talking on social media, you're talking to a few people, I think it is either deliberately meant to give a wrong impression, or if it's not, it's based on a misunderstanding. The conversations you talked of the exhibitions. When we ran the exhibitions, there are many people who were not on X who were talking about them because they heard about them on radio, or because they saw them reported in the papers, or somehow they get into everyday conversation. So you cannot limit the reach in terms of the people who are on the platform, the statistics of, let's say, the people who are on X. The people who are on X are in conversation with others who are on so many different platforms. And I think that maximizes the penetration.
Okay, I agree. When we started Agora, the main question we were being asked is, if you are working only online on X, how are you going to reach people in the villages? And that time, the answer I would give is that, for me, I am happy to just mobilize the 3 million people, or 4 or 5 that are in Kampala metropolitan or urban centers. It's better than not mobilizing anyone. When we did the exhibitions, especially the Parliament exhibition, it reached my mother in the village who is not on Twitter. And I think, as Spire said, it was because of that interconnection, and complementarity, because we saw so many of the stories about Parliament exhibition in the newspapers. I think Daily Monitor every day would run something about the exhibition, and then radios and whatever. And radios are still our best bet, like the most widely form of media. So maybe if we can look into those sorts of collaborations, so that where you have something that you want to reach the entire country, you get, I don't know how far Faraja goes in terms of geographically in Uganda. So, because for us, Agora is just in Kampala here, we haven't really had the resources to expand. So I think that form of collaboration where you find Faraja Foundation or NGO Forum reaches far, has offices and whatever, and then you ask that some of the information is shared on radio stations that side. I hope we can pick from that. So yeah, so that's it about how we can maneuver the issues of access to gain inclusivity. I wanted to look at the challenges. So with all the advantages we see about that have been brought about by these digital platforms, there have come maybe challenges are double the advantages. And I wanted to, for us to talk about how to circumvent these challenges and continue to use these tools in a way that is sustainable, effective, but also not harmful. I think I'll start with you, Emmanuel, on one of the biggest challenges being misinformation, disinformation, and all the issues that come with that. Manipulation of digital content, AI, deepfakes, and how do we resolve that? How do we work around a challenge like that to make sure that the information we are giving to the public is accurate, because we want to inform, to make sure we empower and have informed decisions.
Thank you. We used to have a verification tool, and that was verification, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, but the guy Elon came and just monetized the whole process. Now it doesn't really matter who is actually talking online. However, one of the things that maybe organizations or even individuals can actually adopt to is one, having websites. That's the first beginning point. If an organization has a website, on server management, there's what we call domain integrity. Domain integrity also means that when was this website domain bought, and how long has it been used, and what protections does it have in terms of digital information exchange. Cloudflare is one of the systems that you can use to protect yourself and so on. However, on this website, you have an opportunity, one, to publish information. And out of the information that has been published, it is now shared on other social media platforms, that if anyone needed to verify, there's authenticity on this other side. I've seen where fake news tweets have been put up, but a verification tweet has been put up and a link to a website has been put up, which makes it a little bit more official. Fortunately, that's one space that has still maintained integrity in so many ways. However, of course, there's been a lot of hackers and attacks on that area that have been coming through and through. The second particular thing that I think every one of us can do, it's important to have team communication strategy. It's very sad for an organization to be here and the executive director is not officially on social media in their official capacity. Number two, it would be sad to have an organization tweeting alone and the staff members are not adding a voice. So in terms of information sharing and authentication, it needs to have one, influencers. And I know here in Uganda, an influencer has been termed as someone with very many followers. But in actual sense, sometimes an influencer is someone who has an official authority to speak on behalf of the organization, or is an affiliate of an entity that has the ability to speak. We have seen different algorithms directing different discussions and so on. So it's important for an organization to know the niche of the communications they want to put out and how best to make it rain. Importantly, also key is looking at what content we are using. One of the key things you will not run away from is visual content. Yeah, as I said earlier, today you'll make a tweet, as most organizations had adopted to the 3 tweets per day, morning, lunchtime, and evening as they clock out, right? But I'll tell you, the pool of tweets that will come from other entities will cover everything that you're actually talking about and so on. So one of the key things is, one, can you create creative content, videos? And those videos, you need a 30-second video, you need a 60-second video, you need a 3-minute video, most probably at most, maybe a 15 minutes maximum video for those serious people who really want to dive deeper into what you're talking about. So on every report that you're publishing, it should be backed up by breaking down of the content into creative means to actually disseminate what you're talking about on that particular report. This includes baseline surveys, annual reports, and so on. And not only looking at the testimonials, there are 3 phases to content development. One is the formative. What is the problem? What is happening? So your digital team should go and actually capture that information. Then in the middle, they can come and say, what is working? What is not working? And be honest, don't only wait for testimonials, because M&E, they added something called learning. So if something goes wrong, it's not bad, it is a learning opportunity. So talk about it and see ways on how to mitigate that. Then you can come and collect your testimonials. Okay. Or other challenges as well. So that would be a way of beating. So if you have one, written content, verifiable on your website, and video backing, or even sometimes photos, that's evidence enough for you to work with.
All right, so when Emmanuel talked about a 3 tweets per day, I was thinking that's typical NGO, ticking boxes. I have to make sure there's a tweet in the morning, a tweet in the afternoon, and a tweet in the evening, which I think doesn't work in terms of, I see how we tweet at Agora and people are saying, no, the timeline today is crazy. If you put something there, it won't be seen, because if NUP puts out its flag bearer list, there is nothing, even if it's as important as her, that you will put out there and people interact with it. Because everyone has to comment about why they chose Warukaga over, what's his name, over Medad Segona. So I think that whole, the routine thing that the NGO sector does should change, and everything should be determined by the dynamics, you know? How much of what you are writing about are people happy to interact with? And I'm not saying you should go by the people, but you should go by what determines people's attention to that kind of. So if it's a NUP day, you had better wait and put that important information out tomorrow and not follow the 3 tweet rule. Helen, the other big challenge has been digital security. The digital platforms are susceptible to surveillance, to hacking. We have issues with data protection, and I know that DPI, one of the things it does is, raising these issues and maybe educating, sensitizing people about it. How do we maneuver? How do you make sure that, I've seen every day people say, my Twitter has been hacked, ignore what is being put out. But I've also seen people complain about their phones being hacked. We've had some conversations being leaked. So how do we deal with that problem?
Thank you, Agatha. I think to begin with, via communication, and sometimes I feel like we sound like broken records, especially with NGOs, because we have done this work over and over again, but every day is a learning opportunity. So for communication, we have apps like Signal, WhatsApp, and there's a new one called Thama, because these days even WhatsApp is hacked. I think Signal might be hacked soon. But the advantage we have is that these days we have civic tech innovation. There are people out there that have open source applications that are made for us as civil society in order to keep us safe online and as we do our work. So multi-factor authentication is one thing that we recommend. Previously, it used to be 2-factor authentication. Then it improved, it's now multi-factor. So previously, they would just send you a code and say, put in this code. But now, when they want to make sure it is you, they'll send you a code and say, check on your phone or on your iPad or on your tab. Woe unto you if you don't have the password for that equipment they're telling you to check. But at least that gives another layer of protection. And then also, they make sure that that's the number that you've registered with somewhere, and then they say maybe click yes on your phone or click YouTube, just to make sure that you are the same person that is trying to get into this device or this information. But also, Google and Microsoft also have authenticators that are timed about 30 seconds. So they'll just send you and say, authenticate. And then there's a code that you just go and put in and say, yes, it's this one. So those help us with the hacking. And also, we also recommend using encrypted folders and emails. You can have a folder on your laptop that is hidden into a G drive or a D drive, and it's only you who knows what you called it and where it is. And we use software like Proton Email and Firebolt or VeraCrypt for the folders, such that even if someone told you stand up now and leave your computer, you comfortably stand up, because or else you try to resist, you don't know what will happen. So you just stand up, leave, but you know that there's a folder that only you can access. Again, please make sure you remember your password, because yourself, if you don't, you're not getting back into that folder. So, and then also for journalists, activists, people who go to the field, sometimes you have evidence, you have photos, you have a message, but you know police is coming for you and they're going to grab, confiscate your equipment. There are apps like, like Teller. It's Teller. It backs up in seconds and also deletes in seconds, such that if you're sending it to your friends, even if they confiscate it, it has backed up and it has deleted. So in the phase that we are going in for elections for journalists and activists, these are some of the apps and softwares that they can use. But also, I think, just allow me to talk about the internet shutdowns, because I think that is predictable. We don't even have to think about it. That is likely to happen. So Wi-Fi's are off, data is off, but we still want to communicate and coordinate. We have an app like Briar, B-R-I-A-R. It works with Bluetooth and works within 100 meters of each other, but also 100 people. It can't go over that or else it will crash. But if you're in this room and we're 100 and everybody has Briar and also has Bluetooth, we can coordinate and talk to each other. But also the precaution is, please, we need to be downloading these things now, not in January. Because if internet is off, then we cannot have these safe tools to do our work.
Helen, I don't think you should have said these things here, because now you're giving these people the tips and they will look
and
for
James
ways.
Said we have security here.
I think that people should look for Helen privately and learn about these tips of circumventing, because if people don't want you to connect, they will make sure that Briar is also not working. We do not want to kubalabala, as the Uganda say, but that's a very, very big thing. We have been thinking about it for the longest time, and I reached a point and said, you know what, maybe it will be a good time to just rest. When they shut down the internet, maybe we'll just rest and pick up from where we'll have stopped. But it's good to know that there are people in the room that have some of these solutions. Resting is not an option. We do not have that luxury. So we'll come. For now, let's first keep them to ourselves and see if they can work and replace the internet. But had you concluded on security?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, please.
So thank you very much. Security is something that even I, who uses the internet a lot and for sensitive work, I don't think I even need more lessons. I just need to learn how to not forget passwords, because there are so many things that require passwords, and I never remember. And people like Helen are always telling us to use complicated ones that no one can guess. If I use the complicated ones, I will never remember it. If I don't leave my email open, I will never remember the password for it. So I don't know how to solve a problem like that. And I don't think, Helen, you have a solution for poor memory issues. But if you do, I'll be happy to come to you. So I forgot to ask the organizers if there's if the audience is allowed to ask questions. We have 15 minutes left, and I could ask one question and get one or two from the audience. But if that's not happening, I have enough questions to last us the 15 minutes. So for you, Spire, this issue is about the fleeting nature of the internet, but also maybe it also connects with the attention span that Emmanuel here spoke about. But in terms of how easily people move on from one issue, how do you ensure that there's that sort of sustainability on the internet to discuss the important issues? How do you ensure that that content is kept for posterity or for discussions later? Yeah, so mainly that.
Yeah, I think every tool will have its own downsides, and I think it's upon us to know that much as this tool can do this, there is this that it either can't do, or it's a weakness that is embedded within its nature. So I look at the fleeting nature of social media not as a weakness or something that I should worry about, because much as it has that side, if you're very attentive to it, or if you're conscious about it, you will innovate other ways of going about it. I'll give an example of the spaces, the Agora spaces that have been happening. You'll have a conversation, but one would think that after that conversation, you're moving on to something else. And that even if it is recorded, very few people will go back to listen to that conversation. We've been having the transition series of conversations, which series now we are turning into a book. When you compile a book out of it, it means that you have put it in a form that is going to stay for some time, that you have managed to jump out of the fleeting nature of the internet. So I think only those who are not aware of that side will get trapped into it. And it is deliberate for those on the other side to keep you busy chasing red herrings as you're focusing on this, just as it is in Uganda today, that it appears the strategy is to overwhelm us with scandals, that you can never concentrate on any scandal. As you're talking about Mavati theft, then there is another theft and another, then there is this money stolen through workshops. So it reaches a point and you feel like you're chasing thieves in all directions, and you might give up chasing. But if you are aware about what they are doing, you also innovate accordingly, and you know that, yes, this information might disappear. How do I put it in a different form? But the other side is that you mentioned complementarity and working together with other actors. You're aware that there are other people who are working on using platforms or methods that are more stable, if I'm to use that word. Like when we ran the pothole exhibition, for me initially the idea I had was just run the exhibition, and once the exhibition is done, we have made our statement, we move on. Then someone came up and said, oh, we have written a report. Do you think it is okay for us to launch the report? I said, yeah, that is great, because I never had an idea of a report, but if it's in such a form, it's going to stay longer. So the worry should make us realize that there are ways of getting around it, and especially if we are conscious about not working in isolation, working with those that use other methods that would determine a longer stay in discussion, but also being aware that you can always bring back these conversations even when there are so many distractions, which is what sometimes I do with cartoons. You know, you notice that a particular topic is forgotten, you draw a cartoon to bring back the conversation. and you realize that the public will come back to it. But if you allow yourself to be blown around like a leaf, then you will end up like that, and that is what the other side would desire to see.
Thank you. So the audience can ask 2 or 3 questions in the remaining minutes we have. So I'm going to, I hope there's a microphone in the room. Oh, I thought Toko was going to do that with something. So do we have a microphone, or are we okay without microphones? And so in the meantime, I don't know if we are waiting for a microphone. Yeah, I've seen one. Yeah, so please, 1 minute each, since the hands are many.
Thank you very much. And I want to commend our dear panelists for those very wonderful insights and submissions. My name is Joy Kawanguzi. I work with an NGO called FABIO, First African Bicycle Information Organization. Yeah, I think I would direct mine to Emma. While I fully appreciate and recognize the value AI and digitalization brings into play, I am equally concerned about, you earlier mentioned how we are losing the critical thinking, especially the young people. So my concern is, how can we address? It would be nice to look at AI or digitalization as a support tool, not necessarily replacing the critical thinking, you know. So how prepared can we be, or how prepared are we, or how can we address it so that in the end, as we embrace digitalization, we don't totally lose out the talent, the thinking, and all that. Thank you.
So the lady here, and then we come in front.
Yes, thank you. My name is Ezra, and I do appreciate of course, the digitalization processes, but amidst of which there are still very many other challenges. For example, I come from the Rwenzori region, but also within the Rwenzori region, there are places where you will not find access to internet, or if there is access to internet, there are places where even electricity has not reached. Yes, there is coverage of probably possession of phones, but you know, a youth can spend 3 to 4 days when they have had a phone that is not charged. And you know that for every microsecond, information is flowing. And that in itself becomes a challenge. But also in Uganda here, if you look at the cost of the data bundles, I think we still have the very expensive data bundles. Now for the youth that are unemployed, how then do we expect them better to access the internet? But also there is a lot of mystery when it comes to understanding the different digital platforms that are available. There are youth deep in the villages who do not even know about X. So it's not necessarily true that by coverage of phone possession, then it is equally to say that it's true that people are accessing the information. But also, how do we do the balance between the processes of AI? Today, you ask a junior staff to write you a report, and you realize he has used AI. He has even forgotten to edit it. It's good to use AI, but better if it is balanced with the human thinking. I submit.
Okay. Here, and then the 2 tables in front.
Thank you very much. My name is Anna-Maike Kruiselbrink, OE2, from Backup, Uganda. I do have a question, but I wanted to start with a critical note, and that is, without denying the value of social media is to also keep in mind that social media platforms are not neutral. They are businesses. They put money in people's pockets. Your data is being used for certain purposes. So let that be something that we keep in mind while we think of how to effectively use these platforms. Let's think of the real people behind them who create these platforms in such a way that they become more and more addictive, that they feed certain information into your lives. Yes, you can use them creatively, absolutely, but let's keep in mind who this is benefiting in the end as well when we choose which platforms to use and how. I wouldn't be doing my job if I wouldn't be asking this question, so this goes to all the panelists. When we talk of inclusive engagement, digitally or otherwise, accessibility comes up as well, not just in terms of devices, in terms of internet, in terms of electricity, but also in terms of accessibility of the content itself. So my question to you is, when it comes to engaging truly everyone, not just people who can use the platforms easily, but also those who may have disabilities, who may find them challenging to use, who cannot access the standard information, what have you tried already? In terms of alternative text, in terms of image descriptions, in terms of subtitles of videos, things like that. What have you tried, and do you have any recommendations for the people in the room? Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're going to do these tables, and I would like us to return to the panel so that there's enough time to respond to these questions and comments. Where did the microphone go? Ah,
yeah, okay, I stand.
1 minute, please. Let's.
Thank you so much. My name is Harish Namtebe, and I work for Network for Community Development. Mine is a comment to emphasize that indeed social media is used far and beyond. There is a time there was a health exhibition. I happened to be in Nairobi for a different gathering, and I was surprised because the team of Kenyans came through and said, "This is a Ugandan. Explain to us how this is working. How is your ministry responding?" Indeed, I wasn't following, but I was forced to go back and read and find out. So in one way or another, it works for a particular group of people, and you'll be surprised that while we are in Uganda, information is flowing way beyond where we expect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So quickly, let's just, please pass it on to the lady in front, and then we'll come to the gentleman here.
Thank you.
Please don't put up any more hands. I hate to not, but I'll pick you, Robert. So we'll do 3 and then get back here. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Tushemeri Reshadia, and I serve on the EU Youth Sounding Board. I would like to start with a point of information to maybe those who didn't watch the East African Youth Parliament. As the youth of East Africa, we carried the motion that the member states of East Africa should promote our digital rights as the youth. So we are praying that the member states will actually give us what we requested for. So moving on forward, I would like to appeal to civil society organizations in this room to consider the youth and do more of digital marketing trainings for the youth, because much as we are using these social media platforms for political and social justice causes, there is also more to that, because personally I run an online business and I make money out of it. So we are requesting that organizations who are into marketing or business skilling, please give the youth those trainings. They can make a life difference in their lives.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. So the gentleman here, and then Robert Sempala over there. So there was another hand. Okay, you guys are going
Just
to make
quick
Chris
comment.
come for me here. Yes, please.
My attention, I'm John Silko from Rekinet. My attention was on the issue of security. And the solutions are there, so many solutions, as Madam was trying to put forward. But the question is, the stress should be on the personal security. The person themselves are the ones who could be very vulnerable to the extent that even if you give them several IT solutions, they will still remain vulnerable. Then the last one would be that how do we ensure that there is real-time feedback and relevant action that comes out of our social media campaigns? Because as long as that one does not come up, people will not go back every time. Thank you.
Thank you. So here, and I don't think we'll have time for more questions and comments.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Benson Ekwio Chen. I work with the Public Affairs Center, Uganda. I am so amazed by what you people did with the parliamentary exhibitions. And no doubt, media, digital platforms work. But I have two issues. One, how do you sustain the counter narratives that come out? I remember when you did the parliamentary issues, immediately I think after 3-4 months, the IGG released a report exonerating the speaker, actually saying that there is no wrongdoing. How do you counter some of these narratives that tend to water down? And then the other thing which was intriguing me, how do you get, when I looked at your parliamentary exhibitions, the documents, the what was actually authentic, I was wondering, how did a doctor get all this information? Do you, do you have a network? And then finally, how do you deal with harassment? I remember, and this is a question to particularly Dr. Ann. I know what happened to you in Tanzania, what has been going on. How do you deal with this harassment? What keeps you moving in?
Thank you.
What lessons? I think I would need to get a tip of that.
Thank you, sir. Mark?
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Mark Cherop. I work for Kasawa in Sebei, and also a member of the Digital Security Alliance, which is a brainchild of the DPI. I wanted to speak to two things, and one is the internet shutdowns that we've talked about. That even as civil society, I think we seem to be comfortable with it, that we've not seen petitions maybe to Parliament. Because when it comes to things like incident response, how do we do it when, for example, there is internet shutdowns? Because if we come on there after, it seems like we are doing a post-mortem. I've seen, for example, UCC doing trainings for journalists and others across the country. But if you see the people who are doing the trainings, the facilitators are military people.
Thank you.
And then finally, on the cost of internet, that is it deliberate, for example, to keep the youth poor, for example, because the cost of internet is very high? When the deputy speaker ascended to power, I saw a tweet that he made, and he said, why should internet bundles, for example, if I have a bundle, why should it expire? And there has not been any discussion thereafter on the same. Thank you.
So the last person is Robert. I've already overshot the time I was given. And for internet shutdown, like I said, approach Helen privately so that we don't put out all our... Yes,
No.
Robert.
Thank you very much. I work with the Human Rights Network for Journalists Uganda. And mine is about what Helen has shared with us. And you said we can approach her privately. But
of course, there's a problem with that because we want the information to reach everyone. But,
yes.
But still, there's a bigger problem.
Mine would be to invite Helen, maybe even supporters that can, see Helen traverse the country, to equip the HRDs at this point, because they may not even be able to reach out to her, but she can have a deliberate campaign to reach out to HRDs in their respective areas and empower them with these precautionary steps of ring fencing internet shutdowns, but also the backups, seconds deletion and sending. That has intrigued me, especially for the journalists and HRDs who have a lot of sensitive information. So I think it would not be Helen, us reaching out to Helen. It would be a national deliberate campaign supported for DPI to be able to roll out this campaign for all of us.
Yeah,
thank you very much.
So thank you very much. I'm going to give my panelists 2 minutes each. You can choose one question, each of you, to respond to that. Maybe 1.5 minutes. I have 5 minutes because I added myself 10 minutes. Let's start with you, Emmanuel.
Thank you. One of the key things I would just comment on is on AI. What artificial intelligence has the capability to learn from us. So one of the things we should endeavor to do is AI training. I and my colleague have been talking about it and seeing how best, because you see when you log and create a ChatGPT account, it's as dumb as it comes usually sometimes. But when you start putting in prompt, it starts getting your thinking patterns, it starts understanding how you are reasoning, where your train thoughts are going, even your writing style. In the long run, it will now be able to pick up. However, one of the key things is how to avoid young people from getting overly dependent on it. I think it goes way back to education at home. I've come to agree and completely agree that the education system is completely not enough. So that means that every parent here would and must adopt to homeschooling as well, as a complementary to the normal education system. But at the same time, employers who are here, executive directors, you need to know that when you're employing staff, even young people, you owe it to have a human development or capacity building plan, human resource development plan. That means that periodically you need to mentor, because you're not going to force them not to use the platforms. They're going to use them. Anything to ease the work, they will do it. But one of the key things is give reason for someone to learn how to use their brain consistently and more. Then also to clean the work they do in the different particular element and areas. Then the other thing also in terms of social media in making it inclusive in many ways. The reality is that more social media capacity building trainings must happen beyond here. Before, Facebook had over 4.6 million accounts in Uganda, and Twitter at the time had about 248,000. That was as of 2015. However, with the Facebook shutdown that happened, numbers of Twitter have increased. But I would also like to say that majority of the social media users, not only in Uganda, are actually on Instagram, Snapchat. Facebook is mostly the Gen X's and millennials. Some of them we have spilled over to Twitter. The Gen Z's majority have been on Instagram, trying to spill over to Snapchat. If you look at our 2010 high schoolers up to Form 6, sometimes first year campus, majority are using Snapchat and TikTok. So the issue is how do we adopt to driving content that can be used on these different places and different particular areas. Just 1 minute, Agatha, on one key priority area.
We don't have 1 minute, but please
Okay,
conclude.
yes.
Yeah.
The issue of organizations adopting to having more like operational systems. Google and currently Google and Microsoft being one of those platforms that should be used for data management. Why? I know Microsoft is one of the best currently, because in Microsoft you can be able to use your word system writing or content development. You can use your cloud systems and so on, but also you can use it for surveys, M&E and many other particular aspects. At the same time, you can use it for teleconferencing and also data protection. For example, if you were hacked or raided as an organization, on your admin panel, you can actually shut down all the machines, and it will take a short while to erase all the data and move it to the OneDrive.
Okay. I think that we need to continue these conversations. Emmanuel seems to have all the tips we need, but the time we were given, unfortunately, wasn't enough. Helen, you can choose one question to respond to.
I'll do two. One, I'll start with Robert. For everybody that needs more tools and information on the digital security, we have a clinic outside there, and we have this information on this card, so that will be very helpful. But that will be in addition to us coming to you and canvassing the whole country to make sure that activists and human rights defenders are safe. And then for Mark, on that we should petition on the internet shutdowns. I think we all know our legal context here where games are played, but good enough. We have people on my side here who can sustain pressure that we also sustain and say, do petitions, but also on social media, and say this is really wrong. And I think it was very important, someone said about access and content for people with disabilities. I accept that is a very big challenge that we have, and we need to work on it with networks and coalitions that work with disabled people. Thank you.
Spire?
Yeah, on expanding access to the various categories, such as those with disabilities, you will notice that many of the, that we use a variety of forms of communication. You'll see videos, you'll see graphics, simplified information, you'll see cartoons without words, cartoons with text. I understand that still there are some who will be left out, but at least there is an attempt to expand the scope as much as possible. But also the understanding that there are various players. So often you'll get people who volunteer to come on board, maybe to repackage the information for a group that is not able to access the forms that you're using. And that relates to the question that we are often asked. Sometimes you're dealing with this and the public or someone comes up and says, but you're not doing this, you're also not doing that. And you ask yourself, but we can only do so much. And you only do what you can do, expecting that there will be others who join and do the other part that you can't do. And it's that, that collective effort, also basing on capabilities. There are things, for instance, that me, Agatha, Toko, we have no idea about, for instance, how to communicate to people with disabilities, some kinds of disabilities. But someone who has that knowledge can come on board and advise that maybe on this we can repackage information in a given way. I think that helps a lot. There was the comment on countering, how to deal with counter narratives. There have been two major counter narratives in many of the campaigns we have run. One was that these are working for imperialists, the other, they are working for homosexuals. And you can clearly see that it is simply meant to deflect, to take away attention from what you're saying. But when you keep showing the public that this is what they are doing, this is what they are trying to achieve, you realize that with time people start seeing through all these tactics. And when Parliament, for instance, was saying that these are homosexuals fighting the speaker, then you would see comments from the public saying, yes, we are the homosexuals and we want accountability. Saying, oh, when did we get here where Ugandans say that we are homosexuals demanding for accountability? But it's simply to show that we know what you're doing, but you're not going to silence us. We will insist on what we are doing. I think that's one of the ways, but over time, when a tactic is repeated several times, people start asking, why is it that they are insistent on saying imperialists, even on obvious things like corruption? Why don't you respond to the accusation and instead say that it's being carried around by, with the support of imperialists? And lastly, how do we get the information? Of course, without blowing anyone's cover. For any issue that you'll deal with, there will be victims, and the victims are from within the institutions, for instance, that you're exhibiting. They'll volunteer this information. So much of it comes from within. It will be a ministry, and someone from the ministry will come to you in a form that they consider to be safe and tell you this and this is going on. They'll give you the document. So it's often from within, and these volunteers, for as long as there is trust, when you build a certain level of trust, they will volunteer that information. Maybe Agatha can speak more to this. So all the documents you are seeing about Parliament, it's not really that we have to go out of the way on our own and get it from the source, but someone will bring it to you that there is this and this going on. Much as we would say, for instance, that government is rotten, even within government there are people who are concerned about the things that are happening, and when they see a campaign going on, some of those few will want to add something by at least contributing information.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we are the ones standing between people and lunch, but the issues that we didn't give as much attention as needed. For example, the gentleman that left here also asked about attacks. And those are something that we need to have another session about. How do you deal with the smear campaigns, the online attacks, the gender, actually most times they're gendered, so the women will face more than the men in that area. But the long story, to cut the long story short, is that if you are going to be in this space, you just have to develop a thick skin. You know how a child gets so many diseases and eventually they are immune. So you have to take in all the attacks until they no longer affect you, as long as you know what your ultimate objective is. There's also, I wanted to add on what Spire said about getting this information. The hard work goes now into verifying it, because every person, I've been in journalism for long enough to know that every source has their own agenda. So if the agenda is to destroy the speaker, they could even as well give you wrong information. So there has to be so much work put into verifying this information, making sure your case is watertight, which is what we did with the Parliament exhibition, because we know that in this business we have created for ourselves so many enemies. I tell people that I put out maybe not even up to 50% of the information I have, but where there's no evidence, I will just stay with that information to inform my digging, but I will not put it out because I know that there will be so many defamation cases that you can't deal with. I think lastly, no, there's also an issue of censorship. I'm sure many of you have heard about the Computer Misuse Amendment Act, and so many people, especially TikTokers, are in prison because of that. We have run so many profiles of those. And I don't know if in this room would have found a way to deal with that, other than the fact that as soon as it was passed, we took this act to court because it is unconstitutional. But 3 years later, we have never even got a date to start hearing it. So I don't know if there's any other option that we can explore. So maybe that's a conversation we can take beyond here and see how to deal with that. So very lastly, there's a lady that told us about businessmen behind these social media platforms, and who are they benefiting, and the fact that they are not neutral. So that's a conflict I've had for a long time. So you have principles that, I don't want to deal with Elon Musk because of everything he represents. But then there's also this reality that in this country, conventional media is not in our reach, We don't own it, we don't, it's more highly censored than this other media, but also the reach. We were talking about access for internet and social media platforms, but then it is, even if it is still limited, it is much, much more than traditional media. But also that freedom of everyone to access it, respond in real time. So you have to balance between my disagreements with maybe Elon Musk, or whatever he represents, or whatever he benefits by us using social media, but then with the only way, the only method we have to reach Ugandans. So I hope that it's a necessary evil that we have to deal with for now, but she is very right. It is good to keep in mind that. And I am going to stop here. Please, a round of applause to the panelists in this. Thank you. And as I said, we can continue these discussions. I hope that DPI can, host us and teach us more about, and of course Faraja, about access, about internet shutdowns, and and security. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back from the break. DJ, thank you. DJ, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome back from the break. We will now transition to the afternoon session. I'm waiting for those who are walking in to take their seats and those who are still standing to find their seats so we can start our conversation. I understand that we have people in the corridors like Jackie who are still. Jackie and Malcolm, could you please come in and take your seats? This conversation can continue in the evening. Okay. Okay. Earlier today, we had a conversation about the future of civil society. And I think in one of the Mentimeter questions, we asked what civil society needs to do to actually secure our future and protect our gains. And one of the options that was there, should I repeat that? Yes. Okay, let EU sit and I'll show you. In the morning session, we're talking about how the future of civil society would look like. And in one of the poll questions we asked during the Mentimeter session, we asked what civil society needs to do to secure its future and protect the gains. One of the options that was there was centralize young people. And I think there's also an invitation earlier to just look towards young people that are that are actually young by Uganda's constitution. Is it 35 or 30, Remy? 30. And Uganda's constitution is 35, huh? Okay. Now what do we do? Lawyers. Okay, let me be the judge. Okay, Uganda's constitution is 35. But the national youth policy, puts the age at 30. The challenge we have with youth spaces, and I think those victims are not here, or culprits are not here, is that you find 40-year-olds, 45-year-olds like Malcolm and Jackie, who are really old, not youth, but look like they are youth. And so when we say we need to include young people, you have Elizabeth, who is, let's say 45, and Jackie, who is 34, and you say you have included young people by putting Jackie. And then you bring Malcolm with all his beards, and you say you've included young people. I think, in my opinion, that must stop. And because we are gatekeepers, we are not allowing the young people to actually come into the space. The true young people, 24, 25, some of us got opportunity when we were barely 18, I think. We were invited into these spaces, and we need to replicate that. We need to provide the same opportunities. So for those of you who are joining us online and you identify as young, we really, really respect your freedom to identify the way you want to identify, but don't cut down your age. So in that spirit, I'd like to welcome and introduce truly young people. I have consulted and their average age is 25. We have 22-year-olds and 23-year-olds. There's only one who is above that age, and she will not mention her age because the moment she's not comfortable with her age. But the average age is 25. And allow me introduce, as he walks in, Mr. Godwin Toko. Godwin Toko is the Deputy Team Leader at Agora Center for Research. So please, Godwin, come and take your seat at the front. The next panelist, again, very young, average age 25, is Miss Lisa Kawoya. Lisa Kawoya is associated with Giving Tuesday and is also founder of the Dwana Initiative. Okay, now you have to clap, yes. Also clap for Godwin. Even if you don't like his tweets, please clap. Our next panelist is also a truly young person, a program officer at Open Space Uganda, Ms. Nakato Remy Sesimbwa. You can only call her Remy if you're close. The real name is Rehema. And then finally, on the side of panelists, allow me to introduce Ms. Sarah Anzoa. She's the founder and executive director of the Dare for the Future initiative. And she's also a board member for FIDA Uganda. So please clap her as she joins the panel. Moderating this session is Ms. Georgia Tumwesje, who is supposed to be my friend. She is the program manager and certified feminist moderator. And she's a program manager at Forward in the component of Women and Leadership program. Forward is the Forum for Women in Democracy. Please clap for her as she joins us. Because we started slightly late in the morning, so we are 20 minutes behind schedule. So I have asked Georgia that we keep this conversation strictly to 1 hour. So we will be taking over from the youthful panel at exactly 10 minutes to 3 o'clock.
Good afternoon, technology. Okay. Are we on? We are not. It's lighting, but it's not on. Okay. Hello, mic check. Yes, we are now on. Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back from lunch. As Chris said, my name is Georgia Tumwesje, and I lead the Women and Leadership program at the Forum for Women in Democracy. It is my privilege to welcome you to this very vital conversation. The future is youth, civil society through young eyes. As we've heard throughout this convention, the themes of the law, the money, and the politics are defining the operating space for civil society in Uganda. But who will navigate this space in the years to come? Who will challenge, innovate, and rebuild? The answer is in this room. Of course, with over 70% of Uganda's population under 30, young people continue to be the primary architects of our nation's future. They are already on the front lines, using new tools, forging new alliances, and demanding a seat at the table. Today, we have the honor of being in the company of such 4 great architects. Our conversation is, of course, going to explore how they are redefining civic engagement, navigating the very real challenges of participation, and creating new pathways for advocacy and community resilience. And now, without further ado, the panel is already introduced. Ms. Liza Kawoya, once again, you're most welcome. Rehema, thank you for joining us today. Godwin Toko, thank you for joining us. And of course, Sarah and Zoa, it is a pleasure to have you with us today. And my very first question is going to go to you, Liza. Now, Liza, as a founder, you are at the forefront of mobilizing young people. In your view, very, very honest view, I hope, what does meaningful youth participation in civil society look like today, beyond just having a seat at the table? And you know, what is that one key barrier that traditional CSOs continue to create for young innovators, and how can we dismantle it?
Thank you. Am I being heard? Yes. Thank you very much for that question. A good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Liza, just as I have been introduced. And I would say that meaningful youth participation is about power and not just presence. It's about being in the kitchen where the menu is designed, deciding what actually gets on that plate. But we have seen, and I could recognize, that CSOs have given youth a seat at the table. Yes. And we've seen that through advisory committee roles, we've seen that through youth sounding boards. But majority of them, they don't have voting rights. They don't have decision-making power. And which really is just tokenism. And yet, the stakes are actually high. As conservative estimates have shown, in 2023, Africa alone, Africa received over $200 billion in development funding. And yet, less than 1% actually reached grassroots innovators. And that is the youth, the young people creating the change on the ground. So this, I would say, is very important to realize that it is important to invest in the youth because, of course, we keep saying that we are the future, but we are the now. We are here and part of it. And I would also call it that it is smart economics because by 2030, young people's purchasing power will reach about $12.6 trillion, and yet if we're left out of the decision-making processes, then we are not shaping the decisions, the policies, the resources that actually affect us or reflect the realities that we face. So talking about the one barrier that I would say CSOs, traditional CSOs create for young innovators, I would like to term it as, or something I would call as guardianship syndrome. And there is a lot of guardianship syndrome. There is this whole thing of, as older and established CSOs, we need to protect the youth. We need to protect them until they're mature enough to lead. And yet that actually sidelines youth innovations, projects and solutions, and they end up getting absolved, they end up being sidelined, or even operating under larger CSO umbrellas, who kind of convince us that we need them for donors to recognize and trust us. Okay. So, how I could say, what really I could say towards dismantling this going forward, I would suggest three things. One, I would say that there is a need to adopt feminist mentorship models. Mm-hmm. One, as a feminist, I believe that leadership is supposed to be comprised of lifting others as you climb. And I'd like to recognize Jackie Asimwe. She has mentored young people through an initiative that she's doing, the Walk Talk Initiative Connect. And she's purposely giving her time. She's purposely giving her wisdom, and she's trickling it down to us. So the older leaders should not really suffocate, should not overshadow, and should not be afraid to hand over power. And I would like to just remark, I was listening to a podcast that former President Barack Obama was speaking to, and I'd like to quote what he said. He said that it is fairer to say 80% of the world's problems involve old men hanging on, scared of death and insignificance. So the CSO in Uganda should not afford to create that same mistake. And that's what I could say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lisa, very boldly highlighting that many times it is tokenism when the youth have a seat at the table and not really participating in the development of the menu. I have a friend who keeps saying that if you're not, you are likely to be on the menu if you're not at the table. And you know, so that also goes to show that many times in even these strategic spaces, then the youth are physically present and strategically absent. You know, if you speak of not having voting rights and so on. And quickly coming to you, Rehema, then, you work at the Open Space Center, focuses on creating platforms for engagement. So from your perspective, what are the most significant gaps, you know, in how the current civic spaces represent diverse voices of Ugandan youth, especially those from marginalized communities? And then, of course, this is a two-in-one question. How then can we move from tokenistic inclusion to genuine, sustainable power sharing?
Thank you so much, Georgia, for that brilliant question. I will start by saying that, ladies and gentlemen, the civil society that we had 20 years ago, or that was imagined by current leaders 20 years ago, is the civil society that we have now. So as young people, it is our responsibility to make sure that the youth who will come in the future do not inherit obstacles, but rather opportunities. The question on civic engagement is a critical one because oftentimes in conversations like these, we limit civic engagement to begin and end with elections. But the deeper truth remains that oftentimes, if we limit young people's role to just campaign posters and standing for leadership roles, we miss out on the deeper truth. That deeper truth is that young people are leading innovation. They are activists. They are leading projects that are building community resilience, and we need to acknowledge that. So as civil society leaders, it's important for us to know or to ask ourselves, are we ready to embrace the leadership that young people present, even if it's outside the definitive electoral period, just as we are now as a country at the heart of democracy? Secondly, one of the most significant gaps that we see as young people is the issue of labeling and stereotypes. Young people are labeled. Being a young person between the ages of 15 to 30 in Uganda is a slippery slope. The number of labels that I have received, or my fellow panelists have received, are unmatched. Young people, when it comes to elections, are hooligans. If you're a woman and you're a young person, you are a victim of something. You know, all those are labels that you meet when you get into the civil society space. But in addition to that, many of us civil society organizations label young people as beneficiaries. But you see, this is not the narrative that we should present as civil society organizations, because labels hold us back from exercising our civic duty and our different forms of leadership. When we look at civic spaces like special interest groups, We have enabling factors for tokenism. For example, we have young people being given seats in decision-making spaces. Those special interest groups say we have positions for young people, limit the broader inclusion of youth voices in these decision-making spaces. So that all comes down to the issue of labeling and stereotypes. I am not here seated on this panel to represent a group suffering from problems. I am here as a knowledge bearer. I am here as a co-creator and someone who is pertinent to the conversations of our country and its development and all its civic issues at large. And finally, what we young people need, what most civil society organizations need to also appreciate, is that we need empathy. The world that we are living in right now is a world that we inherited, both good, bad, and everything in between. We did not contribute to what is happening right now, but as young people, we must repair the world that we are living in right now. So what we need is not your compassion. Young people don't need civil society to look at us and be like, oh my God, young people are always unemployed. Then we give a huge statistic. Young people are not educated. They don't have jobs and things like that. We do not need compassion. What we need from you, ladies and gentlemen, is empathy. Empathy builds intergenerational partnerships. Those are the partnerships that prevent tokenism. Those are the partnerships where young people are looked at as co-creators of solutions, leaders of innovation, and leaders who can take this country forward. So let's leave the conversation on compassion and looking at young people as a group that represents all the problems that define our country. Thank you, Georgia.
Woo. Thank you very much. Very passionate Rema as always. And you know, it keeps resounding, the guardian syndrome, where people feel like even in the workspace or in civil society, rather than being a mentor, they are parenting you at work and in the work of activism. So as they continue to echo, need to move away from compassion to more empathy. And now I go to Godwin Toko, and you're going to see the way he tweets is the way he speaks. So Godwin, your data and of course your research at Agora, and I know you've been able to come across data that even some journalists have not been able to get from very, very confidential, very, documents that should be buried. And that sort of data gives you a bird's eye view. So based on your findings, what is the biggest disconnect, between how older generations in CSO leadership perceive youth activism and the reality of how young people actually want to engage? And how can we bridge this generational divide to build a stronger and more unified civil society?
Okay, thank you. I hope I can be heard. Yeah, so the first thing is that, the question of young people, you always ask, who are the young people? There was a guy, I think sometime last year, I think he was so heartbroken, and he tweeted and said that, with all the heartbreaks I've suffered, I've learned one thing. I'm going to find myself an old woman born in 2005, marry her, and settle down. So I was thinking, wait, people born in 2005 are now being described as old women. So that should give you a kind of picture. But yes, we live in a country where the median age is about 16 point something, a very, very young population. And it's not just in the civil society space that you're going to see contestations between what you call the old people and the young people. It's everywhere. You see it in the politics. General Muzika in Uganda is being presented as a very young person, for instance, within the ruling party. He one time tweeted and said that the NRM is one of the most reactionary groups in Marxist terms. You've seen this across the board, even on the African level, even in the world level now. You see what happened in Nepal just a couple of weeks ago. What's happening right now in Madagascar, where there's a Gen Z protest, or in Kenya on the last year. So what I see is that there is, first of all, for Uganda, a unique problem, that in the political space, there is no change at the top. Now, a change at the top in terms of politics would open up a lot of spaces There are people I see in the civil society space and think, maybe they would run for president. But now, what is their chance? What are the odds that, I'll mention a name of someone I know cannot beat me if I mention their name, because they are my friend. So what are the chances that if Godba ran for president of Uganda, he would win? Almost zero, because, well, there is someone who has made themselves a president for life. But do you think Godba could not run for president? And now, because of that, it trickles down to so many levels, all levels. So people just literally get stuck in certain positions. And that is across the board. Now it spills over to the private sector, to the civil society, and all these spaces. Now, what I see in that contestation, and to the young people now, I hate speaking as a young person. I am not yet 35, but yeah, young people what? I speak as a Ugandan, as a human being. So what I see now is going to happen is that I think there's need for both sides to work side by side. Because each of these, I mean, when your father is 90 years, you don't start wishing him death. Even when he's 90, there's so much he has learned that you can learn from him. So I think that should be the case, especially in the civil society space. The older people, I wouldn't use the word seed space, but I think, like someone mentioned earlier, they should take it upon themselves that there's need to mentor the next generation of leaders. I see a couple of civil society organizations recently where the leadership voluntarily stepped down and said, let's get someone younger. I will mention names. For me, I mention names. My friend Helen Namialo was here earlier. She's now the ED. I joke with her that recently we were friends. Now she's at the level of ED, and some of us are still down. But the civil society, their organization, DPI, she's now the ED because the former ED stepped down and allowed her to take over. The same thing happened at Chapter 4. So because there's two levels of learning, there is so much that someone who is 50 knows, that someone who is, the Luganda saying that what the old person sees while sitting down, the young person won't see even if they climb the tallest tree. So there's so much that the old people know and have learned over the years from experience, from interactions with other people, from experience just living. But even by living alone, there's so much you learn that probably the people on this panel don't know. So if the older people today said we are all leaving organizations to the younger people, there will be a crisis in the civil society. So it is now has to be this point where the much younger people, the kind of people that I'm sitting with on this panel, the ladies, I don't know why I'm the only guy here, but the ladies on this panel should now have to start moving to that position of taking up secondary roles, learning, and learning should come with a lot of discipline and understanding that you're not going to learn in one day. You're not going to get what the other person has in one day. There are going to be some broken eggs along the way, some stepping on your legs and all that. And I'm not saying that put up with all the pain. I'm not saying that it should be exploited. I'm just saying that there's going to be that kind of learning with patience, with discipline, and then eventually we'll get there. So what I see generally, to put it in a sentence and to conclude, is that the contestations are there. They're even going to get more fierce. That's the first thing, the bad news. But the good news is that if we can sit, so for instance, NGO forum that invited young people to this panel, I get the sense that I get the feeling that they sense that, and they see that there's a need for collaboration, a need for learning, intergenerational understanding of things, and inshallah that should turn out well. So as we talk of the political transition that side, let's remember that it also affects us this side, and then we see how to make sure that we make full advantage of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Godwin. Yes, of course, platforms like this for the youth, very knowledgeable youth, and in effect, not just representing the youth, but as very knowledgeable Ugandans who are contributing to the discourse on civil society and the sustainability of civil society. And to say indeed, so the problem starts from the head. So unless we start to see transition at the very top leadership of this nation, we may not see as much transition as we would like to see as well in the civil society sector. So I'll go to you, Sarah. Now, your work at FIDA and, of course, at Dare for the Future touches directly on the law. How are you and your peers using digital tools to demystify legal and constitutional rights for young people, especially young women? And could you share an example of, a digital advocacy strategy that has effectively challenged systemic barriers?
All right, thank you very much. Such a timely question now that we are greatly entering the digital space. Now, over the years, civil society has evolved, meaning even our strategies towards advocacy, continue to evolve as well. So back in the days, perhaps around women's rights, we would have women marching to parliament, maybe taking off their clothes and doing many of these things. And remember, these things really did a lot of shaking and breaking, you know, and there was so much reform and transformation. However, as political times have changed, as governance has changed, it becomes even more dangerous or even more difficult to use the land platforms to do advocacy. And now more than ever, the advocacy fields are changing to the digital space. The digital space is the new battlefield. And whoever realizes that earlier and implements and gets into that space and start fighting, it's going to, there's so much that comes out of it. And how do we navigate the digital space when it comes to advocacy? Now, firstly, the power of storytelling. Now, for us to be able to advocate for a cause, we need to know what that cause is in-depthly. Now, when we know what that cause is, we are able to build an army around that cause, and we are able to fight. Now, an example for us at FIDA Uganda, for example, how many of you know that there is a law in Uganda that prohibits pregnant girls who are in medical school, the nursing institutions, from doing exams or being in school when they get pregnant? I don't know how many of you know of that. How many of us know that? Now, I see about 5 hands. So can 5 people advocate for this and push for it to move? Sometimes it gets a little difficult. So I remember at the start of this year, there's an organization in Eastern Uganda around, I think called Freedom Fighters something. A girl was expelled from nursing school for getting pregnant, depriving her of her right under Article 34 to education. And then they did stories around this. They kept on tagging us, FIDA, 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 FIDA. Now, because they had overly spoken this story, we got inclined. And then we heard about this. We're like, okay, we are going to advocate for you people. So we put this on our pages. And then we have other women's rights organizations coming on board, the Human Rights Commission and things like that. And 2 months ago, we were at the Constitutional Court. I was personally there, and we filed a petition to outlaw this because all regulations are supposed to be in line with the Constitution. So we want to outlaw this. So if a girl gets pregnant, and she's 22 years old, she's being sent out of a medical school, nursing school rather, because she got pregnant. And so we are trying to outlaw this, and surely we are going to win the case. I mean, FIDA, we always win the cases. So, now, we got to know of this because someone was telling the story. So we need to use our digital platforms to tell stories of advocacy concerns in our communities and be very persistent when it comes to storytelling. So they kept on tagging us time and over again, but we weren't inclined yet because perhaps we hadn't seen that. So you have to be very consistent when it comes to telling your story around challenges, because when you tell your story, people get to know your problem. When people get to know the problem, we build a bigger army. When we have a bigger army, we are able to act, to advocate, and to shift. We see that Gen Zs in Kenya, they did a lot of conversations and stories around, corruption, how it's affecting the people, and they built such an army, and they spread out. So they did organizing from the digital platforms, and it was able for them to, it helped them organize better to actually come on ground, yeah? Even our anti-corruption advocacy that happened, I think, was it at the start of last year, where we had very young girls. They started organizing and speaking against corruption in the parliament online. Then they organized better to come out here because now they had mobilized an army. When they got arrested, people were online advocating for their release. So the online space is such a space we have to get into as civil society. And also, usually there are hashtags and things like that, but we have to do collective participation. If someone has a hashtag around corruption must stop, and only 5 people are doing that, I mean, it may not result too much. So this is a responsibility to each and every person, each and every young person out there. And also now, yes, the digital space is the space to be in a civil society. However, for you to thrive in a space, you have to be a giant in that space. That means now we as civil society organizations, how much are we investing around our digital presence? Are we collaborating with influencers? Because our cause and our concerns, the concerns we are pushing for, everybody needs to get to know about this. And that is where the digital influencers come in. So influencers are not only there to push products, lipstick brands, or clothes, they are here also to push our causes. So can we make it an issue of concern? Can we add this in our budget lines, that we are budgeting for digital influencers who are going to perhaps push against child marriages in Uganda? And then it is a big concern, and everyone is getting to know about it. We are speaking about maternal mortality and things of that sort. So, and then perhaps we also need to have a lot of conversations around what do our digital policies look like during our board meetings. Are we having conversations around risk assessment when it comes to our digital platforms? Because it is now our battlefield, meaning we need to invest in it, we need to train staff around it, we need to build armies around it, we need to take the digital landscape, we need to have safeguarding policies around it, because it is the way to go. But then also, as I come to an end, the power of relatable information in form of bite-sized information. Now, not everyone is going to read a whole thread of information about maternal mortality or about police brutality, but what if we have bite-sized information? Because we are trying to build an army, and in this army, we want the elite, we want those who have lived experiences, we need those in policy making and things of that category. So we need to make this information digestible for each and every person, or even in various languages. And for me, I've had a story of that in my personal organization. Now, first of all, youth organizations do not have money. So we are exploiting each and every way we can thrive and survive in the little we can. So I was doing advocacy around girl child education. I do this in Uganda and South Sudan, where I come from as well. And we needed to send the message around girl child education, but of course we didn't have the funds to, so we just used to do bite-sized information online. And the UN radio station in South Sudan saw the information we were doing, and they said, we are going to give you airtime on radio. Come and do a campaign there, just because we kept on putting information there. Can I pay for airtime on a national radio? I can't, but I did such information, and I got the opportunity to do that. So the digital space is the place to go to.
Okay, thank you very much, Sarah, and also highlighting the importance of storytelling. And you know, when you're talking about girls that then get pregnant, these are usually young women in medical or nursing schools. I also remembered the COVID statistics that we had around teen pregnancies, and how very many times we actually didn't have a face to the story. So we just had all these statistics, but we did not have, you know, the actual stories, you know, the faces, the individual stories of these young people. And also gets me thinking, did we ever do any statistics on the people who were impregnating, the men who were impregnating? What is the demographic age of, was it teenage boys impregnating teen girls, or was it men? So we need statistics like those as well, so that, you know, even as we do male engagement, we know which category of men to reach out to. What is the age range? Is it 45 and above impregnating 13-year-olds? Is it 14-year-olds impregnating 13-year-olds? So, you know, the statistics that we do not have, and, you know, the country just moves on. I mean, the president said that we are lucky they are not dead. They are just pregnant. So thank you very much for highlighting the importance of, you know, collective organizing, joint advocacy, and of course, building movements. It goes back to what Leonard was saying earlier in the morning about, you know, movement building and moving forth, you know, as warriors. I don't know whether he was inciting violence, because all the examples he was giving were about rebellions. And now I will come back to you, Remy, and then Lisa, of course. We often celebrate digital activism, Remy. But, you know, the digital divide continues to be a real issue. The digital divide between men and women, youth, though now it is, you know, we have more young people, majority of young people, you know, on different digital platforms. How do you ensure that, you know, your digital organizing strategies do not leave behind young people, especially in the rural areas, and of course those with limited access to technology and data? I'll start with you, Remy, and then Lisa.
Thank you so much, Georgia. I think I will start off by saying that contrary to how most people think about technology, I believe that technology is like Pandora's box. It has so many opportunities, but it also has so many challenges. Digital activism is celebrated or looked at as the face of the future and how civil society should evolve. But the reality is different. Many rural youth and those of low-income status struggle to access technology, or let alone use it. So some of the strategies that we use technology as an extension. They do not replace the community engagements, but rather extend the kind of work that we do in communities and bring it onto digital platforms. That digital divide that we talk about, as civil society organizations, we should embrace it as an opportunity. It's not something that we should look at as the only means to an end to solve some of the challenges that young people face. But one thing I would like for us to note, ladies and gentlemen, is that much as we are embracing technology and everything that it comes with, we must be very careful. Digital literacy should not be used as a ticket for young people to access civic space. I will use myself as an example. The communities that we work in, or let alone in our own homes, my own mother feels a certain way being told, okay, go to your WhatsApp, check this, navigate this, do use bite-sized information, you know, those technical terms. Many young people deep down within us are afraid of being exposed as people who do not know what technology is. So if we're using this as one of the ways in which we are burdening civil society or the initiatives that we're pushing for young people, we should not front it as the only ticket that we are supposed to use as we engage in young people. We should be open-minded. We should be cognizant of the fact that technology should be used on the principles of equity, accessibility, but also keeping in mind that the content that we share should be accessible in localized languages that even people in communities who we claim to serve can understand. And these are the strategies that ensure that we do not leave anyone behind. Anything outside that, where so much technicality comes in when we're using social media or different other platforms, we are othering or ostracizing the young people in the communities. And that is something that I wanted to point out. Thank you, Georgia.
Okay, thank you very much, Remy. If you could add on, Lisa.
Thank you. I think that I agree wholly with Remy. Meaningful digital organization or organizing should be hybrid. It should have the component of using digital as a tool, but also constantly reminding ourselves, just like Agatha was here sharing, that 15% have access to these tools and all that. So we also know that the majority of young people don't have access to this. So as we plan, as we mobilize, it has to be hybrid. I'll give an example of Giving Tuesday as a global generosity movement. So Giving Tuesday does not only just run a digital campaign for people to give or share kindness or something of that sort. It then translates this activism online into community as well by choosing local chapter leaders, just like myself, who they know will then engage with communities. But also, to be specific, Giving Tuesday itself, running across 111 countries, has introduced a chapter that only focuses on youth, which is Giving Tuesday Spark. So they, what happens is that this particular youth are chosen, those that are closest to the community. And yes, they pick up these digital messages, but then they translate them into offline activity, offline action, and then popularize it online. So it has to work hand in hand. We can't just rely on the digital side of it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Lisa. 3 key words: localize, popularize, and let it be hybrid. It can't just be one or the other. I'll come back to you, Godwin. Toko is the name that is known most. So Toko, research is very critical for credible advocacy. And, you know, research in terms of largely data. Most of the work that you do online, you are now a household name on X, Twitter. And we also have, I think, someone called Sams, who doesn't have to do a lot of research. He will just go get the Auditor General's report. There's a lot of data out there that people overlook, and just keep highlighting sections of the Auditor General's report, and, you know, just bringing us evidence how salary to a tune of around 600 billion is being paid to 30 people in just 1 month. How can young researchers like yourself, activists like yourself, better use digital platforms to make data and evidence on governance and accountability not only accessible, but also actionable, you know, for peers and grassroots movements? So the hashtags that you guys usually create, that call to action, like what do you want us to do, and how can you just make that more actionable, more accessible to everyone?
Yeah, so the first thing is that there was an Economist magazine report, I think, around 2015, should be about 10 years ago, that talked about research and Africa. So that report, I think you can find it online. It was very, very interesting. The first thing is that South Korea, I think it has about 40 million people, does more research than the whole of Africa. So Africa's contribution to the global research, I think, was about 0.something%. So that shows the magnitude of the problem we're dealing with. So when they broke it down and put it into statistics, into what that meant. So first of all, I think the Democratic Republic of Congo, I mean, the most basic research any country can do should be a population census. But I think the Democratic Republic of Congo last had a census in 1984. So the country is literally running on estimated population for that long. So at least we have had the census, I think, only last year, which means that maybe was it last year? Last year, right?
Yeah, 2024, where some of us are in others.
Yeah, we are slightly better than them. So that shows you the magnitude of the problem that we face, not just as, say, young people or Africa or Ugandans, but as a continent, that we are really not doing enough research. And in the what we call the information age, I don't know if you're still in the information age, information really carries the day. And that same report showed that in Nigeria, for instance, there was an incentive to alter research data because Nigeria operates a federal government system. So governments allocated money based on the population of their regions. So each region was trying to give a higher figure that of their population. So that is the problem that Africa faces. Now let me bring it home. There's a group of activists, my friends, I won't mention their names because this is not the best thing to say about them. But last year when the parliament was debating the coffee bill, they took it upon themselves to go to Bukomansimbi and talk to the people about the coffee bill. So they went there with megaphones, and as they began preaching the ills of the coffee bill, they were shocked that in Bukomansimbi, where they went, Bukomansimbi, one of the biggest coffee farming districts in Uganda. Is it Bukomansimbi? One of those districts, yes. People there were pro the coffee bill. The people were like, hey, this bill is going to save us. There's a cartel that has made itself the gatekeepers of coffee sale in Uganda. If this bill passes, it breaks that cartel, and then we'll get better bargains. So maybe those people were misled, maybe they were wrong, but the point there is that these guys went there without research. Yeah? If they had researched and found out what is the mood like on the ground, maybe they would have known that we can approach it from another angle. And of course, they were wise enough before they could be lynched to know that, change tactics. So they changed tactics and came back to Kampala. Finally, there's a new political party in South Africa. So South Africa has been known for having those two major parties. The ANC, which has been in power since 1994, and now there is the Democratic Alliance, which gave them a run for their money, and of course there are these other small parties, whether it's the MK or the Malema's party. It's what? Economic Freedom Fighters, EFF. But the new party is of the colored people. South Africa is a very race-based society. And what strikes me best about that party is that the gentleman who started that party literally does what Sambans does. You mentioned Sambans, he's a colleague at Agora. So what Sambans does is to get the Auditor General's report and look at, and any of us could do that. Just get the Auditor General's report and type Makerere, or type Kira Motors, or type Mestil, There will be a report somewhere that says that Mestil probably got land that was supposed to be for railway. I'm not saying it's the truth, but yeah, maybe somewhere in the Auditor General's report. And that's why I understand why Karambaji has an issue with this being held here. But what this gentleman did was that for him, the government in South Africa would say, we have allocated money to a school. And he would wait for 2 years and go to that school and say, was this school built? And 90% of the time they found that the schools were not actually built. Now, he started rallying his activism around that. Early this year, I went to Arua because the Speaker of Parliament said she'd given 200 million to Arua Hospital, and the story is both traumatizing and interesting. So I come from Arua. My father originally comes from Arua, West Nile. So West Nile has had this issue of being not on the national grid. And if you put that in, if you give that a human face, that meant that mothers would go to hospital and deliver on candlelight, on torchlight, from the very relentlessly working medical team there. But many times, of course, you can't rely on a candlelight or a torchlight, so lives were lost. Now, so in 2022, a group of leaders from West Nile went to the Speaker and they said, there is this problem, we want to be connected to the national grid. The Speaker said, that is a hard thing for me to do, but I can do the simple things. I can give you 200 million, we buy a generator for the maternity ward of Arua Hospital, and we save their lives. Perfect. The Speaker is a mother, right? That afternoon, a member of Parliament from Arua municipality moved a motion on the floor of Parliament to thank the Speaker. And the Speaker is a mother. She cares about lives and everything. And there was all that pomp. I think the New Vision reported this story, Independent Magazine, so many magazines put about it actually. The Solar Association of Uganda thanked the Speaker for it as well. Now, I got information that the Speaker had actually not donated the panels. So from 2022, this is 2025. So I went to Arua. And there was literally the most basic research. That you go to the hospital and ask people, do you guys have solar panels? And the truth was that there were no solar panels. So, Agatha, of the vouchers Agatha shared, there was one, in fact, we hosted Christoph Borre, as I finished, the Director of Communications at Parliament, who came to one of our spaces and said, you guys are saying the Speaker gives money wrongly. We get this money because there is bureaucracy in government. So sometimes you need to get the money and run very fast. I got money for solar panels, I'm taking them to Arua next week. When he said that was last year. So the money was given in 2022. He was supposed to take the solars, he didn't take them. So last year again, he used it. So what I'm saying is that the whole basis of the monies you saw during the Parliament exhibition was that there is bureaucracy in government, which I think the Speaker should work with Parliament to address, but they're not addressing, and now they claim that they're addressing it another way. So the long and short of this is that there's a lot of research that we can do even without money, first and foremost. There's basic research you can do. Yeah. If we formed ourselves into maybe say like associations, and we had partners in Kapchora. There's a gentleman from Kapchora here, my very good friend called Mark. There's someone probably from Arua here. There's an MP from PG, Honorable Chiwanda. Like, can we start asking ourselves, was that road built? Was that school built? Was money allocated to that school? How many people are dying? I think that kind of advocacy, as we look for the funds, which seem not to be coming, certainly, the funds will find us along the way. But we can do that work and make a big impact in this country as civil society. So I think research is very critical, and we should look at how we can do it in the cheapest, quickest, but best, and verify the information that we get and then hold leaders accountable. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much, Toko. Someone said that they might have bought virtual solar panels. So we are in the digital age. Now, very finally, before I open to just a few questions in plenary, I know Chris is looking at me badly because the youth have been allocated very little time. So I'm going to go to Sarah and then open to...
The one thing is that you can do nothing when we're here.
No, now we are here and I'm basically in charge as moderator. But no, Sarah, I will come back to you, and you know, Toko raises something important. You do not need a lot of money to do research. You can just walk out of this hotel and see a citizen issue that you could actually raise. So all we need is to care. Have the heart that cares about this, a friend keeps calling it the colonial structure that is Uganda. So just care about that. Now, Sarah, connecting with one of the bits about the money within this convention, and you already said it, you said your organization does not have money, and traditional donor funding continues to sideline young-led organizations. I think it's just a few feminist funders that go out all the way to the grassroots organizations and, you know, the startups, very, very few of them do. They want 15 years experience. They want you to have like 15 requirements. You know, I will not mention some UN agencies that ask for like a whole file, like you're a presidential candidate. They want like 200 million signatures from constituents and NIN. My God. So from your experience, what are the most promising non-traditional models of resourcing, you know, youth-led civic action, you know, for civic action that can ensure both sustainability and independence?
All right, thank you very much. That's a very exciting question. Now, the traditional mode of funding previously was development partners, meaning international aid. That means the other alternative we have now is local philanthropy. So yesterday, from one of the members here, I read a report on a research they had done making a case for local philanthropy. That's by Civicus and CAPE. It's a very interesting paper you should find. Now, local philanthropy or local giving, it actually carries more impact. And how do we navigate this? Now, firstly, young organizations have been doing so much work. Apart from sitting on the board of FIDA, I sit on the board of 2 other grassroots young organizations. And for sure, I know young organizations, first of all, they're not even in the game for money, because the time we joined civil society, money had already left the WhatsApp group. There was no money available. So young people are very resilient. They are doing a lot of work with little or no money at all, or using from their personal funds, yet are making incredible impact. Though, of course, sometimes when a donor gives them perhaps transport, they'll use their pictures on their webpage and say, hey, we gave them this and that. Perhaps some of you could have experienced this. But that aside, how do we have better funding modules? The first one is local philanthropy, of course. Now, Africans are givers. Why aren't we giving? Because our problems have not been connected to our emotions. Now, emotions move money. Even the Bible says where a man's treasure is where his heart is. You know, that means there needs to be a connection between emotions for money to move, for money to be mobilized. Now, how do we get into the emotions of people? Of course, I spoke about storytelling, but when it comes to fundraising as well, we also need to do storytelling. When we are doing programs, now I've worked for an international NGO, and I've also worked with the nationals. So usually, in the work that we were doing there, we had to wait for partners to, for the development partners to come and do the picture taking. They have a lot of restrictions around it, which is acceptable. But you see, at the end of the day, we need to tell the story around child marriages for it to get to the hearts of people to want to give to this cause. So we need to stop shying away from capturing content, from telling stories around the challenges we are facing in our communities, because everyone plays a role, and they can only play a role and contribute when they understand this in-depthly and to the context. Now more than ever, we have to invest very greatly in telling stories and connecting these challenges to the emotions of people. So don't use that iPhone only for Instagram. No, use it to capture a story about poverty in Mvepi, about poverty and hunger in Karamoja. People need to know this story on TikTok as well, because when they understand it, they are going to fund it because their heart is in it. Secondly, collaboration. More than ever, young organizations need to come together and work in coalitions and leverage on the different resources. A dear friend of mine told me during lunch break that, you see, when there are no resources, we use the resourcefulness. Where there is no money, why don't we use the abilities we have? Last year, I did a project with 7 youth organizations in West Nile. We did projects in 4 districts in West Nile. And some didn't have money, but they had the skill. We didn't have per diem to give people, but one said we have a big home in Arua. So my father is going to feed us and give us accommodation. So accommodation was stick. The other said my uncle has a car. A car was given. The other said, I have some clothes and materials we could use for making reusable sanitary pads. So you see, we don't have the money, but everyone is leveraging on our strength. Because for us, it's not who does it, but that it is done at the end of the day. Back in the day, people would be like, oh, it's this organization that did that. But for us young people, what I love is, it's not about who is doing it, but that it is done. So we come together and leverage on our resourcefulness and get the work done and address hunger, and address climate issues, and address poverty by leveraging on our resourcefulness in the absentia of resources. Of course, a lot of information has been said about social enterprises. Of course, that is something that I also stand for, but it has been spoken on, so we could reason around there as well. But then, in all these things that I'm talking about, we are trying to bring in money. Yes, we are trying to bring in money, but also reducing on how we spend the money helps us be able to ensure that this work is more sustainable. So as young organizations, yes, some money is coming in, but how are we retaining this money? A lot of criticism has come to civil society organizations around using too much money on administrative costs, on per diem, on self-care activities, on insurance and things like that, and very little money goes into actual impact. But how are we going to be the change as young people? Are we going to continue this narrative of using money on administrative costs? No. So how are we going to ensure that, yes, administrative things are going on, but at yes, efficient, but at a lower cost? Now we have technology. Do you need to have perhaps 10 digital creators, or maybe someone who's working on flyers and things like that? When you have Canva, you can download Canva and it can help you perhaps make posters and things like that. So instead of having 3 staff, you have 1 because you're leveraging on technology. So I believe that while we are bringing in money, we can also reduce on how we spend the money. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sarah. Of course, expenditure reduction, that is like a myth in Uganda, because I think we learn from the best. As civil society is also spending the way government is spending, and then claiming they earn 3 million per month. Anyway, that's the president of Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that we have opened the conversation to plenary. I will take the first 4 hands. The first hand is Honorable Godfrey Chiwanda Suvi, right in front of me. I would like to see the other hand. Yes, there's a young person over there. I'm hesitant to say young lady because I do not know whether they identify as okay, so there's a young person over there and another young person right there with the microphone. But, okay, honorables like to be at the platform, so you are most welcome, and then we'll come to you. Yes.
Thank you so much, the moderator, and I want to thank the panel. It has been a very challenging session, hearing from 4 young people with very brilliant ideas, and at times it reminds us about where we were at that time. You know, we are also former youth. We've been there for some time, and you moved on. And where we are, that's where you are coming. Yeah, now I have 4 of you at home. My firstborn and the fourthborn, they are now. One is 23, another is 21, another. So the discussions that we have is really very challenging. But now, I wanted also to know about how do you want the elders leave space for you? I became a member of parliament at 23. I finished university in 2000. Then I became a member of parliament in 2001. But I had a member of parliament in my constituency who was somehow a very old person. But I knew I was going to come next to him, but I did not tell him. The only thing that I did was working very close with that gentleman. And time came when it was unavoidable. At times, the youth, we tend to think that somebody is going to leave space for you. It will be very difficult. Even if it's your mother or your father. Some time back, I've seen people taking their father to court that he has refused to die, and yet they want to manage the estate. and the guy is not going. Now, even in day-to-day life, I don't believe in the statement that you leave us space. Space is fought for. Space is fought for. Nobody literally is going to live for you, and you have to prove that you are capable of occupying the space. And I want also to know, because I come from a very poor family, but my kids don't come from a poor family. For they come from a minister's home, a member of parliament's home, because the firstborn I had him when I was already a member of parliament. But I don't know why the children of well-to-do families, affluent families, they take long to grow up. I look at them, they are still kids. At that age of 21, 22, I was already thinking otherwise. You need to, why? They take long, and when you go to the village, you find somebody at 18, 19, they're already mature people, they are taking charge, and you find them either leaders of a village, of a parish, in a church. But it's very difficult to find a child of an affluent family at 19 and is a church leader as a youth. Not only in economics, but even at that level. Why are the children of well-to-do families take long to grow? My name is Chiwanda Godfrey Suwi. I'm the chairman of the National Consultative Forum, the forum that brings all political parties together, the registered political parties, both those in parliament and those out of parliament. So I was just using this chance to introduce to you because I wasn't here at the, yesterday I came when I had just done the introductions. But I wanted those ones, if possible, I can get some response on those. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable and former Minister of Tourism. The time he became MP, I was in P3. So, and now I'm an MC. Okay. There's a young lady there, the one in blue, and then the one right at that table. And then I will expand out. My friend, I'm not going to take your name. I will take her hand. Where are the gentlemen? Yes, for my youth.
Thank you so much. My name.
You could direct your question to someone in particular, or you could enrich the conversation with your own idea.
All right. Thank you so much. My name is Nakash Sharifa, an EU YSB member. And specifically, this question is from the creative industry that I'm part of, specifically the beauty pageant, because I'm running a project about the beauty pageant, a teenagers beauty pageant. As young people are driving digital trends, arts, and cultural movements, how is civil society integrating the creative industry and youth-led innovations into its advocacy strategies? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. I will ask any of my expert panelists to take on that question.
Thank you so much. My name is Tushemiri Reshadia, a member of EU Youth Sounding Board. First of all, I would like to inform this House that the Ugandan election or politics of 2001, it is different right now. Because of monetarization in politics, because even when you check on the EC budget for the other general elections and right now, they're completely different. And also, everything has changed. So people are thinking we're not fighting for space. We are trying, but the system is not really just to us. What I would love to submit today, apart from that, is I would like to appeal to civil society organizations and development partners that while you're giving opportunities to youth, you should also consider the youth in grassroots communities, because there is a clear divide between the urban youth and the rural youth. So when you're giving opportunities, kindly consider the youth in rural areas, because as EU, we were happy that they managed to mix both upcountry and urban youth. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. I agree with that. On the EU, they've expanded, but not just the EU. I think Danida and the partners as well. Yeah, so kudos. There was a gentleman. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Lofane Peter. I come from Karenga, Karamoja. I was a youth, yes. And during my youth time, I founded an organization which I am leading now. It is operating both in Uganda and South Sudan. Now, as an employer, I found a very difficult moment to deal with the youth of today. Because even if you see those youths in front of us, their concentration is on the phones.
Affluent.
Even in the office, it is very, very difficult to deal with the youth. Because their problem is only concentrating in the phones. They are not doing anything in the programs that we put across. So how do you make these people to control an organization which is supposed to be productive? As we believe that there is succession. We believe that there is succession. And there is also technology. I think some of us have crossed the generation from no phone to the highest phones now. But we are able to withstand the pressure that is with us. The Gen Z of today, to be honest and sincere, you cannot compare the pressure you can hold to what we used to hold. We held a very hot pressure, but the Gen Z of today, they are more of theories than practical. But I am not saying that all of us, all the Gen Z are like that, but I'm just cautioning you that, yes, the future is built on the youth, but the youth that do not have the true understanding of what the future is, they become futureless. So I will urge you, as we run to leave this country to be a better place, we need the youth that is resilient, the youth that is progressive, and the youth that is also politically ground, so that you are able to participate in politics, money making, and the law, as we have put them there.
Okay.
And that is what we expect the youth to be of today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. There's just one final hand over there, and then we will come back to the panel.
Good afternoon, everyone. Nora Nakazwe is my name. I have a few comments, maybe questions. One, he has talked about it, the digital spaces. That was one of my points. We have true access to all the digital spaces, medias, ABCD mentioned it. But the question is, what do we do with all those platforms? If you take a look at other platforms, for example, TikTok, people misuse it however much they have access to it. It is no longer important as it used to be when it had just come. We thought it could be maybe for advertising businesses, coming up with the ideas to empower maybe youth, but right now it is quite something different. The second one is, when it comes to decision making within the society, are those youth given the platform to sit on those boards to also make decisions on behalf of those silent majorities that cannot come up to speak? Secondly, you talked about the funding disbursement. What are some of the ways you're looking forward to putting up in place to ensure that funds, when they are disbursed, they really reach the youth, those who are down deep in the villages, maybe in the societies where accessibility is hard? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We will come back to the panel because we're running out of time. Quite a number of questions. I hope the future elders on this panel are going to respond. And as a future elder and current youth, just to note that it is important to also expand the scope of our imagination, because we are in a paperless society. And so sometimes as you speak, we are taking notes on phones. I don't know what elders do with their phones, but for us, we do pretty much, you know, a lot with my phone. On my phone, I attend meetings, I take notes, I write reports, you know, I engage in activism digitally, because right now, you cannot march on the streets of Kampala. You know the context in which we are. And so the youth on their phones are actually working. There's a lot of money. I meet all my clients, because I do emceeing. I meet all my clients online. So just to say that, but I'll take it back to my team of experts. And the first question, I'll call Toko to, because I can't imagine Toko being off his phone. Toko, you're going to respond to one is
Can I do two?
Youth are always on their phones.
Yeah, that one.
That one, but it was also in line with why is it that people from affluent families take long to grow?
So the question about children from affluent families, my only disappointment is that Honorable Chiwanda said his children are 21. I thought he would say even 51-year-old street-like children, but he didn't say that, which is the good thing. So I don't know how that comes into play. But what I think is a lot of children who are feathered, who are pampered, will not grow up the same way the ghetto kid will grow up. That's what I think. Because I think kids who grow up in the slums, in the villages, they are given more responsibilities. And of course now in this age, there are things like child labor and all that. But many times those things end up making them mature much faster. So probably you should answer that question as a person who grew up the other side and now are raising children who are growing up in another side. The question about youths being lazy and hard to deal with. Now, this is not the first place I'm hearing this. Yeah. And that otherwise would have them running out to go and pick the phone call. So I think this discussion about generational differences is an important one. It's about understanding each other. When you grow up in a different era, I mean, maybe the difference between me and you is what? Maybe 20 years, and that's a generation, because the generation is about 25 years. So there are things that you're going to see. And there are things, I have 2 children, I know for a fact that if they get to university, they'll probably be coming back home saying, I'm going to that old man who doesn't understand the world anymore. You get? Yet today, I am kind of the guy who understands the world. So I think you need, even the guys you work with at office, maybe engage them. What do they do on their phone? How can they make it more productive? And I think you'll find a solution there. And lastly, someone said...
Parting shot?
Yeah,
just
30 seconds. Someone said that young people, was talking to Chiwanda, that it's now harder to get to politics. That may not be true. There is so much money in politics, I agree, right now. The one with the deepest pocket, in law there's something called the deep pocket theory, carries the day. But the current parliament, as of 2021, when they were taking the oath of office, the median age, I think, was 42. That shows that there are a lot of young people thriving regardless. So yes, there are these challenges, but then the question maybe for people like Shadia and the young people here who want to go into politics is that, can I make it regardless? If it's about money, can I make it not about money? And how would that play out? Maybe you can, maybe you can't, but that's a conversation we can always, something we can think about. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Toko. There was something else to development partners. Please consider youth at the grassroots. And I think we had examples of the partners who are already doing that, and a big thank you. I'm going to go back to you, Lisa. Of course, your parting shot now in just 2 minutes. You know, your final call, if you could challenge any CSO in this room, and this goes to everyone, to make just one concrete change to better partner with the youth and empower them into power sharing, you know, what would that be? Very quickly.
Thank you.
As we wrap up.
Thank you very much. I just want to add a little to the question that Honorable asked. How are we creating, how do we want the elders to leave space for us? And while he asked and he said, you know, we fought for this and all that, what came to my mind was, this is generational trauma. You want to pass it on, you know, that kind of thing. So should we, while you were fighting, what did you want your elders to do for you at that point? So that was what was coming to mind then. And really challenging CSOs, the CSO space, to see how best they can support youth. I would say that there is a need to shift resources and decision-making closer to the youth, the people solving the problems on the ground. But in addition to that, I think during our conversation, you've been able to hear things like intergenerational mentorship, intentional intergenerational mentorship. Get you a Toko, get you a Sarah, get you a Remy or Lisa, and see, fine, how am I building, how am I leaving my legacy with this young person? Because today we are young, in the next number of years, we are not, we're going to be like you. So it's intentional, it should be intentional, and I'm calling upon the CSO leaders and elders to hold our hands. But also in addition to that, as we are creating flexible funding and resources directly into our hands, I know trust is the issue. You see young people and you're like, the money may not reach. But is it possible to tier the funding? Is it possible to give it in smaller chunks as we build that trust, but not necessarily blocking us from that? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Lisa. And I'll go over to you, Remy. There's also just one question that you can answer as you wrap up in 2 minutes or less. How are CSOs integrating arts and creativity into activism? I think the panel that was here earlier talked about cartoons and movies and so on. And I know that quite a number of organizations are also doing civic education using MDD. So just very quickly, and then I'll jump over to Sarah for her parting shots as well.
Thank you so much. I will just start by saying that just a week ago, we presented the National Youth Manifesto document that was developed by a coalition of organizations that are active in the youth space to His Excellency, the President of Uganda. And one of the things that was pertinent or was highlighted within the National Youth Manifesto was how we can empower young people in the creative space to be able to have their aspirations realized in the next electoral period. So many conversations have been happening around that discussion, aside from just the implementation of how we civil society organizations engage young people through edutainment approaches, but also at a policy level. So there's a lot that is already happening. And ladies and gentlemen, just like one of the participants mentioned, young people, we are not here to replace anyone. I think that is a very big misconception. Mm-hmm. It is because you keep pushing narratives like the future is yours that make us feel like when we get there, we don't want to leave, because you promised us that the future we are going for ahead is ours. What we want to hear is that we are the present and we are the future now. We're not waiting for anything that is coming in the years to come. There will be other young people seated on the same panel, just like we are doing right now. And we shall be the ones telling them that we are not leaving because we fought for this space. So I think that needs to change as well. So I would like to challenge all civil society organizations and leaders. Let us hold ourselves accountable to the same standards that we demand from government. If we call for transparency, accountability, inclusivity, and meaningful participation of young people, let us also mirror that. Hire young people and put them in leadership positions. Internship is the bare minimum. Don't hire us because we represent a problem that you're trying to solve. We are unemployed, so we are desperate. No, we are not. The thing is, we need you to believe in us as knowledge bearers, as co-creators of solutions. Give us the platforms. Yes. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Remy. And finally, Sarah, as you do your parting shot, someone asked a question about youth being on boards and whether they have the same power on the board. So do you vote, or are you a passive observant on the board? So over to you, and then your parting shot as well.
All right, thank you very much. I did get that question as well, and a very small secret, especially to our former youth. Now, youth being on your board is such a resource to your board. The demographics are clear. Over 70% of the population are young people, meaning over 70% of the people you're serving are young people. How will you better serve these young people if you don't understand their concept, their context? And who helps you understand their context? The young people on their boards. So don't just bring them there for the pictures, just to fulfill policy. They are going to improve your work. Now, it's not young people to blame, it's the people who are perhaps governing and leading these particular organizations. For me, very luckily, on the feeder board, I make very keen and strategic decisions that I can even point fingers to when I see the impact thereafter. So kindly value the young people on your boards. They are that game-changing strategy, yes? Yes, and then my parting shot, how can CSOs better partner with youth or youth organizations? Now, the best way is partner with them to build them on their journey to sustainability, because youth overly depending on them is going to drain you too. But what if you help them become more sustainable? Perhaps even as you fund their projects, can you fund some capacity, in-depth capacity building, things like perhaps helping them build on their digital tools to make work easier, cheaper, and more efficient? Could you help them perhaps build on their, I love storytelling, build around that capacity as well? So it's very important that CSOs work with youth.
Georgia added herself 20 minutes, 20 full minutes, and they're also not honest. Please, let's do take that good picture. Agatha set a precedent. Yeah, so Honorable, the problem you have created for us is that when young people take over, we'll have another 100 years. They also wait for death. If you had started a culture of living, we'd be living very easily, without problems. And Godwin talked about a 51-year-old who was tweeting. I thought it was James. Then I remembered he doesn't know Runyankore, so anyway. At least for me, I can speak the language. At least for me, I can speak the language. Thank you. Thank you very much. Give them a very, very big round of applause. I think we've had a really exciting day. And I see some of you are feeling tired already. But don't be tired. We are just approaching our last lap. I said something earlier and people laughed, but I think this conference, this convention is helping us secure our future and protect the gains. And Honorable Chiwanda would know that. Yesterday he had to run away for a campaign, and I think, did it go well? Are the young people promising the campaign? It was fun. The young people are promising that the Tufa Kumain, is that? They want us to go? Yeah. But as a member of SEC, I think one of the things you need to deal with, a former member of SEC, but you're still very powerful, is this whole thing of, stopping other people from also campaigning. It should stop. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. I think let's just be honest, guys. You can do all you want to do, but let's not do that. It's not fair. Yeah. And we are serious people. So, because when we take over, I mean the Georgians, not me. Me, I'm with you. When we also choose not to. Okay. So we are coming to the last lap of this conversation. And if you check your program, you realize that we have 3 important things to go through. We have an opportunity to listen from the European Union about the opportunities for civil society in the Global Gateway framework. And we have the team leader coordinator for the Global Gateway, Jacob, and I'm going to try and pronounce your name, Horshofer. Did I do well? Jacob Horshofer is going to share with us perspectives and really information about it. The idea about this session is that it's an information session. And you can find as much information about it on different platforms. But we'll have an opportunity for Moses because he's interacted with the framework, to just speak to what Jacob would have said. And then the next part of our conversation is going to be about agreeing on some of those ingredients that you saw emerging. And the idea here is that we've had a team that has been picking out some of the thoughts. It might not cover everything that has been discussed, but it will just really summarize some of the issues, some of the messages that we want to put across. So the team is led by Obsobozi Amoti Kangele. He's going to come here and present to us, and then we'll facilitate a few minute session where you provide feedback into that, and we'll improve the document and make it available for everyone. And then we have a closing session, which will be led by the head of the EU delegation, Ambassador Jan Sadak. I think I've also done well on that one. I'm trying to pronounce German names, so please, guys, bear with me. He's not German, yes, so I'm using German as a metaphor. Elizabeth, is that correct? Yeah, okay, good. But there's this German, James Macbeth, who is the GIZ country director. So, he's not German as well. Hey, but Elizabeth, he's Scottish. Okay, I have failed. I need coffee. Let us invite Jacob, and then I'll go and reflect on my notes. Let's invite Jacob to share perspectives on the Global Gateway, and then Moses, get ready. I'll come and facilitate the conversation. Please.
Thank you very much. Welcome to you all. It's an honor to be here. Honorable, all protocol respected. I have been invited today to briefly present to you what the Global Gateway is all about, because I think we can only start discussing about opportunities for civil society organizations in Uganda and elsewhere in the world in the framework of this strategy once we have all a basic understanding of what it is about. And then I'm looking forward to having a discussion with Moses and you, and my colleague Elizabeth is also in the room, and so let's dive right into it. Where do I have to point? This way? All right, so the Global Gateway strategy is the European Union's template to connect resilient to create resilient connections with the world. These are connections between Europe and Africa and other parts of the world, but also within Africa. And we are speaking about all kinds of connections in terms of transport, digital connectivity, energy, and others. And this strategy is guided by key principles, which are first democratic values and high standards in terms of environmental and social standards. And then we try to promote good governance and transparency around the interventions that we support. Our paradigm is a paradigm of equal partnerships. So we look at our partner country as an equal partner. It's a value-driven model, an ethical model, so we do not want to create unsustainable debt for our partner countries. Our investments are supposed to be as green and clean as possible, taking into account the environmental impact as well as climate change resilience, climate change scenarios. Security focused, when it's, for instance, about digital connectivity, we want to make sure that these connections we build are secure, or if we develop governance IT systems, we want to make sure that they are secure against attacks from outside. And then all those investments are supposed to catalyze as much as possible private sector investments, because as you know, the infrastructure investment gap for sustainable development cannot be met alone through development funding. We need the private sector to come in. Global Gateway investment priorities are, as I mentioned already, the digitalization, climate and energy, so we are looking at renewable energy investments, transport, the health sector, but here we are looking at the health sector from a capacity to produce critical vaccines and medicines locally. So in Uganda currently we don't have an example, but in Rwanda the EU supported the construction of a vaccine production facility so that critical vaccines can be produced on the continent. Education and research, the Global Gateway is also about having research exchanges and ensuring access to quality education, especially for women and girls, because as I will show soon, it's a very holistic approach. And then we are looking in Uganda also with a lot of interest at the water sector, so the provision of water to the society and the productive use of water. And we are also looking at the mining sector, because it's one of the key sectors that is underlined in the National Development Plan 4. And so it has a huge development potential, but you have to do it right to ensure that it has a sustainable development, a positive impact on the local communities. And at the same time, the European Union is interested to source critical minerals from partner countries where they are produced in line with our standards, so environmental and social standards. We are not talking about infrastructure only, so not only hard investments, but we are talking about the entire enabling framework, enabling environment to deliver those projects, and also to offer business-friendly conditions around it, regulatory framework and skills. So this brings me to the 360 degrees approach, as we call it. So here you can see the principles that I mentioned, so democratic values and high standards, good governance and transparency, etc. And around it, you can see that we are looking at the entirety when it comes to working with local authorities, working with civil society organizations, the rule of law, the regulatory reform, employment and youth, so skilling and education, technology transfer, research and development, gender equality as well. So it's a very holistic approach. You have an investment, and around that you work on the regulatory framework of the sector. When you invest in energy, you want to make sure that the communities who have access to the energy are at the same time accompanied to make productive use of the energy, so livelihoods, etc., etc. So for Africa, we are aiming to mobilize 150 billion euros in investments. And of course, this is not the European Union institutions alone. This is the European Union and its 27 member states, many of whom have been here this morning, I heard, at the ambassador level, and also all the development financing institutions of our European member states and the European Investment Bank. So it's a Team Europe approach. And then, of course, we attract with our investments as much as we can private sector funding. So the figure announced includes those private sector funding that is mobilized, both from Africa, but it can also be from other parts of the world and Europe. And it's not grants only. We combine grants with loans. We provide guarantees on those loans so that they are de-risked, and yeah, we try to attract as much as we can additional financing. So in Uganda, what we have currently ongoing, and this is just a selection, we are currently finalizing the support package for the rehabilitation of the Nalu-Balekira hydropower plant system, which is the cheapest source of electricity in the country at the moment, and it needs rehabilitation. With this investment of 170 million euros, we are going to give it another lifespan of at least 30 years so that it can provide sustainable energy to the Ugandans for the next decades to come. Then we have a last mile electrification program where we combine grants and loans as well to provide access to the national electricity grid in more than 33 districts, looking also in particular at vulnerable communities, refugee settlements, etc. Then we have just approved the South Sudan-Uganda energy interconnector, which is almost 300 kilometers of transmission lines between South Sudan and Uganda. As you know, Uganda has a high electricity production capacity, and by connecting it to its neighbor, this electricity can be shared, can be sold, etc. Then we're looking at productive infrastructure. So here we are speaking about trade facilitation with South Sudan and DRC. We have one flagship program that many of you probably have already heard about. It's to build wash facilities in schools, where we work with the Germans and the Belgians to provide wash facilities in many schools in the country so that young Ugandans have a better access to inclusive quality education. And last but not least, we have the EU-Uganda Forest Partnership, which looks at the governance of the forestry sector and all forestry-based value chains, including the timber industry. And with this support, we want to address also the issue of deforestation and support restoration efforts. And here we are working together with Denmark. And yeah, you can see, sorry, I forgot to mention, so the South Sudan-Uganda Power Interconnector is with the African Development Bank, and the last mile electrification and the Nalu-Balakira hydropower plant is together with France. And for Nalu-Balakira, we also have the European Investment Bank. So you can see it's a Team Europe approach, and it's already alive and kicking in Uganda, and there's much more to come. What are the opportunities for civil society organizations under this strategy? So on the one hand, civil society organizations can contribute actively to the planning and implementation of those investments. On the one hand, as you know, all of those investments, they have to consult the community and they have to ensure that the communities participate. So to ensure that this part of the planning is inclusive and that the communities are represented in those consultation mechanisms and decision-making processes, it is important to work with civil society organizations. As you know, there are obligations to have a community development agreement for certain investments or a free prior informed consent. Then there are accompanying programs for project-affected persons. So when, for instance, a road is constructed, sometimes people have to be resettled, compensated, and there are also livelihood restoration programs to ensure that this is done as less harmful as possible. So we have an example which is called the No One Worse Off project in Uganda, where we have done this in the past. Then, of course, local authorities are key to the planning process, and many of you work with them very closely. So we want to ensure local ownership of the projects and that it is fully aligned with the local development plans, and their civil society organizations can play a very important role. Then, as I mentioned before, skilling, employment, and youth is key to this strategy. On the one hand, we have a lot of complementary training and vocational education programs to develop the skills that are needed around an investment. So we want to make sure that when an investment happens in a very rural area, there's as less need as possible to bring labor from elsewhere, so that the people around the project can be trained so that they can work in the project or provide services or goods to it. And of course, it's about creating decent jobs for local communities. There are also a lot of livelihood programs that are complementary to these investments, especially when we speak about energy and water. As I mentioned before, we want to make sure that the energy reaches the people not only to light their homes and to charge the phones, but that they have support to use the energy productively to create livelihoods. The same for water, especially in irrigation purposes and others for agriculture. And then for youth, an example is the youth involvement and facilitation of relevant youth-led incubators that address social, green, and digital solutions and entrepreneurships in the communities that we intervene in, or the communities that we reach together with the authorities with the electricity. And last but not least, and then I'm already looking forward to the discussion, civil society organizations are key when it comes to governance, rights monitoring, and compliance with environmental and social standards and governance standards. So on rights monitoring, civil society organizations play a role to safeguard human rights, to document abuses, to communicate about them, to safeguard labor rights, gender equality, non-discrimination, environmental justice, and social safeguards in general when those investments are done. And for governance and accountability, it's about transparency and accountability. And we already heard it in the session before, it's not only the public sector, it's also about when we, as development partners and civil society organizations intervene, we also have to live up to those standards, and we want to provide oversights. And then you already mentioned it, civil society organizations contribute to regulatory reforms, policy dialogue in areas such as rule of law, anti-corruption, fiscal transparency, inclusive governance. An example on the inclusive governance are, for instance, mining projects where the mining companies have to pay royalties to the communities, and those royalties are supposed to be managed participatorily. So the community should have a system in place, and here civil society organizations can come in to manage those royalties, to decide jointly where to put the funds. And for environmental and social governance standards, and independent monitoring is key. So civil society organizations are like a watchdog when it comes to infrastructure and investment projects. And last but not least, many operators and many projects are obliged to have grievance mechanism for communities. From our side, this is really something we are asking for in the majority of cases where the project is running over a certain time span. So it's not just about consultation, it's about providing an independent and transparent channel through which issues can be voiced and brought to the attention of the concerned as well as the authorities. And to ensure that this is independent and inclusive, civil society organizations are often asked to contribute to this. In some cases, they are even in charge of the entire mechanism. All right, these are the examples I have collected. Thanks for your attention, and I think we take it from here for the discussion. Thank you very much.
My name is Moses.
Hi, Moses. I'm Jacob.
Thank you.
Where should we sit?
Oh, no, no. Thank you, Jacob. Once again, my name is Moses. I lead a team. I'm not the CEO of the Uganda National Energy Forum. Thank you very much for the elaboration on the Global Gateway. I mean, the Global Gateway, there's just lots and lots of information that one would need to know. I just want to perhaps speak to a few things that you've mentioned, and maybe others that perhaps I thought you should mention. The Global Gateway project is a project that is fairly new, starts in 2021 as a strategic initiative to operate, and you note my words here, to operate in a more competitive, crisis-prone geopolitical landscape, and to project an economic foreign policy of the EU that aligns the values and interests of the EU. The key words there is competitive, crisis-prone geopolitical landscape, and projecting an economic foreign policy of the EU. In the morning, I think there was a panel that mentioned that when we talk about aid, that aid is never neutral. Aid is sometimes to project the foreign policy interest of the giver. And I think what we've actually known, and I would really want this to be demystified or debunked, is that while we know of the Global Gateway project, it's also important to know of the Belt and Road Initiative of China, or the One Silk Road Initiative of China, or sometimes they call it One Belt, One Road Initiative of China. And this was started in 2013. So we are in a situation as a world where we are living in a very competitive world. It is either you are looking to the US or you are looking to China. And I think the European Union gets caught up in this. And so you know, the Belt Road Initiative of China is primarily an infrastructure building initiative. You know, it's an initiative that perhaps in various countries you'll see setting up of highways. And I think our best highway here in Uganda, which is the Express Highway from the airport to Kampala, is built under the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative, or the One Silk Road Initiative. The main challenge that we've actually had is that there's been an attention of building infrastructure at the expense of the software issues. Many of our governments really love the infrastructure. They love the visibles, because this is what you can actually show. You love a highway, you love a university building, you love something, because you can easily show that. And so the critique has actually been that the Global Gateway project is actually a project that is intended to counter the Belt and Road Initiative. That it's actually a project arising out of the European Union fearing China. It's a project arising out of Chinophobia. And so it's a scramble for Africa. And this scramble means that the European Union is actually losing its space of actually addressing the soft issues of governance, the soft issues of human rights, and the soft issues of human rights, governance, and democracy. And I would be glad to hear a little bit more of what does it exactly mean? What does it exactly mean to position the Global Gateway as not a project that is competing with China? The 360 approach, which is a very good approach, it should be pairing the hard infrastructure, whether it's roads, and creating an enabling environment, especially for civil society. It's always good to note that, you hear quite often people talking about trade and aid is what we need. And sometimes I think that's a wrong narrative. It's not trade and aid that we need. Actually, it's possible to have aid which creates a right enabling environment for trade. And based on that, it would be also important, and I don't know if I just missed the point from Jacob, talking about the Global Gateway, civil society, and local authorities advisory platform, which perhaps is an important aspect there. And I think in terms of us understanding the Global Gateway, it's also good for the CSO Convention to understand and appreciate what our participation, entry points, and safeguards. And let me perhaps delve into that a little bit. First of all, the key challenge that civil societies have in engaging with the Global Gateway is that we've been able to highlight the gaps in transparency, accountability, and the real influence with the decision-making processes. Now, what is it that we can play as CSOs beyond just being watchdogs? I have a couple of things here. I don't intend to be prescriptive, but just beyond being watchdogs, I think we need to be co-designers. Share knowledge and expertise, which is very abundant among the CSO sector, as the CSO sector has access to local information and data that can shape the project design, surface the community priorities, provide data, whether it is on gender, whether it is on disability rights, and also be implementation partners, deliver social and inclusion components of the project, be accountability partners, doing what you talk about, the independent monitoring, the grievance mechanisms, and also support for constructive solutions as such. And we could also perhaps be bridge builders, convene dialogue meetings between the different authorities. Unfortunately, we do not see much of that. For instance, in Uganda, when the Global Gateway Civil Society and Local Authorities Advisory Platform, I do not know if I just did a quick poll here and say how many CSOs are part of this or have heard about this or are involved in this interface between Team Europe and civil society, because that's an important platform for us as civil society organizations, and how we can actually then breathe life into this 360-degree approach, where we can actually be able to look at the hardware, we can actually be able to look at CSOs providing this enabling support environment. Now, the challenge for a number of countries like ours, that when you pay attention to the visibles or the hardware infrastructure, you are doing exactly what our political leaders want. And you're losing the space, the legacy of the European Union, which was really about supporting civil society organizations in addressing these issues of governance, democracy, influencing, and human rights. And I do not know if there is any organization amongst ourselves which is supported by China. Perhaps very few, if any. But I think the attention really is not the kind of issues that we actually believe in. And so I think it would be very good in terms of us understanding what is it that we need is needed for meaningful CSO participation. And perhaps two things would be needed. Dedicated budget lines within the flagships for CSO participation. Dedicated budget lines for CSO participation, engagement, and independent monitoring. And of course, then the other would be capacity in the EU delegations to convene these regular consultations. I think if we're able to get the dedicated budget lines and capacity in the delegations, the staff and the time to convene regular consultations, maybe then we can be there. But of course, the good thing that I can actually also say that for quite some time, civil society organizations, and perhaps many, have known that when it comes to the dispensation of aid, that sometimes it is for a foreign policy interest. So what this 2021 Global Gateway Initiative makes clear that they really want to project an economic foreign policy that aligns the EU values and interests. I'm not sure if we are clear as Ugandans on our interests. Where the EU is clear on their interests, it's incumbent upon us Ugandans to be clear on our interest. My guess is as good as yours, that perhaps we are not. You see that the European Union, they are looking at critical minerals, and they have actually a Critical Mineral Act. I mean, you don't need a PhD or the Holy Spirit to know that many of us perhaps in the room may not even know what critical minerals are. And I'm sure you also know that we do not have a Critical Minerals Act. So while this is a partnership, one partner is very, very clear on his or her needs and interests. This other partner is actually not clear on his or her needs. And such a relationship can actually be skewed on one side. And so we have Team Europe coming and negotiating with Uganda. So I think Uganda needs actually first of all to build its capacity to be able to negotiate with Team Europe, because Team Europe is big, well-resourced, and quite knowledgeable. And so thank you, Jacob, for this information session. So what I just highlighted are perhaps a couple of things that we may need to interrogate with. The Global Gateway, I mean, it's not something that we can actually just finish in about 30 minutes. You need to apply yourself to it and be able perhaps to contrast it with the Belt Road Initiative of China, and actually then see, is this about Chinophobia, Is it about only putting attention to visibles? Is it only about focusing on the foreign, the EU foreign policy interests? What is in it for us?
As the moderator, the only time I get Order Moses around is when I am the moderator. So now I've told him sit. Can you sit on the other one? Okay. Now, Elizabeth, after that gaffe about names and Germany, I decided to do deeper research. And I realized the only reason I thought that Macbeth is German is because he's very fluent in German. And he's also married to a German. So join me in welcoming the country director of GIZ, Ambassador James Macbeth Forbes. And he loves whiskey. More specifically, hey, do my research. I made a huge, I thought you were German, and then everyone looked at me like, what are you talking about? Especially those Germans that work for GIZ, and those Ugandans that are like Germans who work for GIZ. I'm talking about Diana and someone called Jackie. So I had to do my research, and actually single blend, Singleton is his favorite. Is that correct? Guys, clap for me. You'll be shocked at what I've discovered about the EU ambassador when he comes. So that's how things work. Now, this session was supposed to be an information session, but I realized that things that have been raised that you want a little bit more information about, and maybe it would be good to utilize the time to ask those questions. But also, Moses introduced something about critical minerals, and then I realized one of the questions we've asked about these critical minerals is minerals critical to whom? Because lithium might be a critical mineral, right? But to whom? Water, is it classified as a critical mineral? But isn't it a critical mineral to a certain section of population? So I think that's a question to reflect on. But I'll take a few hands. Those of you who might have some questions or you want to make a comment about this Global Gateway project, this is an opportunity for you to make a comment. No, please sit. I'll take Benson. Microphone. Are we too tired? Okay. Just a moment. Let's wait for the microphone. Yeah.
I keenly listen to the other name is sophisticated, the one who spoke first. So I don't want to make a mistake like you did, and then I have no time for researching.
Yeah.
And I also listen to Moses. That one is sober. Somebody in England can mistake his name to be sober. This China thing, it's beginning to pick us. You know, we feel, as I said, I feel, let me speak about myself. I feel that my country is out for grabs. And there is a battle between the two powers, the West and the East. And I'm happy with what Moses said. It is you to prove. But I've also been a very silent observer of what is happening with the Chinese projects and the Russian projects here. You remember the famous digital number plates project. And then the president says, "Hey, I did not know it was making money. That was not our intention. Can you first halt it?" So the point I'm trying to emphasize here is I think there is a need to balance between the software, the hardware issues, which are visible, which are impressive, and then the software. Because if you don't deal with the software, you'll wake up one day, we shall be like Sudan. There is chaos everywhere. What was put in is being burned and destroyed. And then you remember, I wish we had gone to the software. I think to me that is my comment. My second thing.
Oh, the final one?
Yeah. My final one, the other one, is about meaningful participation. Meaningful participation. It is very easy to be participated. You can still be participated. Instead of you participating, documents are brought, issues are brought, you sign, you endorse them, and you think you have participated, when actually you have been participated. So I really implore our leaders that as you bring us on board, I would really, because that is the only thing which will make it to be lasting, to be owned, to be built on, to be sustained.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so let me see how many hands we have. I see them and they are all men. So what do we do? Okay, perfect. All right, so I'll take Robert, I'll take Dickens, those two, and then I'll come on this table. I'll take one person from that table, sort yourselves. Then I'll take the gentleman and we'll end with Agnes.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is...
Hey.
What?
Okay, I gave Robert. But go ahead.
I beg, yeah. Thank you so much. My name is Musa Nanais Arnold, and I work for Siatini. We work on issues of trade, tax, and investment. And we believe that in order to transform our economies and migrate from poverty, we need to trade our way out of poverty. My question is, recognizing the fact that we export 60% of our coffee to Italy, which is part of the EU, I want to know what initiatives are in place under the EU Global Gateway to ensure that we promote inclusive and sustainable agricultural trade with Africa.
Thank you very much. Robert?
Thank you very much, Chris, and Jacobo Moses for unpacking the gateway approach for us. When Jacob was presenting, I'm Robert, and I head kick corruption out of Uganda. I was just thinking about how about the citizens' role in, for example, participating when they are seeing the hardware, whether infrastructure and the like, where would be the citizen? When we talked about the opportunities for CSOs, I was like, are the citizens in this approach so that they use their, like, if a contract is going on, it is a very huge infrastructure or something, are the citizens monitoring, for example, monitoring the contracts, using maybe whatever approach, or are they using any kind of them getting involved to own, to know what is going on? That's the kind of thing I was thinking about, like how we are using contract monitoring systems as CSOs, some of us, or citizens feedback platforms to monitor some of these things. Do we, in this gateway approach, do we see more citizens involved?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I wanted to know that. Thank you very much.
Dickens?
Yeah, with all due protocols. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, at least now we are awake. My name is Dickens. I work for Langwa Civil Society Network. When Jacob was presenting, I was keenly listening, and he said that in Uganda, their major investments are in critical raw materials and water. But also he went ahead to explain, like the rehabilitation of Nalubale dams, South Sudan Road, construction, wash facilities at schools, and EU-Uganda forest partnerships. My simple question is, one, has these projects you have mentioned started? Two, we have had recently a surveys, I don't know how they call it, the geo surveys on the minerals in Uganda. What?
Those ones.
Geological mapping.
Yeah, those ones.
Yes. So, areas of Langwa and Karamoja have been mapped as areas with minerals. Do these minerals, like oil, fall under critical raw materials you are targeting? 2, how can we, the civil society, access you people to start working on these areas that you have mentioned that we can intervene in directly?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I will take Musa and then come here.
Again, thank you, Isoba and others, Doctor, for highlighting the software and the hardware. And I guess our EU representative, you need to sit down with the sector players. Even if you started to buzz with your neighbor Isoba for advice in terms of programming in that regard. Because many people don't want to fund software, it's not seen. They want showbiz, they want to take pictures. That's why a member of parliament can buy an ambulance even if there is no medical personnel to attend to a patient. Because it is seen, it's a form of advert. One will donate an ambulance and said donated by honorable so and that's support and votes for the next election. So let's rethink, because that may lead to collapse of civil society sector. You saw us a very pertinent question that who is supported by Chinese financing here, and I didn't spot any hand. I'll leave it at this. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Erik van der Zanden from the Sankara Peace Foundation. And we will look at the relationship between Africa and Europe for hundreds of years. It was mainly about competition, colonialism, sense of supremacy. So if we look to the future, especially when we talk from civil society and the shared deep values of freedom we both aspire, both in Europe and Africa, what will be a way to create a truly sustainable and equal friendship where potentially Europe and Africa united could even become the core or the new center of democracy in the global scene? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, Agnes.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Thank you, Jacob and Moses. You know, this part of the world, I don't know where else, names are very critical because they speak volumes. So we are not just having names. If you engage Moses there, he can tell you what Isoba means. So the Global Gateway, it's a very interesting name if you want to philosophically think through what names can actually mean. But also in your presentation, Jacob, you talked about the relationship, that this relationship in this project is going to be on the principles of partnerships. I really wanted to get a clear definition of the role of the government of Uganda, the role of the people of Uganda, and perhaps the role of the civil society which you have tried to share. Because then these roles determine the quality and the scope of the partnership, I do believe. So I wanted to know, and such that we know that this is what government of Uganda puts on the table, this is what the people of Uganda put on the table, and perhaps we shall renegotiate as civil society what we feel we can put on the table, and then see how we negotiate the whole scope and definition of this so-called partnership. The other comment that I have with your presentation, and I think I'm boring people with this, I'm getting tired of getting to being in spaces where our roles are co-opted as civil society. They are talked about fondly, but nobody comes down to say, because of this role, we are, by design, allocating 30% to this. I would be very happy to walk out of this room knowing what a percentage of that whole cost of the global gateway is actually thought through and designed or designated to the works that you have elaborated that you would wish the civil society to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we'll have Moses as, I don't know whether there are responses or maybe thoughts since you're not the EU, and then the EU will respond and make final comments.
Okay.
So Moses, please go ahead.
Thank you. I think it's really very evident that this information session needed more time, and perhaps we need to see how we can provide this information out there. I think my intervention was more of a critique, and perhaps I can even offer another critique even now, that we should be asking ourselves, is global gateway money new money or the same money? Because the global gateway is funded by what we call NDICI, the Neighborhood Development and International Cooperation Instrument. And I think many of us have actually felt that it's important maybe to separate the funding of the Global Gateway from NDICI, because the Global Gateway is a 2021 initiative, and by the time it came underway, the NDICI programming was already on, and money allocated, 30% to be for climate, 10% for migration, maybe another 20% for ODA, for human development. So when you talk about Global Gateway and it's being funded by NDICI money, you literally sucking money that was meant to be for these three, climate, migration, and ODA. And this is the money that is now going in infrastructure development.
Yeah.
How I wish Global Gateway was actually new money. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be new money.
Yeah.
And I think it would be very good that we're able to separate Global Gateway to be funded separately from NDICI.
Thank you. Thank you, Moses. Finally?
Thank you very much for all those important questions and comments. I will try my best within the remaining time to react on the most important points. Maybe first, let me clarify, it's not a project, it's a strategy to guide our work. So it's actually, what do we as the European Union have to offer? What is our competitive advantage compared to other partners? And one of the key competitive advantages that I mentioned are the standards and the holistic approach that we have around the investment. So compared to others, we are looking at highest environmental and social standards, trying not to create unsustainable debt for our partner country. I mean, the loans that Team Europe is providing to partner countries are really, really highly favorable compared to domestic borrowing or borrowing from others. So it's really these principles that are the competitive advantage, and it's not a project, it's a strategy to guide our work in the partner countries. So yes, on the last point, we are not doing anything in addition to what we have already foreseen, but we do it differently. We guide our work in that sense that it's clear to us internally and to the rest of the world what is our offer for our partner countries. And let me stay here with the partner countries. So, I mean, these are Ugandan projects funded by the European Union and Team Europe. These are not our projects, these are your projects that we base on the National Development Plan and that we design jointly with your authorities, and it goes through all the national consultation process and planning process as it's foreseen in the national regulations. It's it depends on the partner country. Every partner country has different systems, and the implementers are the partner country when it concerns public infrastructure. So Nalu-Balikira hydropower plant is of course the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development who is going to implement this, and so this is the role of the partner country. The partner country and us, we are doing this together as partners, and the partner country is in the driving seat when it concerns public investments. But of course, when we work with the partner country, the funding and everything around it, the procurement process, the planning process, the implementation, everything has to be up to our standards. So it's through this that we also push our partners to work in the way that I described. So yeah, as citizens, meaningful participation, I think it's where I mentioned that we want to have local ownership, we want to have communities to be represented in the consultation mechanisms, especially when it comes to a project where we have so-called project-affected people. It's very important to go out to the communities and to consult them and to work with them jointly to mitigate the impacts that the project may have on them and to make sure that they get most out of it. And I think here civil society organizations play the role that I mentioned, because yeah, you have to have often civil society organizations to ensure that the vulnerable and the minorities are represented in those processes. Trade, yeah, I mean, we are one of the biggest trade partners of Uganda. Trade is part of our relationship. It's in our DNA. More than 70% of Ugandan coffee is exported to the European Union. We are your biggest client on your excellent coffee, and you have a trade surplus with the European Union. That means that you gain out of this relationship, and this is perfectly fine. It's our contribution to your development in the agro sector, and this is a mutual beneficial relationship. So when we can facilitate trade, we do this. We have some projects on standards of products so that they can be exported. We have some projects that look at single border posts to facilitate the crossing of borders. So there is a lot on the trade agenda. It's part of the enabling framework. And of course, infrastructure plays a role when it comes to trade, when it's about transport especially. So yeah, someone mentioned some projects that we are looking at. I mean, on the critical raw materials, it's not on the list because it's just starting. We have a pilot with the Belgian development agency Annabelle, where we look at community participation around mining projects and the management of royalties that will go to them. We have the Human Rights for Business project that is looking at the human rights aspects and the ESG standards in the mining sector. Oil is not a critical mineral for us. We want to decarbonize our economy. Critical raw materials, I think they have a fairly widely recognized definition of being those minerals that you need for renewable energies and digitalization. But of course, every country has certain minerals that they look at with particular interest. And then we have an exchange partnership between the Slovenian Geological Survey and the Ugandan Geological Survey to build the Ugandan institutional capacities on geological sciences. And this also includes a newly graduate program for young Ugandan geological scientists to gain practical experiences. So there is a lot going on, but there is not a big flagship project on critical raw materials. It's more about the ecosystem around the mining sector, the regulatory framework where we are working with GIZ very closely on, for instance, defining minimum processing requirements for minerals before they can be exported, because currently there's a kind of raw materials export ban without defining how far do I have to go in the mineral processing. So we will provide some analysis to the authorities to define those minimum criteria. So it's really about the ecosystem of the mining sector, and we want to make sure that it's in line with the European standards so that we can source from Uganda and that it will be part of our trade relationship. Some minerals are already traded to Europe, but we want this to be more. It's a powerful impact and a positive impact on the communities. That's why I mentioned this pilot on community engagement, and it also has a skilling aspect so that the communities can actually be the mechanics or the electricians or even manning the canteens of the mining operations.
Finally.
Yes, so maybe I hope I touched upon the most important. Maybe let me say that this is really our offer to our partner countries. Nothing that we do has not been co-designed with our partner countries. And what is the big difference in how the European Union operates compared to others are the high standards that we are pushing for in our relationship and the ethical approach not to create any unsustainable debt. So I think by working together like this, we can maximize the positive impact for the Ugandan citizens. Yeah, I close here. Thank you very much for the good discussion.
Thank you very much. Please give Moses and Jacob a very big round of applause. And now you can take your seats. We've been joined by Ambassador Jan Sadek. He is the head of the EU delegation to Uganda. And I have been, in my research, this is what I found. So, Your Excellency, I made a gaffe earlier and called you German. And I'm trying to rectify that by providing details to participants about the different people that I misidentified. He is Swedish and loves cycling. You clap. That's true. I don't know how he manages to do that in Kampala with our roads, but I know you might be staying in Kololo, so that's easier, fewer cars. He's also passionate about youth, so we just had a youth panel, which very, very dynamic and excellent, which you missed. I'm sure you'll have a report about that. And he's very technologically savvy. I also learned that he's a very ardent user of AI. So it's very likely the remarks he will give have been generated by AI. And the ambassador will be closing our convention today. You're welcome, and thank you so much for making time to join us. So, colleagues, we have just a few things left to do, including really having fun at the end of the day. One is right now we'll be going through a session where we agree on just a summary, a synthesis of the issues that have emerged. So I will ask Wopsovozi Amoti Kangele to come forward, and he's going to present this. We will facilitate just a very short feedback session where you can provide highlights on what he should include. This communique will be finalized, and it will be available to all of us on the platform, digital platform that we created. Shortly after that, we will also have closing statements from Dr. Moses Isoba, the Executive Director of the Uganda National NGO Forum, Mr. James Macbeth Forbes, who is the Country Director of GIZ, and Ambassador Jan Sadek, who is the head of the EU delegation to Uganda, who will officially close this session. We did indicate in the program that we shall have a symbolic closure. And I think this is something I'm excited to look at because it's visual, it's exciting, and it's going to be available to all of us. And we'll reveal that as soon as the ambassador closes the convention. Shortly after that, the members of the the CASP steering committee and a few of you who would like to volunteer will address the press to just really share outcomes and our commitments as a sector. And this is really going to be a civil society press conference. So the ambassador and the country director of GIZ won't be part of it, but the steering committee, we have Rita, I think she just stepped out, Moses and a few others, Agnes as well, will be inviting you, yes, Agnes, to join the team that will address the press. Just 5 of us representing the rest of us, including Benson Ikwe. And then after that, we'll have a networking event, which is happening in these premises downstairs. Now, this event is optional but compulsory. For some of us, Stella, I'm looking at you, this is the only time you might have an opportunity to meet an ambassador. So please, and you can ask any question about how he cycles in Kampala and how he uses AI, all those things you can ask during this event. So it's going to be happening downstairs at 5:30. We've asked Daniel Kabanda and Moses Mulindwa to host that session, so there will be a few games to play as we interact with each other. So right now, let us do the thing you all dread most, but it's the final one, Mentimeter. So I'll ask colleagues to queue up. Don't sleep on the job. We are finishing, guys. Mentimeter. Scan the QR code on the screen. Okay. Has the internet gone off? This is the last one, and I'm waiting for Sobosi to come up forward. Oh, okay. Come and take the seats in front. You don't like cameras, but this is the time for you to be in the camera. Please come up. All right, last question. No, third last question. What should be the top 3 priorities for civil society in Uganda post this convention? We have a few options there. These are things that we assume have emerged from the different sessions: protect civic space, strengthen government CSO partnerships. Those of you walking out, I see you. It means that you're protesting against my questions. Enhance financial sustainability, expand youth leadership, leverage digital tools. Only 13 people have responded. If you're folding your arms, I know that you're actually not answering the questions. Yes, follow the leadership of the country director. Please scan the QR code, and if you can't, please type in your search engine, menti.com, and put in the code 84654035. Malcolm, are you doing that? Okay. Patrick Tumwine, where are you? Are you answering the questions? Okay. Who else? Who else is not on their phone? Peter Byakutaga from Fort Poto, are you responding? Okay. Who else looks like he's not responding? I see you. I hope I can remember your name, but I see you. Okay. Okay, I'm waiting for a few more so we can go to the next one. 41, we are almost there. We need 60 respondents. That's the minimum. Jemima, have you responded? Okay, you can respond again. Okay. Joy, I don't intend to mention your name, but please respond. 46, no, we are not yet there, guys. We need few more respondents. Someone is dozing, how? Am I boring you? 48, 12 more to go. If your neighbor is not responding, just slap them, wake them up. There's a GIZ table at the back that is just conversing amongst themselves. Are you responding? Okay. Okay. Next question. What one word captures your hope for the future of civil society in Uganda? What one word captures your hope for the future of civil society in Uganda? This is a word cloud, so a very, very beautiful image will emerge. Feni Twaib, you have a smartphone? Good. Respond, please. What one word captures your hope for the future of civil society in Uganda? Helen, digital information? You're there? Okay. Martin Wanzala, have you responded? Let me see your phone. Raise your hand. Okay, good. Let me see. But you're on WhatsApp. How? A few more respondents. We are at 36. Let's go. Diversification of Inding. Now, Also, spelling is taught in nursery school. Now, I know that this is not a youth who wrote this one. They must be one of those born in 19... or who came in 1986. Okay. Make sure your spelling is correct, guys. Don't give us wrong word. You can edit. Please edit your response if you're the one who wrote that. Diversification of ending. Is it you, Kakuru? Don't write it in Ruchiga. Use English. Okay, let's change the rules. You can use your traditional language. Yes. So the Dutch, the Danish that we are wondering whether to respond now, you can use Dutch and respond. Yeah? Give us some practical words from Ruchiga. Where are the Bafumbira? Rita, where are you? Let's get some Kifumbira word. I need to see those coming through. Are you guys seeing what's on the screen? Good. I don't see those words. I'm waiting for Luganda, Luchiga, Acholi. No, you vote again. Vote again. Leonard, I'm waiting for some word from... Yeah, okay. You're voting in English. We shall not count your vote. About Rick. Okay. Malcolm, can we see some Ruchiga words? Okay. Kuremeraho. This is a good one. This must be who? Kakuru. Okweyimiriza. Okay, that one. Emanzi. Good. Let's go to the last question. Last one. What is your personal commitment? Personal commitment. It's easy to ask donors questions and all that, so what are we committing to do moving forward? And this is open-ended, so please type as much as you can. What is your personal commitment after this convention? If I had the right to vote, if I wasn't a member of the Electoral Commission, I would write something about the morning session. I think this thing of being good civil society, and bad civil society, I'm waiting for Moses to write and say, I am not going to be good civil society. I'll be the bad civil society, as defined by Kabumba and others. Someone is saying they are joining Nafasi. Okay, Nafasi has an I at the end. Spelling errors are punished. So we shall not accept your application. You have to know how to write Nafasi. Local philanthropy, what's that commitment? Okay. Keep writing, we need more responses, and then we'll be on our way to our communique. So I'll keep this open for a meantime, and now invite Wopsobozi Amoti Kangere to go through the draft communique, and we'll have a session where we'll provide feedback. No, come here. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Chris, for that wonderful moderation. Another hand for Chris. So this communique is still a work in progress. I'm going to read a summary of the issues that were raised today and yesterday, but in the interest of time, you will notice a slight variation in the way today's issues were organized, and that was because there were a number of things that we were processing, and so we could not do it in time. And I'll read the communique verbatim. It's a communique of the 2025 CSO Convention, theme: the future of civil society in Uganda, the law, the money, the politics here at Mistil. This communique synthesizes the deliberations of plenary and parallel sessions at the 2025 CSO Convention, capturing the key concerns, grievances, and proposals for reform raised by participants. It records not only the challenges faced, but also the collective recommendations to government, donors, and civil society itself. The convention was structured around 3 tracks: the law, the money, and the politics, to address the central issues defining the future of civic space in Uganda. For our purposes, we organized the issues in 4 areas. One was partnership and participation, the other was regulation and compliance, funding and sustainability, and finally, electoral management. On partnership and participation, while CSOs contribute to nearly 40% of service delivery, according to the Executive Director of National Planning Authority, sections of government still antagonize them, treating governance, advocacy, and human rights defenders as subversive actors rather than partners. Community priorities are excluded due to top-down planning, late communication of national consultations, and limited participation mechanisms. While dialogue forums exist between the sector and government, they are not followed up on, leaving recommendations mostly unimplemented. CSO contributions are undervalued due to the absence of a single national system to track their resourcing and impact on Uganda's development. On regulation and compliance, the sector is constrained by more than 19 separate laws and regulations, creating duplication, confusion, and high compliance costs. Security agencies, particularly the police and military, have used intimidation, selective enforcement, and unlawful disruption of lawful civic activities to restrict CSO operations. The NGO Bureau remains under-resourced and inconsistent in issuing permits, with many organizations unable to obtain valid permits a year after rationalization. Limited communication on compliance requirements leaves many CSOs, especially at the grassroots level, unaware of their obligations. On funding and sustainability, funding is shrinking as development partners retreat, while local philanthropy remains weak and underdeveloped. Many CSOs operate on project-based grants, limiting continuity and weakening long-term advocacy. Proposals for a basket fund divided opinion. Some saw it as a potential sustainable funding mechanism for the sector, while others feared it would be captured by government interests, compromising independence, accountability, and the sector's ability to be an effective check against government excess. As Dr. Isoba reminded us, we may love the government, but we don't need to get into bed with them. Tax frameworks and financing rules remain prohibitive, with high registration fees, some being extra-legal, multiple levies, and no incentives for charitable giving. On electoral management, persons with disabilities, women, and youth remain marginalized with limited participation in electoral processes. Accreditation of CSOs for election monitoring is delayed, limiting oversight over the process and reducing transparency. Civic education is underfunded and sporadic, resulting in voter apathy and limited knowledge of rights. I'll just skip the recommendations for now and then just jump to some of the challenges also identified today, slightly similar but with smaller nuances. On donor dependence and funding capture, over-reliance on donor priorities drives CSOs into soft issues like climate change, carbon, while neglecting structural injustices. The sector lacks sustainable, locally owned financing. Co-option by the state. Civil society is framed as a development partner rather than a watchdog, creating pressure to serve state-defined agendas over citizen interests. There are intergenerational gaps where young voices are underrepresented and leadership succession within CSOs is often blocked, limiting dynamism and renewal. The rise of surveillance capitalism and anti-terrorism laws and militarized governance further shrink the civic space. Before I go on to the recommendations and proposals, I just thought I'd also just give a recap of some of the key insights from this morning's sessions. Dr. Kabumba framed freedom as a foundational principle civil society must reclaim, describing CSOs as standing in the gap between state and citizen to safeguard civil liberty. However, he cautioned that Uganda's historically built on hierarchies of domination and control, and these inherited structures still shape today's civic space by privileging authority over liberty. He drew a contrast between good CSOs that conform to state regulations and bad CSOs willing to confront power, urging the sector to embrace the latter role when freedoms are at stake. He underlined that civil society cannot be apolitical or apolitical, whichever you prefer. It is always political, even if not partisan, because it engages directly with power, rights, and governance. And so he stressed that CSOs should be explicitly partisan to values like freedom, justice, and equality. From Leonard Okello, we heard that CSOs cannot claim neutrality, even if they are non-partisan. Their role in standing between citizens and the state makes them political actors by definition. He cautioned against the sector's tendency to align too closely with government or donor priorities. When CSOs become implementers of external agendas, they lose their independence and watchdog function. He urged the sector to pursue Ugandan-led solutions to financial fragility, proposing the creation of a civil society endowment fund, with Nafasi being an ongoing initiative, which the entire sector is invited to embrace, and a shift from narrow civic education focused on procedures to popular political education, a process of conscientization that enables citizens to understand power, rights, and governance. And so with that, I'll jump to the recommendations to stakeholders. The rest of the information will be found in the report. To government, we recommend that they stipulate clear timelines for issuing permits and certificates, eliminating delays that hinder CSO operations and electoral monitoring, end intimidation and selective enforcement by security agencies, ensure all state actors operate within constitutional and legal frameworks, institutionalize regular and inclusive government CSO dialogue with mechanisms for follow-up on agreed recommendations. For example, well, it's not a recommendation, but it was an outcome, a communication in this forum, the non-state actors planning engagement framework. Involve grassroots CSOs in national planning processes and simplify digital tools to ensure equitable participation. Provide tax incentives for charitable giving and reduce the cost of registration and renewal. To development partners, the CSOs request them to reform funding models to allow multi-year core support for CSOs, not only project-based funding. Align funding to strengthen evidence-based advocacy and CSO capacity for social enterprise and accountability. Reduce insistence on restrictive government compliance requirements that overburden CSOs in consideration of the high compliance burden they face in this operating environment. To the private sector, we ask that they expand corporate philanthropy programs and incentivize employee giving schemes, that they partner with CSOs in service delivery, innovation, and community empowerment. To ourselves, that we strengthen self-regulation and internal governance through peer learning and shared accountability mechanisms, that we document and quantify CSO contributions to national development, making data accessible to both government and the public. Build grassroots inclusion into programs, ensuring the voices of women, youth, and persons with disabilities shape decision-making. present a unified voice when engaging in national policy and law review processes, and develop a sector-wide memorandum to input into the NGO Act review process. Those were the recommendations that emerged from this session. There were a few specific proposals for legal reform and policy reform, specific to that. Consolidate the laws governing CSOs to limit compliance to not more than 3 laws or agencies. Extend the validity of permits from the current 1 to 2 years to a maximum of 5 years to reduce backlog and cost of compliance. Remove provisions granting discretionary powers to security agencies over CSO operations. Disband or reform district NGO monitoring committees, which currently act as bureaucratic bottlenecks, often demanding unlawful facilitation fees. Revise, also related to DNMCs, revise the composition of committees at both district and sub-county levels to address quorum issues. Require that the NGO Bureau operates independently of partisan interference. That's a policy recommendation. Digitize registration and reporting processes to cut costs and improve transparency while ensuring equitable accessibility for grassroots organizations so that they are not left behind. Adopt risk-based applications of FATF demands or FATF standards, ensuring that low-risk CSOs are not subjected to blanket restrictions. And finally, introduce tax waivers for social enterprises run by NGOs and provide incentives for local giving. Ladies and gentlemen, those were the issues raised at this session, the recommendations, and the policy proposals. Over to you, Chris.
You guys, it's not easy to have that summary in just a short time, so please give him a big round of applause. Okay. We have about 10 minutes, so let me see those that have comments that cannot wait. But one of the things that we've decided quickly is that we'll give you an email address where you can share comments, just in case you don't have an opportunity to raise it now. But for those of you who, if you do not speak, you might hate me. Let's see your hand. Okay, I have one who would hate me if he doesn't speak. So right there. Anyone else? Stella, anyone else? Let me see. Is that all? You can speak now, forever hold your peace. Okay. So we'll have you, Stella, and the lady there.
Thank you so much, presenter. My name is Dr. Solomon. I work for the Uganda National Medical Alliance for Prisoner Support. We support people in prisons. My comment is, second submission, we need dialogues, international dialogues. For instance, this is a dialogue, but this dialogue here, it ends somewhere. It ends at the ministerial level. It does not go beyond the ministry. For instance, yesterday we had someone from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, but even we are supposed to have permanent secretaries here. Even we are supposed to have people below the parish, at the parish level. For instance, we are supposed to have cows here, district heads, accounting officers, cows in this meeting. We are supposed to have PSs here. We are supposed to have people from the state. Yeah. For instance, I normally tell my colleague, Dr. Moses, do you see at this level, every people in the community, even people keeping pigs, farmers, agriculture, they are fighting to meet the president, and they have really met him.
Yes.
But for us, civil society organizations, we are employing over 80 people in Uganda. The civil society organizations are employing over 80% within the Uganda Service Commission. Yeah. But we are being squeezed. So we need people beyond this level. We need people beyond the ministerial level who can make decisions.
Thank you.
Then too,
Finally.
Yeah. Let me maybe summarize. Compared to one author, John Maxwell, in his author said, if you want to stand, you need to be positioned. I submit.
Thank you very much. And I think this thing of meeting the president has come out. So the election is happening in January, right? So we shall meet the next president. It could be Museveni, it could be whoever it is, we shall meet that one. Moses, you have heard. If it's Bobby Wine, if it's Museveni, if it's Mugisha Muntu, we shall make sure we meet the next president. Yeah. Go ahead, Stella.
Thank you, Chris. Good evening. Is it already evening, everyone? My name is Stella Kamakuni. I serve at Vermilion Foundation. We do advocacy on autism, spectrum disorder, and blood donation drive.
Yeah.
Mine is very simple, maybe an affirmation. From yesterday and today, one thing we all know now is that donor funding is shrinking. So my request to Moses, from the previous 2 months back, we had the same conversation, almost the same. Now maybe my request would be, now what is the way forward? We have learned that now NGOs or CSOs, we have to be profit making.
Yeah.
Maybe they could have those sessions to teach these NGOs and CSOs how they can go about it, because many of them are still shying away from that. And also, for those who are advocating for the NGO Bureau, we request that they put in those articles of enabling social enterprises to also prosper. You know, CSOs, they should not be allowed only to be non-profit so that they give them permits. They should also be social enterprises. Thank you.
So two things. Actually, the NGO Act, CAP 109, allows NGOs to establish social enterprises. So it's already provided for in law. GIZ is supporting some CSOs to actually do social enterprises. I know they have contracted Joyce, is it Joyce Tamale, is that correct? Yes. GIZ people, where are you? You're sleeping. Is that correct? To support CSOs to establish social enterprise. So you actually get in touch with GIZ, and the team is all here, including the country director. And then finally, on local philanthropy, CSOS Africa, the NGO Forum, are doing a lot of training on local fundraising. So a lot is happening. Perhaps a lot more needs to be done. And also information about all this should be made available. Is that a good way to summarize that? Perfect. And then finally, there was a lady there.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Patricia Semper, and I'm here representing Purple Bench Initiative. Mine is a prayer to the EU.
Okay.
Purple Bench Initiative is an organization that fights stigma in people living with epilepsy. And I'm wondering, because this is one of the conditions that is hardly funded by donors. And I noticed that in the gateway of investments, there's a section for health.
Yeah.
And my prayer to the EU is, can they accommodate such
an initiative?
Condition? Yes.
Yeah.
And then the next one, I'm quite patriotic, and I'm wondering about the critical minerals. Will the EU give us the opportunity as an African country to build a processing plant in our country to add value to those minerals, other than taking away our raw materials?
Yeah.
And I am aware that every mineral, say, like if you say it's coltan or cobalt, there are usually other best minerals in that raw material.
Yeah.
So if it's processed here, that partnership will benefit us more. So that's my prayer to the EU. Thank you.
Let's clap for her. I think that's a good one. And this is a promise that I got some time back. The EU is going to organize an EU CSO roundtable discussion. And in that discussion, they hope to unpack further this Global Gateway project. I think many of you seem to have more comments about that. I also understand that this will inform the CSO strategy and how this would align with the Global Gateway. So look out for that. If you are worried whether you might not be invited, Elizabeth is here. Elizabeth, raise your hand. Elizabeth, raise your hand. So you bribe Elizabeth. No. But the point is that meeting is happening sometime this month or early next month. and it's something to look out for. We can ask all these questions. Hopefully, Elizabeth and the team and the ambassador will have an opportunity to actually influence and shape what finally comes out. As you know, as a tradition here, we keep time. Check your watches and tell me what time it is. What time is it, Moses? How many? 20 to 5. Ah, your watch is wrong. Anyone else who wants to try? 16:44. And what are we supposed to be doing now? Going into closing statements. Are you able to clap for me without feeling bad? No, Georgia, can you clap for me? Because I think we've managed to keep time in spite of our very, very packed schedule. So this is how the closing speeches are going to go. Moses Isoba will speak. After that, he will invite Mr. James Macbeth Forbes, the GIZ Country Director for Uganda, who will speak. And Forbes will request you to invite Ambassador Jan Sadek to officially speak to us and close. In your closing statement, there's something I would like you to say. Now, let me unveil. So once you do that, our digital team is going to unveil what we've been creating together about the future of civil society. At this point, let me welcome Moses to come and speak. And clap for me as I get off the stage.
Thank you. I have so many pages, so please get ready. If you have got a stone in your shoe, remove it, because I could take perhaps maybe 40 minutes to give my closing remarks. Are you ready? No. Okay. It is a time like this when you feel that perhaps the CSO Convention should have been 3 days. We've conceived this as a 2-day, but it has been 2 days of very productive conversations about the sector. Let me start from the point I mentioned yesterday, that as a world, as a country, we are living in a time of multiple problems, or a polycrisis. And because of the polycrisis, I would like to say, and the fact that I take the wisdom of one author called David Fleming in the book Surviving the Future. In one session, there was a recommendation of a read list. The theme of the convention is the future of civil society in Uganda. And so the book by David Fleming, Surviving the Future, is a good book to read. But there is one quotation from David Fleming which I found very instructive. That because we have multiple problems, we talk about funding constraints, we talk about shrinking civic space, we talk about so many. He says when you have large-scale problems do not necessarily need large-scale solutions. Large-scale problems, what they need are small-scale solutions, but within a large-scale framework. And so as civil society organizations, we're going to be addressing the large-scale problems, not with large-scale solutions, but in our different spaces, wherever we are, we're going to provide the small-scale solutions, but within a large-scale framework. And that way, we will be able to secure the future of civil society in Uganda, whether it's about the law, whether it's about the money, whether it's about the politics. We've been called to scale up what works and not just our work. It is easy to scale up our work, but we're not going to be able to do that in times like this. I would like to invite you that we're going to be able to scale only what works so that we can actually be able to use the little volume of resources that we do have. In times of like this, of reduced funding, we know we've had conversations of what we need to do. The donor resources are decreasing. The bilateral donors are becoming more inward-looking. Our call for direct funding, our call for unrestricted funding, our call for multi-year funding is often perhaps not heard. And make no mistake, the material base of our work as civil society organizations is not going to be built on the scaffolding of donors. The material base of our work as civil society organizations is going to be built on local philanthropy. The quality of local philanthropy is quite high. Unfortunately, the quantity is small. But that's what we're going to have to be able to do. These have been 2 days of good conversation. There are things that we also need to take away and reflect on. What is in a name? When you meet a small child, like I was once a small child, and you asked me what's my name, I would not say my name is not David. I would say my name is Moses. We as a sector, in terms of our naming, we are non-this. When you find an organization, it describes itself as a non-government organization. It describes itself as non-political. It describes itself as non-partisan. It describes itself as non-profit. So we are non-everything. And because we are non-everything, anything is thrown at us and it sticks. They are all the negative narrative that will be pervade and sticks. And that could be the pathology of our problem. We need perhaps to rethink about our identity. When we say we are non-profit, it is because they are looking and using commercial metrics on us. The private sector uses commercial metrics on us. The good news is that we are also making profit. We make social profit. When we have environment rejuvenated, we have livelihoods transformed, we have youth empowered, that is social profit. And so we need to not identify ourselves as non-profit. We need to hold our head high and consider ourselves as social profit organizations. So these have really been 2 good days of conversation. Understanding the dichotomy between profit and non-profit, understanding what is in a name, and being able to see how we can live into the challenges that we do have. As civil society organizations, our survival is premised on us being value-driven. There's always the binary of value and values. The private sector will talk about value addition, value-driven, value-based, value systems. We as a sector, we need to be truly wedded to our value proposition. It's important that we are wedded to our value proposition. That's going to be what's going to enable us to work. A lot has definitely been said in these 2 days. Next year, I had already told, I think, Elizabeth, that we'll be having conversations with GIZ to have more funding so that we can actually have this as even a longer conversation of 3 days. We are a dynamic, multi-layered sector with over 14,210 NGOs registered. Maybe the next CSO Convention will be in Nambole, and that will require funding. But with that, I still want to thank the people that have put in resources here. Special thanks go to GIZ for funding. And of course, the special thanks also go to the back-end donor of GIZ, the European Union delegation in Uganda. Special thanks to our partners for this, the NGO Bureau with whom we partnered. We take and remain acutely aware of the guidance that you have given as a sector, that we should not be in bed with the NGO Bureau. We will sleep on the same bed. We shall be separated with a line of pillows. Thank you to the CSOs that have made the time to be in these conversations, and to the different bilateral donors, development partners, who have actually been with us for the last 2 days. Sweden has been here, Denmark has been here, the Netherlands have been here, the British have also been here, despite the fact that they left the EU. We thank all of them for actually making the time and making the resources within which we run as civil society organizations. Thank you so much, the CSOs, for making the time. Special thanks, of course, to the Uganda National NGO Forum staff, who played quite a pivotal role in the content creation. Finally, as you could guess, I'm a fairly brilliant person, and I know which side of my bread is buttered. Because I want my contract extended, I would like to give special thanks to the board members of the Uganda National NGO Forum, who we have a few in the room. So the board members of Uganda National NGO Forum, please stand up for recognition. These are the few, the board chairperson was here, but these are the people that not only provide intellectual leadership at the Uganda National NGO Forum, but provide oversight. So when we thank the staff for the powerful content creation, it is all from them that we do execute as the staff of the Uganda National NGO Forum. With that, I would like to thank you, and it is my singular honor to welcome the country director of GIZ to come and speak to the people.
Once I survive. Good afternoon, everybody. If you look at my speech, which was prepared last night, I believe, and well done, so my team, I don't know with the help of AI or not, but it's a very nice and friendly AI. And I've been listening to you, so you see what's going to be happening. I'm not going to make a statement, but I'm going to make some closing remarks, if I may. Well, first of all, I thought I'm very overwhelmed, particularly by the communiqué and what was discussed just now when I came back in, and what I heard yesterday morning when we opened. And to tell you what, I'm feeling very insecure to say something now, because I feel like an imposter. I had not been in the discussions which I had, which were very vibrant, and my colleague came to me and said, James, today it got very political, you know, but things worked out all right. And I thought, oh, great. It became political, and we discussed those things which were controversial. And yes, what is it, Moses? You just said the UK left the room. No, it did not. Here I am. Okay, so I would like to make a couple of private remarks. I would like to say something about our event today and something about GIZ, if I may. And I'll make it painless for you. Okay, where is Chris, our MC? Where are you hiding? Jan, you hadn't been here when I was introduced. I heard how you were introduced, you know, athletic and a cyclist and interested in things like that. I was portrayed by Chris as a Scottish drunkard, married to a German. She's half German and half English, but we leave the English out a bit, okay? So my UK friends have left or whatever, but I'm really happy to speak on behalf of Germany in a minute. So that is one of the things I wanted to get rid of when I'm talking about me and my private things. Also, I was really lucky, Jan, to come in here and have the tail end of the discussion, and I think it was also Moses, wasn't it, talking about the Belt and Road approach by the European Union and the idea behind it, not as a project, but the idea behind it. And I really think it was good that we could clarify, that you could clarify it, you know, what it means and what it does not mean. And I like that word Chinophobia, okay, which you brought into it. So I'm a fan of that approach, and I think we need to make jointly use of that particular approach. And I'm technical cooperation. I think Jan will say something about the politics, but I can see when I was a young man in Western Germany, that's where I got to Germany, and I was stationed at Laarbruck Royal Air Force Station, which was then turned into a commercial airport. and it's empty. There are no passengers. You know, Ryanair flies about twice or 3 times a week, which says infrastructure is not everything. It needs to have something behind it, an idea, how to make those places thrive. You've seen loads of very well-equipped hospitals with laboratories and equipment and everything. If you can't use them, if you don't have the training, if you don't have the people around it, there are these white elephants. Okay, so I think we need to make the Global Gateway work, and yes, it took some time organically to sort of, you know, go through the system, but there are opportunities, I think, for us being the European Union and you as our partners to make it happen. And Jakob, you mentioned those things. These are your projects. Uganda and the ownership, and we put emphasis on the participation. Okay, and I think this is a hallmark of what we do, Germany and the European Union together. Now, I would like to say thank you very much for doing this. It was a stellar event, and all the work you guys put into it. And I have not been around, but the closing remarks and the communique which you did, you know, you touched on so many pain points. That's why I kept writing all the time. You were talking about problems with the registration. Yes, we need to address them. You know, funding, and GIZ is not a donor, and you were quite rightly, Moses, saying, you know, we're backed up by the German government and the European Union. We're an implementer, but we can be as much support as we also a problem, of course, to you when it comes to sustainability. The alternative, there is no alternative to it, to have that conversation and see how can we do it better in future. And I know some of the things which you just said, Moses, also resonate with me. If we measure human existence only in economical terms, we've lost as humanity. So there are some things which can be paid for, and some things you can do, and some things just need to be funded, wherever the money comes from, I believe. You also talked about regulation and the perception you have as civil society in Uganda, and also the security concerns. Now, I'll turn back to page 1 in my very orderly speech. When you asked me, you probably don't, so I'll ask myself, James, why Germany? And I would say, you know why? The thing is, Germany wouldn't work without civil society, all right? And we're in a partnership, you know, with Uganda, and those joint projects are, you would like to learn from each other, okay? And I suppose the involvement of civil society in Germany as a country, as a state, is so important. And this time I used AI, but I knew it, of course, by heart before. And there's a survey on CSOs and NGOs in Germany, and the Germans have about 85 million inhabitants, I believe, give or take. And 29 million people in Germany are involved in CSOs and NGOs. Sometimes it's just sports clubs, okay? Sometimes it's a volunteer fire brigade. But sometimes it's also, you know, to hold the government to account, to follow up on investments where taxes are spent and everything. So in numbers, it's 39.7% of Germans are somehow involved and participate in NGO activities. And they do things on behalf of the German government, hand in hand with the German government. And there are 26,000 charitable organizations in Germany which do it. And that's how, you know, how the whole country works. Being a Brit, I'm fascinated by that. And if I could encourage you and the Ugandan government just to take a slice of that, we would have a big leap forward. And if we can, as GIZ and the European Union help you along with that, I think it'd be successful and worth a while, the effort of it. I'm going back to the other thing. So I said something about the event which we are about to close, and I would like to say thank you very much for that. And GIZ, together with the European Union, we are involved in many aspects of civil society, and I don't want to go through that list which is here, but also when people ask me, James, so what are you doing with our civil society project? I say, okay, so how do you define civil society? And we're everywhere. Somebody said something, beekeepers just now, okay? So we work, civil societies in rural development, in agriculture, in rural energy, in efficiency, but also in accountability and transparency of government and how government functions. And I suppose we are going to be with you for some time to come, about which I'm quite happy, because as I said, it's also a hallmark of what Germany can offer Uganda. And the gentleman from the ED of the NPA, okay, he had this question, you know, how does it fall in line, what we do, how does it fall in line with the development ideas and agenda of Uganda? And of course, everything we do when we're doing, you know, we're developing the project, I'm looking at Elizabeth now, falls within the NDP4. You know, I wanted to get up yesterday and say, of course, where is that question? Where is the doubt? You know, where do you have that question mark? We do always fall in line with the development goals of the Ugandan government and you as citizens. So, I wonder whether I'll probably not say this, I'll leave this for you, but I think it was important in your communique that you point out the pain points on the one hand, but also, and the challenges. But my hint would be, we know the challenges, but what are we doing about it? And I thought, is it coming in your communique? Okay, and you did so. Thank you very much. You were talking about a civil society fund. Why not? Why not think about it? You had a long list of recommendations. We need to look through them, whether they are feasible, practical, or just ideas, or whatever, but we'll only get to a result when we discuss and have a discourse about it. You know, some of the ideas need to be discarded, and some of them we can sort of work together on. So I thought that was a really, really successful event and convention over the past 2 days, and I'm really happy. I only see few of you sleeping at the moment, and I promise I'm going to be stopping in a sec. But I can't finish my final remarks without saying thank you very much to you as participants and the CSO organizations which are here, those government institutions, you know, which stayed with us and joined us, the Uganda National NGO Forum. I really liked your interventions earlier, which I heard, and the National Bureau for NGOs. But also, I would like to say thank you very much, Chris. After I've corrected you, next time you're going to be facilitating an event, you know so much more about me. Okay. But also, I would like to say thank you very much for my team, for the team in the European Union office, you know, for putting this thing together. The back office can't be forgotten. And it's a wonderful experience to be standing here and closing down this event and convention. Although, as I said at the very beginning, I had very little hand in the success of this. I'm just the pretty face of GIZ. But I'm so proud of my colleagues that they put it together. So thank you very much, and all the best for the future. And I'm sure we're going to be meeting again, and you hear one of my boring speeches yet again. Thank you. All right. I like closing events with an embarrassment to myself. Jan, I'm really happy to be working together with you, and we've got very close ties, and I also have a lot of respect for your engagement for Uganda, and without getting romantic all about it, can I ask you to come up here and give your final words? How was that, Moses? Was that okay? Thank you.
I cannot refuse you, James, I think. Thanks a lot for that great introduction, and also thanks to our MC Chris somewhere, who gave me a very, very generous introduction before, and I'm indebted to you that you presented me as much sportier than the previous speaker. And it is true that I love biking. Unfortunately, I don't bike too much here in Uganda. I used to cycle to work in Khartoum and also in Gaborone, but the traffic here is a bit too tense, I think. But I can reveal to you that on Saturday, I bicycled to my hairdresser to get my hair done, and I have bicycled also in the Lake Mburu National Park and by Lake Victoria. There are wonderful places to visit here if you want to try some cycling. But let me now get back to my remarks and just greet the possible representatives of the Ugandan government that may be here. And of course, the executive director of the Uganda National NGO Forum, Dr. Moses Isoba. Or should we call you Dr. I'm not David Isoba? What did you say? You made a... previous speaker, GIZ Country Director for Uganda, Mr. James Macbeth Forbes. Also representatives of development partners, Team Europe, my own team here, civil society, of course, needless to say, representatives, so many here, academia and the private sector. I realize there are now high expectations about artificial intelligence in my speech, but I do think, like James, that it's mainly thanks to my great team at the delegation that I have interesting things to say here today. But I do believe that artificial intelligence is very important, and I was glad to see that in your program here you discussed this morning, I think, digital platforms. I'm not sure how far you took it, but I think otherwise it's a good idea to perhaps add artificial intelligence to next year's convention. So I do think it can also be of great use to civil society. Actually, while I was listening here, I asked for a comment from ChatGPT, who sends greetings to you all and says that artificial intelligence will not replace civil society. That's good. But it can help civil society to reach further, faster, and louder. So that's something to think of, and a personal advice is that when you get those incredibly boring call for proposals forms from the EU or GIZ, you should definitely use AI to fill them in. I think it will at least save you a lot of time. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is really a great pleasure to join you here at the end of the National CSO Convention 2025, hosted here by the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Uganda National NGO Forum. And I extend my gratitude to all the organizers of this convention, which unites civil society from all across Uganda. And as we now close the National Civil Society Convention this year, I wish really to take the opportunity now to reflect on the past 2 days of extremely rich dialogue, learning, and collective commitment. And I also apologize, like James Macbeth did, that I could not be here with you those 2 days, but I'm very grateful that I could attend this concluding session and get a sort of a quick feedback from the discussions. They seem to have been very fruitful indeed. So I know now that together you have examined the evolving context shaping the work of civil society in Uganda, and that there have been really open discussions about the challenges, but more importantly also about the pathways for resilience, innovation, and collaboration. And thanks to the nice slide show here, I also know that sustainability and youth figured greatly in the discussions and the conclusions. I know there was a lot of deep engagement also on other themes, including the collaboration in delivery of NDP 4, recognizing that the success of Uganda's 4th National Development Plan will depend on how effectively government, civil society, the private sector, and development partners can work hand in hand to contribute to Uganda's long-term vision. You also discussed the regulatory frameworks, finding the balance between compliance, operational autonomy, and constructive partnerships with government. I saw that financial sustainability also came out in the conclusions strongly, meaning strengthening local philanthropy and forging innovative partnerships. And also then finally the digital transformation was discussed, leveraging technology in a rapidly changing world, and my proposal would then be to include that even further in next year's convention. I would like to believe that these discussions have provided a space for institutional and individual reflection for action-oriented outcomes. So what is now the European Union's contribution to civil society in Uganda? Well, the European Union has a long history of civil society engagement, as you know, and recognizes civil society as a cornerstone of democracy, good governance, and inclusive development. So it is through strong and independent civil society organizations that communities are empowered, governments held accountable, as James Macbeth just said, and citizens' voices amplified. And this goes for Germany as well as for Uganda and all other countries. That is how we see it. So over the years, the European Union has collaborated with civil society in areas such as human rights, accountability, access to justice, gender equality, youth empowerment, and climate action, to mention a few. We also engage with civil society during electoral processes, a topical issue right now, I think, as it does have, the civil society does have a role to play in reducing election-related conflict dynamics and promoting a peaceful electoral environment. So ahead of the 2026 general elections, we are notably working with media, youth, and women, alongside political parties, security actors, and other government entities to contribute to a conducive environment for holding elections. And you may have seen the project that we launched just the other week, Tuongea Let Us Talk project, which will be a countrywide campaign. They will travel actually with a bus, I think, call it a caravan, and do local dialogues with the different stakeholders across Uganda. I think hopefully an important contribution, I think, to the holding of peaceful elections. Our civil society engagement is guided by the 2012 communication, it's an EU communication, called The Roots of Democracy and Sustainable Development, which is the basis for the EU CSO roadmap that we work with here at the delegation level in Kampala and Uganda. And the CSO roadmap aims to strengthen CSO engagement, and will it now to anchor the global gateway investments that we spoke about with a 360-degree approach. And I want to confirm that you will be thoroughly consulted in the process of updating the roadmap, and it will also be shared with all of you. So as my colleague here, Jakob Haushofer, just highlighted in his dedicated session, thanks for holding that, Jacob, this afternoon, we are scaling up our investment in Uganda through the Global Gateway framework with a focus on renewable energy, green infrastructure, and digitalization. And we're also very happy that your Minister for Energy and Mineral Development, Honorable Nanka Birwa, will actually travel next week to Brussels, where there will be the Global Gateway Forum, where she can then discuss with the European Union, but also with her counterparts from African countries, and actually countries all over the globe, about these important issues that Jacob described. And we also, to take an example that you might already have taken, is the Chira Nalubale hydropower plants, which we will hopefully be able to finance so that they can be rehabilitated and safeguard the clean energy production in the long run. So this will be discussed by the minister as well in Brussels. The Global Gateway Framework goes beyond physical investments, as you heard. It's also about strengthening governance and institutional foundations to ensure that these efforts deliver real benefits for the people they are intended to serve. And you, civil society, you play a central role in this process, providing oversight, advocating for citizens' interests, and acting as a vital bridge between communities and government. I'm also happy to see that it sparked interest for issues such as the critical raw materials, which Uganda is richly endowed with, and will hopefully serve to also spark its economic development. And then the value addition comes into this. And I think what you mentioned is a very good ambition, to have a kind of a factory that could, bring value addition to the raw materials here. I think I have to say that, before we have a factory that produces electric batteries next to the lithium mine in Uganda, it will take time, because there's a lot needed here, like the right training, education, simply human resources to manage that. But it's a very good ambition, and I can tell you that yesterday, that's actually why I couldn't come for the opening here. I was opening an event where we had representatives from 5 European countries coming to Kampala, from the geological survey institutions of those countries, to discuss with the Ugandan side, with the ministry. Minister Nyamotoro was there herself, and also the experts, the geological study authorities here in Uganda, to make sure precisely what you say, that the wealth that you have here can be explored in a win-win situation between Uganda and interested entities abroad. I think that is an important first step. And the project will bring about a mapping of where you have your resources, but also training, including mentorship and postgraduate studies for Ugandans, so that you can build a cadre of expertise in Uganda that will, in the end, know how to add that value that you are asking about. So I think it's a very good ambition. Please ask always that question when you are at these meetings. It's very important. Yes. So we also, from the EU side, we remain a steadfast partner in promoting multi-stakeholder dialogue. And this convention is obviously an example of how, by bringing together government, civil society, the private sector, and development partners, we can chart a shared vision for Uganda's future with a focus on civil society. So in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I would wish to extend sincere appreciation to the Uganda National NGO Forum, the National Bureau for NGOs, GIZ, and the Civil Society in Uganda Support Program. We have, I think, you are doing an incredibly important work here in this country, James, and also Moses. So thanks a lot for being here and organizing all of this. And also to all the other participants, keynote speakers and panelists, thank you for your openness, your expertise, and your willingness to engage constructively. So I encourage all of us to carry forward the momentum of these deliberations and translate them into concrete action. Civil society must continue to innovate, adapt, and stand united in its mission to serve communities and safeguard civic space. The European Union stands ready to continue walking this journey with you, and we see the future of civil society in Uganda as something that we are collectively shaping here today and in the years to come. So let us harness the opportunities before us in global frameworks such as the EU Global Gateway. And on behalf of the European Union and the entire Team Europe, I thank you for your dedication, your partnership and your unwavering commitment. I wish you all safe travels as you go back, fruitful follow-ups and continued success in your vital work. Thank you. And before perhaps I say thank you, I was supposed to say something, was I? I was supposed to look a bit theatrical and point here, and I would say, let me now unveil. Or was that so? Let me now unveil. Obviously, I'm unveiling the future of civil society, I think. That's exciting. Is that all I should do? That's all I should do. And then I thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It was a pleasure.
So the team has asked me to do one more thing, which is very important. So we have 5 minutes for this. So, and James, usually when Moses gets gifts of whiskey bottles, he hands them to me. So I am the official collector of Scottish whiskey, just in case you want to gift someone. So let's have James and the ambassador and Moses come to the front for a picture, and also ready yourselves for a group photo. If you can come to the front for a picture, and colleagues, I ask that we hurry to bring the tables and chairs for the group photo. Yep. Should I emphasize the thing about, group, for the picture of the three of you, and the rest of us will join you. Yeah, you can stand up there for a picture. Up there. Yeah, you can use the stairs. And then after that, we'll take a group photo. James, I have to repeat that I collect Scottish whiskey. Exactly. There you go. Oh, don't break your leg. Okay, ready yourselves as well. We'll take a group photo and then we'll go for our cocktail, our networking event. Are you guys smiling? Moses? Okay. Isn't that too far? Okay, let's see. Yeah. Okay. Okay, one more. Perfect. So now you have to come and join them for a group photo. And Ambassador will ask that you, James and Moses, you sit down. And Agnes and the rest of the team, please come join me. Yeah, come down and sit on the chairs there. Yeah. The rest of you, you can join and sit down, please. And then others can stand behind. Just make sure you're seen. That's all you need to do. Can I get a roving microphone? Emma. All right, then the tall ones can go to the front and the short ones to the back. Yeah, they'll come. They'll come, don't worry. Okay.
In front.
Yeah. Hi, Grace. Perfect. Okay. So you just have to make sure your face is seen. And Dickens, I'm not sure you're in the picture. You're tall enough to go to the back. Okay. Guys, be gentle with it. Be gentle with it. Okay. Do we have... Okay. Do we have everyone? Okay. So guys, let's take this picture. You have 1 minute. Okay. Adding chairs. Okay. All right. Let us go. 1, 2, 3. If you're not smiling like Moses, please do something about it. Okay. Wow. All right. Okay, Patrick, are you the one they're asking to squeeze in? Okay. Squeeze each other. Okay, squeeze in. Take the picture. People are smiling. You guys are take. Yeah. And if your face is seen, you're all right. Please squeeze in. Are we okay? I mean, if you're not seen now, be sure that in heaven you go early. All right, perfect. They are sad. Okay. All right, let's now go for the networking event, which is downstairs where we had our lunch. There will be some music as well.
So kindly pick your property. Don't leave it unattended to. Your properties.